1! When last we left our heroes, our 4 intrepid adventurers have found their way in Queen's Landing, one of the largest cities on this side of Winthrow. Amongst the developed lands of this small continent, this is amongst the most civilized. Upon entering into this vicinity, you found some small areas to hide yourselves away, some small inns, and simply took about wandering the city, wandering the towns. The 4 of you went in your separate directions to kind of just get a good reconnaissance of the area, whether or not you knew that you were doing it or not. And eventually you came across a few, one of you, we won't name names, Gareth or Ann, wandered into the local Inquisition fortress trying to see if they could find word on some old friends or old assistants to see what they could learn. And while you did find that the Inquisition's finest vessel, the Kaiser, and its corresponding shipmaster Doman, were in port, you have not been able to confirm the existence of either of your 2 friends that you were looking for, Gareth, unfortunately. The 2 bards in our party made a fucking killing at the local inn, just spending the whole goddamn day performing. Basically, I asked the players, I was like, are you cool, do you want to play last session or nah? And y'all were like, nah, we'd rather just be bards and roll performance every 20 minutes or so, and that's what they did.
That's what we do best.
And they made a killing.
I'm exhausted.
And now I think Valerie's still exhausted, actually, because it's same day, so I think Valerie still has the exhausted condition, unfortunately. And you recovered Gareth from the Inquisition. Not that it was that difficult. He managed to extradite himself rather quickly without getting too deep into trouble, thanks to spending some money on a forgetful brew, a magical potion from the local potion shop that made it so people around him forgot that he was there for a short period of time. But now wanted posters are being turned out, and at this point your fugitive status is in full effect. The plot of the game has actually begun. The premise of the game is in effect. You actually can, anybody is privy to this. As you walk along the various offices of Inquisition, you see, amongst the various wanted posters, you see your 4 faces, etched in sketch marks via pencil and charcoal, and then put on a plate and then printed onto parchment. You'll have wanted posters. I believe all of you are worth 10,000. What was it? It was 10,000 silver pieces, right? Or what was it? Anybody remember?
Yeah,
I think it was higher.
You think it was higher? You think it was?
Hold up. Wasn't Gareth more expensive?
Yeah, I thought Gareth was more expensive.
Gareth was more expensive. I do remember that. I thought Gareth was the one that was 10k gold or something.
Gareth
crazy.
was 10k gold, and then I think everyone else was 9k gold.
No, anyway, more money than we will ever have, probably.
Yeah, you're right. It was 10k for Gareth, and I don't think I just never said what everyone else was worth.
See for yourself.
If we turned ourselves in, do we still get the gold?
Sure, I'll sit in prison for 3 years for 10k.
I can level up behind bars forever and just break out through the walls.
Unfortunately, the money would not go to you. You could level up your friends and family that might want to turn you in for the reward. I never actually got the chance to describe that. You guys see on the walls your fellow wanted posters as you're walking down the streets with your cloaks up and looking through. Gareth has obviously got that special traitor status because he is the traitor to the it's not the Empire, to the Inquisition. Sorry, confusion on my own behalf. And the rest of you have you're all wanted for 9,000 gold pieces. And
I just want to say, I don't look at all whatever that face is on the poster.
Sure, you change it. You change your
face. Right. They did you,
They did you a service.
They did you a service, that is true.
Other things that happened last time is Azarine managed to find and secure passage with a pilot towards Cape Solomon, towards your next destination. Who agreed to ferry you for 100 gold pieces, 50 now, 50 later, and said that they would be willing to take you in the next 24 hours or so. And that was Ray, was their name, Fire Spray Ray, they introduced themselves as, which is obviously just a fake name.
Didn't we...
I need to talk with him about that deadline.
Mm-hmm. So do we want to pick up just with that?
Yeah.
Because another thing that happened is the 2 bards were approached by a local the local opera runner, the opera house runner, Mercutio, who wanted to recruit some local flavor for an upcoming party, essentially. And you 2 fit the bill, and they said that you were going to be invited and could come and play, and that you were also given a +1, each of you kind of to help, your roadies, right? Someone has to take care of your stuff.
Yeah.
And they asked you to RSVP within 24 hours. Which I do believe everyone agreed they wanted to do.
Yes. How many hours
I
do we
really
have
want
until...
Phantom of the Opera Overture bass boosted.
Okay.
How many more hours do we have until we're supposed to approve or...
you have like 20 hours. Like this is the...
okay.
Yeah, it's late afternoon.
We have until tomorrow.
You guys are down. You're at the base of the spire, which is the central pillar that holds up the Queen's Bridge. That spans across the Windthrow River, across the island in the center, which is Queen's Landing itself, the grand big city, and the other connecting ports as well, the other areas. But the central spire seems to be this low life kind of small area, not like a shanty town. It's not where the homeless come. It's where the outlaws come. And it's here that you guys kind of find yourselves currently, kind of having a drink, kind of looking around, keeping to yourselves. There's no Inquisition here.
Crying into shoulders.
There is some kind of level of law enforcement, but it seems to be self-imposed. Like there are people who are like clearly wearing weapons where other people are not allowed to, and like walking and doing some kind of patrols, but there's no uniform. It's just probably some local mob boss who is kind of keeping the peace. And we'll pick up, I guess, with Azrin. You wanted to go and find
Yep, I suit myself up again. I need to go find Ray if we're gonna take that opera house job and speak with him.
Right, I completely forgot. Should one of us talk with him instead?
Gareth, you left. I thought you left.
Gareth was on a walk, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no, Gareth's with Ray right now, actually.
Yeah. I
forgot.
You're feed corpses to a fish.
You watched him dump a corpse into the fucking water. Yeah, you're right. Huh. Alright.
Gareth turns around and walks the other way. But no, we can pick up with Azrin too. So that's I'm
gonna go find Ray after picking myself up.
I'm not gonna make you roll. This isn't a difficult task.
Considering I was talking with her, I guess Val follows suit.
Sure. Brooke, do you stay behind? Or do you come with?
I suppose I don't stay in this skeevy bar where I started a fight.
Sure. There are a few people who kind of like eye you, like just kind of, they're just examining you, they're just looking, wish you worth.
No, I'm
more than theirs, and that's a problem in places like...
Why y'all are here, why doesn't somebody roll a 1d12 for me?
I guess...
I don't like those.
Who's feeling lucky? Okay, Gareth.
Oof.
I don't like that.
I don't know if high is good or high is bad. This sucks.
Just so y'all know, I don't mind telling you this for the future because it's fun. The 1d12 is the special die that I like to use because I think it's a rather underused dice, unless you're a barbarian, for my random encounters.
Oh. Fuck.
So high or low doesn't matter. Sometimes maybe I'll say 1 is like a boss encounter, and maybe 12 will be the boss encounter.
I remember 1d12 being, oh shit, you accidentally set the mill on fire.
The Morrigan remembered that one of us shot them a strange glare at their back. They want to kill us.
You guys kind of leave the bar, the shady, horrible bar, and descend out. It floats kind of. It's like on a jetty. Like the bar is floating on the water, and it kind of bobs up and down. And it's a little weird. You kind of have to wait for your feet to get your bearing. It's a little uncomfortable, but you get back onto the main gangway and continue to look around until you find Ray kind of like clapping his hands together, kind of like, whoa. Job well done, as he kind of continues to throw pieces of a hacksawed body into the mouth of this awaiting creature at the base of the spire. And he turns around, and I'm going to roll a perception for him to see if he noticed your approach. Because these are the things that are important in life. It's a perception check. I do not... Alright, he notices you coming. He turns around, he's a little surprised. Wah, wah! Alright, what do you want? What?
An extension.
What?
So you get a little bit more time to prepare yourself for the journey.
Well, I don't need more time, Missy. I need money. But what's the extension? That's time that I could be ferrying other people.
2 days.
2 days? On top of where we're going? 72 hours? He counts on his finger. Yeah, 72 hours.
Considering I did save your life a little bit.
He squints at you and is silent for a moment, lips kind of pursed. He seems to be kind of licking his teeth with his tongue behind his lips. Roll persuasion.
I'm good at this one. 23.
Yeah. Tell you what, you gotta pay my room and board until we can all go, and then I'll call it evens, but I'll wait for you.
Can't be much if he's staying at that skeevy place.
It's gonna be 8 gold. I like to drink.
Go
I
figure.
suppose we have nowhere else to go.
Better be worth my time.
I'll pitch in 2. I'll pitch in 2 gold.
He holds out his hand. You put in 2 gold into his hand, and he kind of like shakes it, waiting for the other 6 gold.
I'll also pitch it too.
Okay.
I guess I'll do the rest. So
that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're all
we'll
here.
bum off
ironically.
Gareth later.
Am I now here?
Yeah, because you were here, and
Right.
now the rest of the party is.
Yeah,
coming
Gareth
too.
is just kind of like wallowing, looking at water. or
He's
something.
looking somberly off in the horizons, or he's just looking directly at the sea stack spire because he doesn't like the ocean. I don't know. It's up for him to decide. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't know.
know,
how he feels
I'm
about water or
just-
ocean. But yeah, your friends are here, and they seem to be
Yeah,
haggling.
yeah, we're
with-
all here.
right.
Oh, You
Friends.
I see no reason to split the party for this menial conversation.
you two are acquainted already. Is this our travel?
yes.
Yep. I see.
He-
And like he just kind of side glances at this fucking dude who was chucking bodies.
he looks you up and down. He rolls a roll perception check on you to kind of glean what he can glean. He's proficient in that, so it's not as horrifying. He kind of bites his lip, spits out into the water.
Likewise. And Gareth just
My companions would be the one that you are escorting up
Oh,
to
yeah.
Cave Solomon.
I see 4 very able-bodied individuals, indeed. Yeah, y'all ever go up and down the coast before?
I have.
Yeah.
He looks at y'all. You got your swords, your armor, and stuff like that. He's kind of like narrowing his eyes a little bit. Okay.
I trust y'all be willing to defend yourselves if any kind of issues were to arrive on the road, huh?
naturally.
Oh, good.
Please, what do we look like? Newcomers?
Well, excellent. Well, anyway, this here is Bessie. She'll be your ride.
The sea monster says from the side of the.
Excuse me.
What?
He walks behind and he pets this large. It has like a turtle like beak like face, and it's this large reptilian like head, and he wraps his arms around. Just goes, "Oh, you such a big scaly little motherfucker! Are you little sketches and shit?"
Excuse me? We're not going on a boat?
On a boat? No. Missy here said he wanted to walk anyway.
Yeah, didn't we agree land?
I'm confused. What's the turtle got to do with this?
And he just looks at you smugly.
Oh, don't
Are
worry.
we riding on a turtle?
And would there be anything wrong with that?
It's a sea turtle.
She is a tortoise.
I thought we agreed land, not sea.
Clearly you've never seen this tortoise go. The old astral miners, they used to ride these babies for miles.
Fuck you, I was typing that in the goddamn fucking... I was typing that in the fucking chat, and you beat me to it, God.
And then Ray
Damn
bends
it.
over and just scratches her, and the big reptilian eyes like squint, kind of like, oh yeah.
Can I roll history on the turtle?
You can roll nature on the turtle.
Fuck, I have very bad nature.
I know.
2 is okay.
It's all right.
Bear Grylls.
It's
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
improvise, adapt, overcome. I mean, it looks real. I don't think I don't know if there's a roll that you could roll high enough to justify how Brookild would know have any.
No, I know, but it's just...
It looks like a turtle.
It looks
I
like a
guess.
turtle, all right. I mean, it looks big. I think Brookild kind of notices that actually as she looks behind, like that I described earlier. There's like these small little like the pub is like on a dock, like it's floating on the water and stuff like that. And there's like these other smaller buildings that are also kind of like floating out of the water. They're even like tied by like rope bridges and stuff like that to the rest of the jetty around here. And you actually notice that when Ray kind of like scratches the back of this like large turtle head face, you actually see like the building behind, like this small little like house out on the water, actually shakes back and forth, and you can see that it's actually like it looks like a small house attached to the back of this turtle under the water. And it's a very big sea creature, and it looks like it could be amphibious indeed. I don't know what question you might else have that you want answered with a 19 nature, but I'm probably willing to answer it.
No, her question, like Brookill's question, was just what the ever loving fuck.
I can't answer that question, I'm afraid. I don't know if anybody can.
I see.
Anyway, she eats a lot, so we gotta get going as soon as we can. But if you're willing to put us up for the night, then fine. We can hang out for another extra couple of days. You come get me when y'all are ready. If you're not back in 3 days' time, this hour here, then I'm going.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'm taking your Ruby with me. No
I mean,
refunds.
it is a down payment. I expected as much. No skin off my back.
Brookhilda's just staring at the turtle and like trying to peer over the water. She's like in immense confusion.
It stares at you.
Slowly, Azreen is reaching for her collar just in case she leans too far and falls in, because I know what's going to happen.
The turtle
Hey, I
cocks
have
its
my
head a little
cloak.
bit. It blinks once or twice. Brookhill, roll an animal handling check.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
Brookiel dies.
I've got her collar just in case.
I have my cloak. I'll be
Roll an
fine.
animal handling check, Azreen, as
Hey.
well.
Hey.
Oh god.
Hey, I'm good friends with that turtle now.
I'm alright.
A very slick, scaly tongue just like shoots out really quickly. It licks up the front of Brookhill before snapping
she
back
steps all
shut.
over and she tries to wash her
Azreen
face.
blinking, unfazed.
She reaches for who's closest? Who's closest?
Probably
I guess
me,
it's
'cause
Azreen.
I'm grabbing you.
She reaches for one of Azreen's sleeves and just like wipes off her face.
What sleeves?
Well, cloth, whatever, just something, just to.
Something, anything.
That's my cloak. Thank goodness it's waterproof.
All right, well, is there anything else, or are we done here?
We're
I
done
believe
here.
it.
We will see you in 72 hours, and she turns to leave.
All right, don't spend on ya. Bye-bye.
And once they are out of earshot, Azreen like deflates again, like leaning against. I guess Brookill's the nearest one. She like kind of leans a little bit on Brookill, like.
Okay, that lasts.
I haven't done that in quite a while.
Then what? Give money to someone?
No, I've been around, and that's not my usual, attitude towards things.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
So
You know
switching,
what, you have to.
and switching between the two is very exhausting.
Brookhild gives her a few pats on the shoulder and she kind of steadies herself. You know, she holds her up. It's just Azarine. It's not. It's fine.
Like the wind, really.
Not a struggle
Was-
or anything.
Not mermaid form, so you don't have to deal with it as badly.
Slapping around. What do you guys do? You essentially have 2 days.
Well,
This kind of just becomes downtime. Like it's
Is
time that can be
it-
skipped
I'm sorry.
over, or it is it's like 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Valerie and I have to put in our RSVP as well as our
Yes.
plus.
Do we all need to go
Yes.
for that?
Yep.
Do we? I'm saying to like RSVP.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well then, I suppose we should.
How do we hide Gareth?
Now
Does he not
begins
have
the
a cloak?
process of
Yeah.
Put a blanket over him.
Gareth can't necessarily be walking around in Inquisitor garb his whole life.
I mean, I could take. Let me think.
Yeah, but there's also his face on the posters.
Yeah, it's the face. That's the big thing.
Oh, you're certainly gonna have to take the coat off. Running
I
around like that.
There's
Well-
Maybe you can swing some stuff with some. As long as you make an effort to be like, as long as you, the player, tell me that you are indeed making some kind of effort and describe to me, I'm not gonna like make you roll performance or deception or stealth. If you were to go wandering down the street saying like, "Nah, man, I'm just gonna be me. Let it all hang out," then I'll be like, "All right, well then roll stealth." But like if you
No,
make
I
some
think
attempt
if we, like,
to,
slap an eye patch on him and fuck with his hair, it's gonna be...
Shut up. What I could do, I suppose, is that in the in the clothes that he has, he does have like a generic kind of like poncho hood kind of thing that he could just kind of put over. I guess I don't know.
you probably have a waxed cloak that is just like standard issue. Like they give it to you in a ball, in a bag.
What
That's
if
just for
we
one
shave
game.
And it's not like there's no insignia on it, like unlike the actual like captain's jacket.
Okay.
that he has.
That's
So
pretty good.
I'll just put that over top of my armor.
Okay. That will not
Right.
protect you if you're like obviously sauntering into an Inquisition camp, but I think
Right.
that's fine for
Just walking around.
yeah, blending into like Assassin's Creed style, like walking amongst the people, like in the middle of the day in the markets. It's like there's
And,
just another
like,
guy, another bounty
Try
hunter.
to not like try to hide any sort of like I'm not wearing the badge on the outer like form of the fucking cloak or anything.
Right.
There's nothing really that.
Do you want to do you bandage your sword, like the hilt of the sword, and like maybe the pommel, just to kind of like obscure it? Because I do think that is an Inquisition style.
We phrased that.
Do you like hide the sword, like your great sword, your claymore? Do you like
My claymore.
bandage it up? Do you like cover it in cloth or something to keep it from being recognized as Inquisition? Obviously, that's less important.
Is it Inquisition standard issue like blade like? Okay.
Well, you tell me. I mean, that's your sword. You tell me if is
Okay.
it custom. Did Gareth have that forged by a private blacksmith, or is that something that was given to him in service?
I guess it. I don't think he would have had. I'll say
If you don't care, I'd say roll history, odds or evens, and then odds is it's standard issue, and evens is you had somebody made for. I like it when if you're not sure, just let the dice decide.
yeah,
I
fuck
mean,
it.
just not bring it.
Oh,
No.
he should bring it.
Oh, I want to bring it.
Y'all should always bring it. All right, evens.
What is
It was a custom made design. It's your own.
All
It's your
right.
own system.
It's my own sword. So yeah, I'm fine. I don't need the band.
You were super excited. It was like Cloud's Buster sword, like Zach's sword. It was like you
God.
had it made for yourself essentially when you joined the force in excitement. Yeah, it's don't worry
That
about
was the one thing I got for myself when I became a captain. That's the one. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself for once in my life.
it. Fucking Ace beating the shit out of you from behind. For the love of God, please. You have all this money and you don't spend it on fucking anything.
Just buy fucking chocolate. God damn.
All you do is buy sweets and fucking tickets to like shitty plays, please. So yeah, don't worry about
I
it.
don't buy fucking. Do I buy shit? to
we
play?
are going to buy tickets to a shitty
We are
play,
going to
like,
buy
today.
things today. But I'm saying. I don't
Oh,
know,
that ain't shitty. You guys go back up the spire, up into the Ascension Port, the subway entrance like staircase that leads back out onto the open streets, and this is on the Outer Banks, back in Umbridge Run, which is the shore side of Queen's Landing, the smaller time. Sometimes operas like that are more expensive are worse. You know that the opera, Brookfield actually knows where the opera house is because she's actually been there
Yeah,
before.
I've been there.
So she leads the way. There's no roll, survival check, or anything involved. She just leads down the streets. Obviously, you go up, like uphill, and up on the higher hills, you eventually come to like it kind of in the same way the Sydney Opera House was kind of built like out over the water. This building, it's all stone and stained glass and looks very pretty and well designed, and it has engravings of like old Umbrum gods and goddesses. Think like looking at like Greek statues of marble.
Like a pantheon.
Yeah, like the Pantheon. Like it's got these intricate designs. I think Book recognized a few of them are like the gods of like playwrights and tragedy and drama and stuff like that.
How very imperial.
It's very imperial, and of course these gods have like twisting horns and stuff like that because they're imperial gods, so they're like tieflings. You approach the front, and it's at this point that Azreen and or Valerie will take the lead because one of them has the letter.
Should that be me or should that be you, Valerie?
If this involves anything that like requires a roll,
Probably
I'll
not.
do it. I lead the way.
Sure. Azarine, you approach, and the guard kind of like stops you. It's a fellow wearing red garb, very fancy indeed, with a sword at their side, but nothing too crazy. They're not like a knight. They're just a fellow hired off the streets that is akin to a high-class bouncer. And he goes, "Hold on, miss. I'm afraid you can't enter in here without a ticket or some kind of invitation."
I hold up the invitation. Yes, I actually have an RSVP that I need to hand in.
Let me hand that here, please.
I give it over.
He unfolds it, reads it over real quick. He inspects the stamp at the bottom. He holds it up to the torchlight behind him, and you can see that the paper actually has an ink watermark in the background of it, and it's a nice little seal of the Opera House. And he folds it back up and hands it to you. "Right this way, miss." And opens up the door, and it's a big, large redwood mahogany door, and inside is a well-lit, large lobby welcoming room, essentially. Large red velvet curtains hang down from the ceiling above. There's wooden balconies. And you see several servants and workers moving to and fro, setting up tables with lovely white linens laid out in front, doilies all over the place. You see paintings that are being taken down off the walls and given a quick dusting before they're brought back up again. And you four are led in, and the door shuts behind you. You are now inside of the Opera House. Why don't you roll a perception check for me real quick, Azarine, or anybody else who was looking for the proper individual?
Perception.
Okay.
6.
Looking around with a 5.
I don't know what he looks like.
5, actually.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
a few of you
5.
don't really
So
have
6 and a 5, and then
6 and a 5.
Kat and I haven't seen the man, so
Well, this is unfortunate. The
I
door.
mean, okay, can I arguably like help with the with
Yeah,
the
you
perception
can
roll
assist.
under pretense that
Also-
I'm used to being in
Yeah.
yes area.
Also, don't worry, the story isn't going to stop because Azarine rolled a.
Nope.
Well, you can't find him. I guess the quest is over.
I'm too distracted by all of the pretty shiny things
Quest
and finally
fails.
being somewhere that smells clean.
Yeah. Across the top of your eyeballs is quest failed, actually, and you all have to leave. All of the servants aggro on you.
Duty failed. Goodbye.
Duty
See you,
failed.
folks.
No. You're not quite sure where you need to go in order to find Mercutio. Sweeping attack, the fucking servants. But you recognize, like, to the north is we're gonna play this like traditional text-based adventure sort of system. So try to pay attention to the cardinal directions. To the north is a couple of large doors that clearly would lead into the opera house, the true opera like audience chamber. To the west looks like it leads into a large hall, like a large like dance hall or dinner hall. And to the east looks like it is probably servants. You see multiple people going to and fro back in there. Maybe it's a kitchen of some kind. I'll leave it up to you four to try and figure out where you would like to go and who you're looking to find.
I'm assuming the most like grandiose, like
Oh, there's a balcony up above.
clear option is probably the right way to go.
Hmm.
We
I
are
think
looking for
you're
the boss
right.
after all.
Yeah, I think you're right.
State your
I
cardinal
mean,
direction
we
for me.
could
then.
just go to the audience section, like right below the stage, and just walk around.
Yeah, Valor can do that. Valor can approach the front doors and we'll pull open these large oakwood doors, and it's a vomitorium. So you're walking down like a short little ramp into what appears to be a large opera house. You look to your left and right, you see those little the balcony seating. You see lots of rows of red velvet chairs. There's several servants, like a dozen people are in here that are hoisting up lights, or they're hoisting up the curtains themselves, things that are like meant to just hold for a show possibly. And there's several people with brooms just quickly going up and down the aisles and stuff like that. So I was like, God damn it, they just drop their popcorn all the time. And up front you see a large individual. Looks like they look like who here thinks they're well traveled?
Me?
I guess.
Okay, you see a large individual. They appear to be feminine. They are not wearing a shirt. They're just wearing kind of like a bralette. And they are about 12 feet tall, milky white skin with these dark swirls of, they might be tattoos, some kind of symbols or sigils, and a tight braid on their, running from the forehead to the back of the crown, the back of their neck, the nape of their neck. And they're like holding up and like hoisting up like a gigantic, like a moon, like a painted moon, like a prop essentially. And I think your characters would, I'll leave it to your discretion. It looks like a Goliath, if you will.
I will approach her, I guess.
how big is the guy?
Hello.
Too big.
12
Very big. The
12
biggest.
feet tall, Gareth. She's
Oh, I
bigger
see.
than you are.
Down.
tall.
Valerie, like, low key like doing a brisk little hop, like trying to get her attention. Hello.
They look down at you and kind of just like they wave gently, and they kind of like lift up the gigantic moon and kind of like bend down to look down at the four of you and just goes, "Hello."
I'm assuming you work here, yes?
Yes.
Do you happen to know who Mercutio is? We're supposed to be performing. Valerie flashes her little invitation.
Oh, yes, Very good. Mercutio, he is up on top floor. Follow stage back all the way up to balcony seating.
Thank you.
And this
Brukel
figure
kind of
kind of
nods
raises their hand.
politely and tries not to glare at her too much.
Okay. They offer a hand to Valerie.
She's like 4 Brukilds tall.
She's a big individual. Big woman. Anybody shake this woman's hand?
I'll shake her hand.
I
Valerie
do.
holds her hand out.
The two of your hands are subsumed by her grip.
Thank you.
Valerie just holds onto her index finger.
I am Matilda. I am the stage manager here.
Garrett just gives like a solid nod, like mutual nod, you know?
a respectful nod.
Yeah.
Appreciate your work.
It is received heartily and warmly. You are free to do with as you please. I assume you follow her advice and ascend the staircase behind on the corner of the building. On the side of the rows of seating, there's stairs, so that of course would lead all the way up to the back top of the room. Do you just go up there the way she led, or do you have something else you would like to do? You're also free to
Sure.
explore. I mean, there's also this very large, intricate stage with several ornate carvings. And maybe Brewkill is more than happy to sit here and stare. I don't know. You tell me.
Out of character, I feel like we should probably go talk to the guy first. But I mean, yeah, Bruno would say,
so
but I
nothing
think
happens.
Gareth would go with Azarine and Valerie. Just, you know, they just go with them. Probably introduce himself. I don't know.
All right. That sounds fine to me. We'll follow one then the other, depending on the situation.
No, I mean, like, Brooklyn would snoop around, but she doesn't want to get in trouble since she doesn't have the invitation, so I guess she follows just to,
Reasonable.
you know, don't want to get kicked out.
You ascend up the stairs until you get to the back room where you see a large oak door partially ajar, and you anticipate that it's usually locked, but right now you're free to go inside. Do you do so?
Yeah.
Knock first.
Yeah, knock first.
Oh, interesting. This is why I paused. You hear there's a faint knock from gentle rapping of fingertips, and there's a small pause. There's just emptiness for a bit, and then you hear a come in, yes, please, indeed, come in.
In I go.
You enter into a larger room that overlooks a balcony. There's a window to the left that lets in lots of beautiful sunlight, and you see a rather hair kind of pulled out of his scalp, Mercutio, mustache a little bit wiry, kind of like poring over a bunch of notes and books and writing invitations and signing another letter and licking it and filling it up and licking another. Paper cut. Oh my. Hello.
Quite busy.
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry. The four of you. Do I know you?
Yes, you know the two of us.
Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's been quite the busy day indeed. May I have your invitation, please?
I hand over the invitation.
He takes it, he inspects it, takes some large spectacles out. No, I'm sorry. He takes out a large monocle out of his pocket. And puts it up to his eye and looks down at it and reads it over real quickly. And he does hand it back to you and goes, I guess indubitably wonderful, and starts to sign off four small little papers that you kind of see have a little insignia on them, like for the opera house. And he gives the other 3 to thee who do not have the invitations. These will be your badges for the time being. These are your 2+1s, I assume. Indeed,
Yes,
young
that
missus.
is correct.
Fantastic. Well, you have successfully RSVP'd. If you have any time or necessities that need to be set up for your small performances, you should do so in the next couple of days before the official event comes in 3 days' time. Will that be fine?
Valerie's heart stops for a moment, like now knowing that it is indeed not today while she's horrifically, like, exhausted.
Are you okay?
Brooklyn kind of like moves over a little closer to Valerie in case she collapses. It's just like
It's been a long day.
Well, indeed. My goodness, sir. Make sure you're well rested before coming in. We have quite the highbrow individuals coming for this particular performance, and I would only want to request the best of the local venues.
absolutely.
Hillary gulps as she planned to come in here, like, just half tired.
Well, I'm quite busy. I'm afraid there's not much I can do. Let me give you a quick planning schedule for the most part. You will arrive preferably the day before to get whatever you need done ahead of time. If you have large instruments or such individual items that need to be set up ahead of time, I would love to get that taken care of as soon as possible. And make sure you arrive in the morning of the day of for the session at the night time. We'll have some small rehearsals. It's not a full performance. At least that won't be your responsibility if there is a full performance. For the most part, I expect you two to be doing your respective talents more in the ballroom section, and perhaps if such is requested or required, we'll have you move to the main stage if we want to have that formal event. It's a rather free ball sort of situation that I'm playing with, you see, and it's quite stressful for myself. Haha. Oh.
Well, we are very excited to perform, regardless.
Fantastic. I believe we settled on our agreement of money.
Yes,
Do you-
absolutely.
Yeah.
If you could just please sign these papers for me.
I read it over carefully.
Roll a
Louder, who
wisdom.
signs it without thinking whatsoever.
What am I rolling?
A intelligence or wisdom check for me. Just either one. You pick. Well, you pick whatever you're better at. Maybe this isn't your first time signing contracts.
Gray, just a question
Perception.
of honorifics. Is there like honor like? I'm trying to think. Does this guy have an honorific or no? Like,
He is not
would he be like?
He would prefer if you would call him sir, but he does not have a formal title like that of a military jurisdiction.
Okay, but like I didn't know it would be like master of the house or something, or like
He would quite enjoy if you were to refer to him as such, though it is not required. Sir would be enough.
Sir would be enough. Well, Gareth, as he like listens to them talking and they're like kind of signing away and whatnot, Gareth actually clears his throat. Pardon me, Sir Mercutio.
Indeed, individual. Please, your name?
One sec. My name is he stops for a quick second.
Mahogany Bookshelf.
Mahogany.
My name is Mahogany Bookshelf, yeah.
I am my name is Kelmu Armilla.
Indeed, Mr. Armada, thank you for gracing my office with your presence.
Yes, and please thank you for giving my compatriots a chance to perform in such a high-end venue. I'm not a performer myself, but perhaps there is I could help you otherwise behind the scenes rigging.
Roll, not a persuasion, but actually a athletics, the skill that would be associated with the skill that you were attempting to sell. Just to kind of, you stand up straight and show off your broad shoulders and strong back, and he kind of nods. Indeed, I think Matilda could indeed find some use for you. We could compensate if you're willing to give yourself away for the next couple of days, however. That would be quite some time.
I do not mind that.
Very well then. Here, let me look at my coffers for a moment. He looks for his papers. What do we have here? I suppose I have 20 gold a day.
I don't know if that's good. The Scarab know if that's good.
Why don't you roll insight?
Well, I mean, it's pretty good for menial labor. I mean, let's in theory it's like 2 to 5 gold to a day to like live, like pay rent, pay for food. So I mean, that's like he's offering like a week's worth of pay for an average work. So obviously
that sounds fair enough to me, sir.
Very good then. Here, I'll write something up for you as well. And he just there we go. He writes exceedingly fast. It seems like he's only like he seems a born bureaucrat. And he signs a little contract for you as well. Azarine, it is you're rolling your best, and even Barukiel is kind of blinded by the legalese, but for the most part, it seems above board. They're promising you money so long as you're able to perform. He's implying that he will pay you at the end of the night.
Okay.
For the he'll pay you the other half at the end of the night, rather. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It was it's not true halves. It's 300 gold pieces at the beginning, and then it was going to be another 300 gold pieces at the end.
Yes.
And that's going to be for each of you.
Okay.
And
performance.
that's good. And for me, am I gonna get any in before or?
He'll give that to you at the end of each day. So he'll in 20 gold increments for each day.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Well, there's everything else set to your standards. Miss, were you looking for something as well, or were you simply the managers? Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho!
Brookhilde is rubbing her temples. And she says, "Yes, my apologies. Merely I work with the, yes, management. Contracts, money, all that sort of thing."
Indeed, my goodness. May I have your name and number? In fact, you have quite the fine workers here. I'd like to get in touch with you later for perhaps more performances.
Keegan Hall, sir.
Keegan Hall.
Thank you for your thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Not a problem. We are always looking for a local fare to dazzle the newcomers with. By all means, feel free to acquaint yourselves with the local premises. Make sure you're wearing your badges at all times. The security will let you in because of them, and they are only good till the end of the date, as you can see prescribed on the front of them. Though you are welcome to join our membership program and become patrons of the arts, as well as perhaps more regular workers, if you so deem that an interesting profession for yourselves. But perhaps I'm putting the cart before the horse. Why don't you get yourselves back to your works, and I shall be here if you wish to talk more.
Thank you very much.
And he goes back immediately to just like writing more letters to he has like this big list of like all the people that he needs to send invitations to, like all the guests, and he just like he's just scraping them as fast as he possibly can.
Garrett kind of like just looks at the list. This is kind of just like my eyes just glance. Just,
Roll perception.
I'm okay. I'm not trying to be like too nope.
Nope.
Well, you get the layman's perspective with a 3 perception. I'm not going to be like your eyes fall out of your head. With a 3 perception, you just see the first main sheet, and in the biggest letters, obviously, is Shipmaster Doman. Like this idea of like we have a guest of honor coming, and they're like billed almost like an attraction unto themselves, as well as a few other like bigwigs from the Admiralty. So Shipmaster Doman, and my goodness, do I have the name of his second in command, his first mate, is also going to be there. I believe his name is Coal. Coal spelled like the mineral, spelled like coal, like you burn a furnace.
Interesting.
That's the first mate of the Kaiser, the second in command, if you will.
Can I roll history or
yeah, I'll
something?
roll history to kind of like deduce these individuals.
I know Cole. Do I know Cole?
They made it in college.
There's a chance. He's around your age. He's young. He's on the younger side. He's a magic user in the sense that he's like he's an Inquisition official bard. And he did go to the same school that you went to. He was probably like an upperclass. He was an upperclassman compared to you, but he is like roughly your age.
Right.
And he is definitely got high. He's from a nice rich family, and he was able to get kind of bought in. You remember him being a real party boy. Real party boy, that old Cole.
Party boy?
Met him at a
Oh yeah, you probably met him at a frat party like once, and like you got to have the ability to brag about it.
Ace drugged me to.
Ace dragged you to a frat party, and like he's like, Cole's gonna be there, man. So yeah, you might have even met him once or twice before, but he was like the popular kid. So I don't know if he was your crew, but no, I don't think you weren't like friends with him. He wasn't your like
Garrett didn't
routine
have
people.
any friends.
But yeah, he's younger. He's on the younger side. He's been in the Admiralty as long as you've been a captain. So for the past like over like almost a decade at this point, he's been with Shipmaster Doman. Kind of like it's pretty much understood that he's probably going to take over for the Kaiser if the Shipmaster has bigger and better things to do. So
Dang. Okay.
yeah, so that's all you kind of glean though. There's nothing else there. Oh, you know what? You do see the name Otto von Balthasar written on there as on the list of like people to invite, but you do also notice that he is noticeably missing from the bill of like, look who's going to be here, and his name is actually scratched off on the invite list.
Naturally.
Yeah, of course. He wouldn't have time for such frivolities. So you know what? No, I'm not even gonna press any further because you know what I was looking for, but it's fine.
Not with a 3.
Not with a 3. No way.
Not
No.
with a 3. With a 3, then you're just limited to the basic eyeballs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Rather than some beyond.
Well, out of character is I'm assuming that he expects me to start work right away.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to work today and tomorrow and then the next day, that's 3 days of work, and that's potentially 60 gold pieces for you.
Hell yeah.
That is
All
your
right.
day, though. I mean, I don't know what you had planned for your downtime day, but like that is your whole day essentially.
Or am I the only one who doesn't have anything to do?
Yeah, he
I mean, the formers don't really.
Yeah, we're not needed
I don't
until
know.
like
You're not
2
needed.
days from now.
Yeah. Only Gareth is needed every day.
Oh, I hate him. You fucking. You should have
So,
at least people
back to
seeing
us
you
three, just-
possible, and he goes like, "No, I'm gonna work for this guy. God, I hate him. I'm gonna punch him in the teeth."
Wait, what? Wait, why are you upset?
Like, he should make it so the least amount of people possible see him, because that's the logical thing to do when you're a wanted fugitive.
Brughild wants to put you in like an outhouse behind the inn and like chain you in.
Hey, hide in
No
plain
in, no way
sight.
out. Listen,
Why the fuck would a traitor captain be working in the big ass opera house?
To be fair, I don't think a Inquisition member has any reason to come to some place like this.
Except they're getting invited
Except to watch the
because they're
show.
important people.
Except they have work all the time.
well, listen, he's gonna be doing
Yeah.
the menial labor. We'll see what
Yeah.
time brings. Maybe this will go tits up pretty quickly. Who knows?
Mostly I hate it because he's the only one who's busy, so we get to leave him alone again, and that's dangerous.
It's dangerous to leave Gareth
Other
alone.
time.
He has
Yeah,
to come
back
home at the
up.
end of the day. You know,
I
he's
do have
done
to
it
come home
before.
at the end of the day.
He has to eat at
By the
some
way, are
point.
we gonna go back to the place that we rested at before? Or are we going to the shit tavern now? Where's home base now? Because we did collect everything from that tavern. The good
That's
tavern.
up to y'all. They'll any place is willing to accept you. Obviously, they're
I'd
different
go back
monies,
to
but
the nice place. Those
Yeah.
guys are
Okay.
I dropped 2 gold on the other place.
well, I guess the scene is yours. If the four of you leave the room, the office of Mercutio, and you're back into the open opera area where you see Matilda be like, left, more left, bring it down, good.
Before I left, Sir Mercutio, where can I get started at?
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, my good man. Just go down to the balcony above and just talk to the small individual there. There's a gnome by the name of Lisa. She'll give you your most recent job. I'm sure she's looking for extra hands.
Appreciated.
And he kind of gives you a little ha-ha salute, and then he immediately goes back to scratching in the inkwell pen.
Okay.
What do you guys do? I think I know. I think I know what Gareth does. So I'm not gonna.
Well, I'll let everyone else go first.
I'm gonna help Valerie go back to the.
Valerie needs to go to bed.
Yeah. Valerie,
Valerie's
it's
been
time
awake
for Valerie to go
24
to bed.
hours. She got like 1 hour of sleep.
From DM to players, this is a representation of from Mercutio to your characters. He was asking like if you had anything that needed to get set up, like if you had props or like special lighting or something, you should tell them ahead of time. Do your characters have requirements like that or weird requests that go along with like your performances?
Azarine probably does, but Valerie is a guitarist, and she's already wearing her
No.
extravagant clothing right now.
No, I don't think so.
Well, like even like at the very least, like how much space do you two usually require?
I need a lot.
Like you need like a 20
I need at
radius,
least, like,
essentially.
Yeah.
Valerie just sits in the corner.
I need to make
Valerie's-
sure that the ceilings are high enough so I'm not accidentally scraping the ceiling with my blade.
Oh, don't worry. It's a big rooms. Valerie is meant to be heard, not seen, apparently.
Oh.
Well, she's seen, but like, if they need to move her away.
she just goes in guitars over like next to the snacks, next to the hors d'oeuvres,
Next to the popcorn.
next to the popcorn. She's like,
Um,
oh, excuse me, I was just playing over here next to the wine.
She
I
knows how to play with one hand.
That's
I
terrifying.
probably do a test run. Like, just, like, think of, like, my widest hitting moves, and I probably, like, execute just to see if I'll have enough space. And then I'm like, okay, I need this much space.
Okay, is that something that's like for the rest of the day you're going to be doing? That sounds like something that would be a good idea to just be like, for the rest of the day, I'm going to.
Probably rehearsing, yeah, I'll just
Yeah,
rehearse.
just like,
for a
are
I'll
you
while.
stay
gonna
with
reverse?
I'll stay with Azrin. Although someone should really go put Valerie in bed. I guess I'll go.
I still have to hang out with Azarine. Azarine's kind of like babysitting me right now.
I
So
was
I'm,
gonna
like,
say I could like bring
haphazard.
you.
Just
I could
sit
bring
here.
you back to the inn and then come back and take notes on like Azarine's performance and go bring that to Mercutio and just be like, all right, we're gonna need that much space. We're gonna need props for this and this and that, and we need this.
I imagine
I'm all about it.
Azarine is dancing and stuff, and Valerie is like haphazardly like practicing and playing along, and then all of a sudden you just hear a really fucking ugly note.
Just the horrible prangs. I hope y'all don't mind, but I'm just gonna say like, yeah, that happens. Like that, we do that. Like Azarine gets out onto the
Yeah,
open balcony area and it's the large ballroom, and she starts going through her sets one at a time. Azarine, you get a point of inspiration. For both RPing your character, but also to represent I am practicing my set, and if you feel you want to re-roll your performance later at this opera, you have a point of inspiration to spend it on if you so desire. I'd rather do that than I'd rather give you the point of inspiration, because that way if you roll well, then you can save it for another time, because it's also a half reward for just RPing what your characters do over the next 2 days while they have downtime. All this is really just an RP thing anyway, which should have its own benefits unto itself. So yeah,
She also hesitantly tests the sound carry. Like she probably like says something like "echo" just to see
Sure.
like how far her voice will carry.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you also have a lyre as well, an LYRE.
Yeah.
So you can use that to also like test for Valerie's
Yeah.
sake. And between those two, then it's quite the. I mean, this is an opera house. This is an art house. It's specifically designed for this. It's probably the finest acoustics you've ever experienced.
I'm tempted,
Brookhill sits
but
in
I
one of
won't.
the big fancy chairs and she just scribbles notes. You know, she's a manager now, so she doesn't have to pretend that she's working.
Brookhill,
Yeah.
go as far back as you possibly can go and see if you can hear me still.
Ugh, fine.
Every now and then, like someone.
Embarrass yourself. I could just strum my guitar.
Are you in the
I mean,
ballroom
I
or are you
have-
in the opera? Are you on the stage?
I'm with
Uh,
Azarine on the
Sure.
stage.
On the stage? That's fine. There's no problem.
Brookhill
This
was
is a
running
test.
around
I
doing
mean,
the
I've
sound
got my
checks.
lyre.
Brookhild, is this something you're actually applying yourself to this?
Ish.
Ish? Okay.
50%.
Just you're putting in some effort though. It is like, I mean, you
Yeah.
have managed things before, so I actually think that this isn't like out of your comfort zone necessarily. It's not like I'm putting up an act to look like the manager. It's like, no, you really could do that if you wanted to.
She's not much of a musician, but you know the show, like you know the
You can
panache,
hear noise.
you know
It's
the
good.
Well, that's fine. You know, I was just wondering.
stuff she's used to.
Stuff she's used to. That's fine. Well, I was just gonna say that maybe you deserve a point of inspiration as well for RPing your character, helping the rest of the people kind of acclimate to the society. I think that it's you attempting to be the middleman between the two is a literal.
I suppose she should. I suppose she could do that. Like show them, like no, like you should hold yourself more like the nobles and whatever. Like no, this isn't gonna work.
Yeah, you're the
More
bridge between
sequins
these
in the
two
costumes.
worlds. And that's totally fine. I mean, Mercutio comes down every now and then just to kind of like check to me. Everyone good? You fine? Excellent? Wonderful? We're doing good? Water? No? Excellent. Bye. And goes back up to his office, essentially.
Shoots Mercutio like a finger gun and strums her guitar.
And she almost falls over. But yeah, why don't you two, just for the sake of it, roll some performance checks for me as you go through your general practice. Though the three of you all get a point of inspiration just for the sake
Holy
of
crap.
practicing to begin with.
Oh my god.
That's terrible. Valerie just like basically just bring and then collapses face first onto the stage. And Matilda turns around to us and goes, "Oh, this is no good."
Valerie, where are your monarchs?
I'll be fine in a day, I promise.
Just let her have a good night's sleep. She'll be okay.
But yeah, all three of you add a point of inspiration to your sheets for fulfilling yourselves, your characters. Gareth is going to have the reward in the form of monetary reward, so there's no inspiration, fortunately.
Fair
Not yet.
enough.
Inspiration for lifting boxes.
Inspiration for lifting boxes. No, but we're kind of jumping back and forth over the course of the next few hours. You're kind of like throwing your chakrams to kind of like just go through your dance, or you're playing your guitar to kind of test the acoustics. And Brookhild is kind of like going back and forth and kind of just like noting all the exits and kind of like, okay, is this kind of what level are we, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, what level we're like at a 7, a 6? All right, maybe I'm like a 5. We can do that. All right, just kind of like figuring out like where we are at and being a real manager for the most part. And Gareth is just gonna go and roll a general athletics check for me to see how
Yeah, I
useful
got you,
he
boss.
is. Yeah, you approach Lisa and she gives you a few quick jobs. She's kind of like, all right, wait, move the timbers over there. We got to get this curtain up before the end of the night.
Aye.
And you're like, aha, and lift it up. And she's like, well, I met with one other person, but never mind. Down the stairs with this giant timber over your shoulder. But yeah, you basically helped assemble the stage over the course of the next 12 hours or so. You see this open air opera house kind of get filled with red velvets and curtains, and people are like pulling up, like hoisting up Gareth helped for this especially. You were like at the front pulling on a huge chain as you're lifting up like a chandelier up to the center of the ceiling of the opera house as well. And you kind of like tie that off and make sure it's all kept nice and safe. But you've learned a lot about chandelier and winches over the past few hours. And at the end of the day, you get paid your 20 gold, Gareth.
So I can just add that right now?
Yep, totally. You go to Lisa and you kind of like, wipe the sweat off your brow, and she hands you 20 gold pieces and puts it in your hand and just goes, good work today. Looking forward to your call back tomorrow.
My thanks.
And
I'll be here in the morning.
Yeah, make it around 8 o'clock.
Aye.
And
he's done.
The day ends. It's 5 o'clock, and whoever is willing to stay and continue to practice, that's up to them. But I'm afraid I have no reward for you as a DM. If it's what your character would do, that's fine. But you have your inspirational points for practicing ahead of time, or your money.
I must return to my
leaving.
stead.
Someone needs to
Valerie,
go to bed.
let's go to bed. We're going back. We're leaving. Bye.
Bedtime.
Valerie.
Can Valerie even?
Valerie on a
walk in straight
stretcher.
line? What?
Valerie's on a stretcher.
I'm just fucking. I just have him just over my shoulder. And I'm just walking.
You carry Valerie. You walk back through the city streets after
I
leaving for
have
the
her
day.
guitar. I'm taking
like
that.
a fucking sack of flour.
Like
I'll
a sack
take-
of fucking flour.
I'll take the guitar.
You assemble yourselves back at the local inn, and the dwarf at the front gate just goes, "Whoop! I didn't expect to see you back here again. I thought you were going for good."
Change of plans.
Unexpected change of plans.
Right. Well, another night's gonna be another 5 gold each. Unless you're performing again.
This one will
I
not
could.
be.
I can.
You should take a break. You're gonna need all of your energy in the next days. You've been rehearsing all day. Come on, go to bed. You don't want to end up like her.
Oh,
She
I
points to
suppose.
Valerie's
I
corpse.
hand him the 5 gold.
Oh,
So
I'm actually DM made a mistake. It's only 4 gold each,
Oh, good. Okay, so it's
which saves you
I
4
give-
gold. But it's
Right.
So it's
I
gonna
give
be
my 4.
you give your 4 from everybody, unless you're doubling up in rooms.
I guess I'll double up with Valerie.
Okay, brings it down to just 12 gold.
Nope, I'm paying for my own room.
Yep.
So that's
Right.
12 gold
Valerie
total.
and I will share.
4, and then 2 and 2.
Someone's gotta.
That's really funny. There's those two who are like, "Oh my god, let's have a sleepover," and the other two are like, "I don't even want to look at you."
You don't
Well,
exist
I
in
don't
the
think
Android
the other
ecosystem.
one can even mentally object.
That is true.
Hmm.
Valerie wakes up in the middle of the morning and is like, wow, how did I even get... Oh my god, Azrain's just in the bed with her. You go back to... Yeah, you kind of go... You go the fuck to sleep. I think that I'm going to have a Constitution saving throw for Valerie,
Uh-oh.
who went hard the night before and then also was like, I'm going to practice all day
What?
anyway.
The caboose do.
What does the caboose
It
do?
does shit.
The caboose beat a 10.
Which is what it was needed.
Which is all that's really needed in this case. You do, like, I'm going to fast forward for the sake of, from Valerie's point of view, Valerie, pring, on the opera house, and then slowly began to tilt forward as the floor, like, raced up to meet her, and now it's just morning. And her eyes are just open, and she's looking up at a ceiling, and there's just like a spinning fan in the corner. The window is open, breeze is coming in.
I have breakfast for her.
Everyone else has already been awake for, like, the past few hours. I think Gareth's probably at work.
Yeah, Gareth's at work.
Valerie,
We're a
sits
real
up in
family
bed.
now. No, Brooke will still
I
asleep.
brought
She
you-
sits up in
I
bed
brought you
and she
eggs.
looks at her own hand and she's like, "Am I even real anymore?"
I think so. I have eggs and toast, and I think bacon.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
took-
you. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy this.
Yeah, take your time. Do you need like juice, water?
Please.
I run downstairs and grab some juice and come back up.
It's so she does. I don't know
Yep.
if the DM needs to
And
confirm this or anything, but
I have juice. I give it to Valerie.
somewhere a chainsaw is going off. Why doesn't
Pathetic.
Brughild and Gareth? Never mind. Not you.
Hmm?
The one that's awake can roll a perception check for me.
Me?
Yeah, you. You.
I'm not in the inn though. But
No,
alright.
we rewind to about maybe 7:30 in the morning. You're wearing some normal attire clothing. There's no reason to bring your sword for the most part. Maybe a short sword, but they prefer if you didn't bring
He has
weapons.
one of his mini.
One of your many short swords, you know, and you're okay with, or maybe you're not, but they're gonna be like, okay, everyone who brought swords, you have to leave them at the door. It's like the umbrella holder, essentially.
Okay.
But you,
But way more dangerous.
but way more dangerous. So you're walking down the streets, you have your pack over your shoulder, your lunch, you're wearing your cloak, and you maybe have the hood up. It's a bit of a rainy day this afternoon, so it's not too out of place, and you're just kind of trying to hide your features. But you do see a few Inquisitors that kind of walk back and forth, maybe a few more than the day before, and they are just kind of giving this cursory, kind of obligated look around the streets, and maybe are they looking for you? How can you tell?
No.
But it is just this understanding of, like, there's always this omnipresent feeling of the Inquisition that maybe you weren't always, that you didn't have the same feeling like before. Just this feeling of seeing your brothers in arms, but it's like, but I must hide from them. It's just maybe a new sensation. But also with the 16 perception, you see that the Kaiser is once again back in port, and it has seemingly dropped its anchor. You see several other smaller ships that surround it that are also of that paddle boat style, that steamship kind of paddle boat style. And they are doing a lot of the moving and ferrying around of stuff. It seems like the Kaiser just kind of has this mothership-like approach. And you even notice that a few of the ships that are these wheeled kind of like designs, the steamships, they are actually able to just approach the back of the Kaiser, and they just like go up a ramp, just kind of slide right up into the belly of the Kaiser. And you see a few like officers on these as well as you walk across the smaller bridges across the smaller waterways. But yeah, everything kind of seems to be back in port, but you're also noticing just a few more Inquisition officers here. Do you bother? Are you the kind of person who likes to check out the news in the morning, or do you just kind of like, yeah, fuck it? The town crier.
He'll glance.
Do you pay for? This is a legitimate question. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. You can either get the town crier for free, who's just going to yell the news to you, or you can pay for like a newspaper, who will probably be a little bit more detailed on things.
How much for a newspaper?
It's a couple silver here. It
Fuck
varies. All right, you pick up a newspaper. A small boy hands you a roll.
Many thanks.
All right, mark down 2 silver. You open it up, and it talks about Otto von Balthazar and the rest of his command arrive in Queen's Landing, and details the Inquisition kind of going and picking up the fellow that you formerly had as your commander, Otto von Balthazar, the legendary Inquisitor himself, the Master Inquisitor, the finest of the fine, who has been laid low at Fort Dolahan. And there's a little bit of a like, how could a famous commander like this let the Fort Dolahan encampment fall into the sway of darker forces? There's been calls and wonderings if perhaps he is quite indeed the right person for the job of the Inquisition upon Winthrop. And a few other kind of question marks and stuff like that. There's Doman, Shipmaster Doman. There's a few quotes from him saying like, no, he's the finest of our fine. We need to be able to pay him the respect that he deserves, and I'm sure that we'll have our various inquiries, and I am sure that they will turn up quite well in his regard, despite the treachery within his ranks. It is quite the betrayal to him and to the things that he stands for. So there's a little bit of reference to you, but it's not name by name.
Oh, okay.
There's been no sign of the Dark-Eyed Prince or his army that laid Fort Dolahan low those many weeks ago.
Interesting. Any other news of note?
Just that there's going to be a lovely, beautiful play and a lovely, beautiful opera extravaganza in a couple of days, hosted by the local Queen's Landing, the Umbridge Opera House. And that is going to have a lot of people. It's advertising like, the shipmaster's going to be there, and it seems like this is a newspaper. People who can afford the newspaper are inherently like the kind of more upper middle class and upper class in general, and that's the kind of advertisement. It's like, perhaps you too could join at the door. The tickets are quite expensive, but perhaps you could mingle with the finest of the fine. Like the Opera House is kind of trying to play this up as a little bit of an ad.
Right. I gotcha.
Yeah, but it's so that's kind of what you get for what there is to see. Oh, the Inquisition's doing great, by the way. Another seizing of illicit diamonds and rubies that are going to be used in various rituals and other weaponry has been seized at the border between Windthrow and the City of Lights. So business as usual for the Inquisition.
Yep, okay.
But you go to work. You're going to roll athletics check for me, and you're going to do your
You
job.
got it, boss. Damn it.
That's not bad. It's a tough day. What do the rest of you three do while you are currently doing? This is your down day. This is your one freebie day, and you are free to do with it as you please. It's essentially just a downtime day. If you wanted to add it into your maybe I want to learn a new skill or something, then I'm cool with that. But you just let me know what you do with the day.
Costume.
Costume.
I want to see if I can
It's another free day.
I want to get a fancy glittery costume if I can.
Are you going to try and request that from the opera house, or are you going to pay money to have that made for you?
Let's see how much it would cost for me to get one.
That's a real thing in real 5th edition. Let me get back to you on that one. Clothes, fine. 15 gold pieces.
15?
15 gold pieces for a set of clothing designed specifically to be expensive and to show it, including fancy, tailored clothes in whatever fashion happens to be the current style of the courts or the nobles. Precious metals and gems may be worked into it, something to catch the eye and draw attention. It's up to you if you want to spend 15 gold pieces to do it. Maybe you might be able to get it from the opera house. Who knows?
Because I'm looking at one that says clothes, costume, 5 gold.
Oh, well, that's different then. I was looking at fine clothes. If you want a costume gold, then that's fine as well. It's just a different situation.
Yeah. Here, I'm linking it in
No,
the
I believe
Discord.
it. You don't need to
Alright.
prove it. It's just a question of which
Okay.
they do different things. One's a costume and one's fine clothes. So which do you want to, what air do you want to give off?
Very glittery, sparkly, every movement I make causes me to sparkle.
Well, all right. I guess the
You know
question
those
is unmasking.
jumpsuits
Is
back in the 90s.
we're disco fever right here.
Covered in Swarovski crystals.
No, I understand. You want to.
Rihanna.
You're here to entertain. To
Like Lady
be
Gaga.
to be watched as entertainment. You are not here to mingle or to influence. You are here to be watched. And that's kind of what the difference is. As fine clothes is for influencing people, and costume clothes is for just drawing the attention. So that's fine. If you want to spend 5 gold pieces, you might be able to buy your own, or alternatively, maybe you can get something like that from the opera house. Your choice.
I'll buy my own because I'll be able to use it.
Valerie is still wearing that heavily embroidered dress from Kira's, hoping it's enough.
One can hope.
That metal reflects off everything, so.
We should get matching outfits. Or complimentary.
I was just going to roll with this. What did you have in mind?
Well. And she holds up her costume.
We hard cut.
If anyone's seen Frozen 2.
Oh my, yeah, it's all light, it's horrifying blue and crystals, and they're not real crystals, they're just shiny rocks essentially. But it's just all glittery nonsense from head to toe. It's like a peacock.
Valerie,
it's like an
stares
elegant.
at Azarine and blinks, and then blinks again and narrows her eyes.
It's like rainbows are cast on the ground because of all the little jewel crystal thingies. Too much?
Damn, how much are you gonna pay for that?
Definitely out of
They're
my
not real.
norm, but
No.
I wouldn't mind accommodating.
Definitely something less flashy for you because it doesn't seem like your style, if that's okay.
I agree.
And we get a complimentary outfit that is less flashy, but just as comfortable, but goes with
I assume
Azrine's
it's
dress.
literally just the same little crystal dress, just black. It's just obsidian.
Tell you what, for Azarine, mark down your 5 gold pieces for this costume.
Yep.
And for Valerie, mark down 4 gold pieces for the costume because it's slightly less flashy.
She's just wearing black rocks.
This is black rock. I mean, it's the equivalent. It's the medieval equivalent of costume jewelry. It's like cut salts and stuff. It's not like glass. It's not like real crystals or anything like that. It's just shiny stones and a few things. A few of these are just beads essentially that are they're reflective, but they're not necessarily they're not precious
the
metals.
cheap-ass quartz you can find in like your
Yeah.
driveway is shiny, but
Someone-
it's still worth nothing.
Yeah, someone busted open like a geode, and it's just a bunch of those. Like, it's nothing crazy expensive. It's what you can get for 5 gold pieces. I mean, it's as expensive as 5 gold is. But it's still nice. It's a costume. It's not like something you'd wear to a party. It's something that you wear to be an entertainer, like as what you guys are doing. And that's totally fine. It's what you guys want for the occasion. Is that all you guys do with your day? I think that takes up about half your day is getting these costumes.
I've got fancy clothes already. I don't.
Brooke wakes up at
those.
12 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe later.
That's a normal hour. And she just does her hair, I guess. Like, wait, is it? It's not today, is it?
No, it's tomorrow.
All right. Fuck off. Don't care.
Back to bed.
She's just. I guess she's chilling. She might.
Is it back to bed,
borrow
or-
some of her books actually?
Oh yes, your books. Why don't you roll an Arcana check for me?
Yeah, just put on her glasses and.
That's pretty
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
Have you been keeping track of the days?
2.
2? Okay, well, add.
3. Fuck, I don't
2
remember
so
because
far,
the-
and we were given 3 by the time we.
Okay, well then add another to that list.
All right.
Is there? The day draws to a close. I think Azrine and Valerie probably return back and do some minor practicing just to make sure they're all loosey goosey and familiar with the abode.
I posted a picture in group chat.
Oh my god, yes.
But it's too powerful.
It's too powerful for group chat. It hasn't even loaded yet. We are set up for the next day, I guess, if anybody has any interrupt that they want to do.
Anything that Garrett did the first roll. Does he have to do anything else?
No, I'm just gonna make you do the one check. It's a
Okay,
slower
so-
day for you. You're not as impressively lifting up timber by yourself. You have to
Right.
like share the load with other people, like an average person. You're working with several humans and elves, and a couple of like tieflings here or there. But for the most part, it's just like humans are the major demographic on Winthrow at large, but also here. So
And then I get paid my 20.
Yep, you get paid your 20 at the end of the day. You're given
Cool.
your amount. It's a very nice stage that's been built, but at this point, Gareth, you're also privy to the stage is the less used part for this event. There's lots of tables laid out, and you can see cooks like furiously making food in the other room, and a lot of most of the parties expected to take place in the foyer and in the large ballroom, actually, for the most part. And the opera will be used only intermittently if it's required. It's not like a true. The main event is not an opera or a performance. It's this party that's being hosted at the opera.
I see.
And you see a few individuals who are there ahead of time just to kind of like scope out the area. You do see a couple of Inquisition officers who are in their off-duty hour stuff, some basic well-tailored things, but they seem to be kind of just checking ahead of time to make sure it's safe for the shipmaster. And you're just wearing your kind of normal, basic, regular clothes. Would it be remiss of me not to have you roll a performance or something? I mean, roll a stealth or a performance or a deception check or a persuasion, like one of those four.
Hold on, I gotta look at.
Whichever you're best at, with advantage as well, because you are indeed.
I'm
not-
working.
Yeah, you're working. You're not really being seen. You're kind of blending in with a. Yeah, with a 14, you're kind of like just blending in with the rest of everybody else that's working around here. You're just another face in the mob, and you kind of like keep your head down, and maybe it's a little bit stressful at first, but they're not looking for you. They're here for other business.
And that's honestly the main reason why Garrett was doing this, because he knew that he could have just stayed in the inn the entire time.
Honestly,
And
these people might not even know about you. Like, these guys look really high ranking to the point where like they're not bothered with the little people. Like someone else will take care of finding those fugitives. It's my job to more worry about other things. So they might not even know. But yeah, they're kind of like are pointing at windows and stuff like that. Kind of be like, all right, no sigils or anything? Okay, wonderful, excellent. Carry on. Good show. Nice to meet you. Mercutio's kind of like, oh yeah, lovely. Nice to meet you as well, huh? Oh my goodness, he turns around and leans on him. Oh my goodness. You sir, Kelmu.
yeah, yes.
Before you go, I just wanted to tell you, thank you for helping out with the individuals here. I wanted to give you a short little something. He hands you 5 gold pieces just for helping out.
Oh, many thanks.
This is also for helping me get everything together with your friends as well. I trust there'll be a fantastic performance, and I just wanted to make sure that they'll be arriving on time tomorrow, perhaps even early. There are quite many things to deal with, and in fact,
I'll let them know to come in early. How early would you like?
preferably at dawn if possible.
Understood.
Thank you indeed. Ahead of time, indeed, it's going to be a stressful day for me and the rest of everyone else. Good day, sir.
Good day. My apologies, but are you not in? It's not my position to pry, but you didn't seem too comfortable with the officers.
Oh, my goodness, my big man, please forgive me. It is simply just I'm trying to put on the finest show as possible, as is befitting of a man who is responsible for running the opera. It is my opportunity to give them a wonderful entertainment and a fantastic night to remember, and I simply want to do my best to do so. But I must admit, it is quite the taxing endeavor that I have brought upon myself, but someone must do it.
Mm.
And if it not I, who else?
Yeah. Okay. Like, well, I just some tea could might help ease at nights. My apologies. I shouldn't have.
Oh, no, it's fine, my good
intruded.
man. Indeed, a fine suggestion. I'll be sure to pick up some at the local market before I descend back to my abode.
Well then, at dawn.
At dawn. Haha. My goodness. Farewell then.
Yeah, and Garrett, he just turns and goes, I don't know what he was expecting to get out of that, but I don't know.
A boyfriend.
Shut up!
Oh.
See how flustered that made him,
Oh.
Anyways,
Dickens.
Like
so-
Mercutio, kind of quirky.
Listen, some people like the entertainment kind. The show busy, the theatrical kids.
What is Mercutio? Is he human? Is he tiefling? What is
Oh,
he?
he's an elf.
He's an elf. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
everyone likes the elves.
He's an individual. He's just a
Shut
he's
up.
tall,
Yell.
tall, slim, pointy ears, swept back
Mhm.
hair, very obviously held back by some kind of wax or
so
gel.
a twink.
A
I see.
twink, if you will. He has a big bushy mustache that's kind of up curled, like a very, very
Oh.
like waxed and drawn to very fine, thin pencil thin mustache tips.
Hmm.
He looks.
He
very
seems like the
handsome.
version of Copperbell that Copperbell doesn't like.
You're probably correct. This is like anti-Copperbell. But he looks very playwright, fashionable, very Renaissance era individual. He's got very flamboyant colors. He was wearing like a magenta striped shirt with puffy sleeves.
I love him.
Yeah, so he's very he's probably quite fashionable and also exceedingly gay.
Yeah.
But you can't
Wink
really
walk
tell.
there.
Can't tell with a look. That'd be very rude. That'd be very incorrect. But anyway, do you return home?
Yeah, Gareth is gonna make his way home.
All
or
right.
to the inn, not home, but...
Yes. What did the other three of you do with your day? Brookehild kind
Well,
of did some
Yeah,
research.
Brooke's just having a self-care day, honestly. She's just like, okay.
I think Valerie's forced to have a self-care day.
though.
Valerie's
It's,
changed.
Shopping
She's
day
like-
with
she's
Valerie,
under
and then
supervision.
relaxing. And she's enjoying a nice cup of tea downstairs with all of her friends,
Sounds lovely. You
like
get
like the cutie she is.
there's a late afternoon and evening of minor revelry. There is no play tonight or any kind of performance by the two bards, and this is not a raucous tavern. I think we've already established before that the only reason there were so many people enjoying a lovely night like that was because the people were playing. Normally, this is just a standard inn with just a few people who come in for dinner, but it's not like, oh, I'm a hardened adventurer coming in off the salty ocean. It's like people come in who are like, yes, let me bring my wife for like a dinner,
My
like a
wife.
normal.
it's like medieval Waffle House.
Yeah, it's a very average, very up and coming sort of like you're in an upper class district, like a middle upper class district. It's
Alright,
not
fine,
like
Applebee's.
yeah, it's an Applebee's.
Oh, Christ, that's not...
I don't fucking know. I've never seen an Applebee's.
Please.
Applebee's is like the fucking... Where you get fucking...
This is a
Fight break out at
99's.
Applebee's.
This is a 99's restaurant. And the dwarf has just served you some basic teas. That is not an unknowable request. He is very familiar with ISTs. I have many to choose. The day goes uneventfully. I have no reason to mince meat. We are going to simply continue forward with the narration, unless anybody wants to interrupt
I
me.
will... Well, of course, when Gareth returns,
Mhm.
as we're kind of all done, he will make mention, Mercutio expects all of us to be there at the break of dawn.
Oh,
Ugh,
okay.
Right.
Mhm.
fine.
Good night's sleep tonight then.
Yes, I would recommend turning in early.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Valerie stands up immediately.
Yeah.
It is 4 o'clock. It's my bedtime.
Well, actually, as you start going up, like everyone kind of goes like their own thing. I'm assuming. Gareth was like, you were interested in buying weapons, right, Valerie?
I was actually going to ask you about the short swords you've been collecting lately.
Yeah.
I want to borrow 2 if it's no trouble.
Yeah, no. Borrow, or do you just want? I can just.
I want them.
What let me think. They're pretty good. I'll give them to you for 15 gold.
Absolutely.
A voice in the distance heckles, "Yeah, greedy bastard!"
Bitch, that is 5 off of like normal value.
She's saving
She also
her
bought
ass like
2.
every other day.
She also bought 2 of them, so.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good deal. Great. Is that not a good deal?
That is a good deal for short swords, especially these. They're high, they're well made. And also it's, you know, you guys are forced together by fate, and this is the beginning burgeonings of business. Is sometimes the better forming of friendship than ties that bind further down the line.
Well, Gareth goes into his quarters and comes back out with 2 short swords, each in their own scabbard.
Also, Valor can always just say no. if she
You
didn't
could
want
just
to.
say no. I don't want to buy it. Yeah, but he brings out the 2 short swords in addition to the one that's already on his hip. He had 3.
I don't know where he got all these short swords. As the
I know.
DM, I don't remember where he got all these short
I
Everywhere.
said
swords.
this man isn't even Zoro anymore. He's Killer Bee. He has so many swords. He's using all of them.
Oh, dear.
General Grievous.
This week I find an addition to my collection. And yeah, no, he just hands you the 2 of them. And did you want bolts as well? I don't. Mine broke months ago. I just been holding on to these bolts.
Oh, that would be wonderful, actually.
Yeah, okay. Pop another gold, I guess. I don't. You know what? Just here, and he just gives you the. He gives you 18 bolts, and it's like, now you just owe me a favor. How's that? Just you know.
Sure, whatever you think of down the line.
Okay.
Getting the shit out of his inventory is the best favor you can give Gareth Duran. Don't let him fool you. All right, cool. Yeah, Valerie.
I'm going to bed now.
Valerie, are you? Should we? As everyone goes gently to sleep, does Valerie dream of a dual wielding tutorial that you and I should have?
Yes.
Okay. If you make an attack with a light weapon, you are allowed to use your bonus action to make a second attack with another light weapon. However, that second weapon does not get to add your dexterity bonus to the damage.
Right, because it's my offhand.
Because it's your offhand. There are exceptions to that rule, like Azarine her class allows her to add full to both all the time, and she's very dueling centric.
He's a blade dancer, and I'm not.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to do a
You're
quick
just a regular
quick rundown. But with
just a regular dancer.
any light weapon, short swords do piercing damage. I don't know if you're putting it manually or just dragging it out of the compendium, whichever you prefer. So yeah, if you use your bonus action to, it's just, remember that it uses your bonus action just because it's very easy for us to be like, haha, attack, and now healing word. And it's
How do
like,
I
well,
actually remove my modifier from a specific piece of gear?
you would just need to bring 2 short swords in, and then we can just change the second short sword, and you just have to say like in parentheses,
0?
like short sword offhand. Yeah, I think there's like a check mark, and you uncheck, like add your dexterity modifier or something.
Gotcha.
So you might just have 2 swords, or alternatively, you might even be able to have the one short sword have 2 rules built into it, where the second one does not add, but the first one does. But that's up to you. That's kind of your own business if you want to macro it. I like to get noodly with the Roll20 macros. I'm a motherfucker like that. Me and Blondie are both we like to enjoy the programming side of it. But if
I don't have the time, I'll just quick math it.
Whatever works best for you. Yeah, just remember that the second one is just it's bonus damage, but it's not without the no dexterity, but it's still to hit. Still to hit, you add your dexterity bonus. Don't forget that. Accuracy is still calculated with your dexterity.
Oh, it is?
Yes, accuracy is still
I
your
thought it
add your
wasn't.
dexterity. Am I
thought
wrong?
that was the thing with dual wielding.
Well, you don't add
that
your.
you
I
don't
know
add
you
to-
don't add your damage, but to the accuracy, I think you still do.
I thought it was the opposite.
It's definitely not the opposite. I know that you don't add your dexterity attack bonus to the damage.
I believe.
I don't think I do that to my regular attacks anyway. Like I just
I don't know. I don't think you get to the accuracy either. Actually, I don't know.
Two weapon
Yeah, you need the
fighting.
feet.
The feet.
Do I? Do you?
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. Let's see here. Two weapon fighting. When you take the attack action and attack with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon that you're holding in the other hand. You don't add your ability modifier to the damage of the bonus attack unless the modifier is negative. That does not make any mention about accuracy, and so I'm going to rule that you add your dexterity to the second attack action. Just not the
so
damage.
that means my first short sword is 1d6 plus 2, and the other one is 1d6.
And when you're
Nice.
calculating to
Well,
hit,
that's simple.
when you're rolling that 1d20 to see if you hit, just make sure that you do indeed add your dexterity to hit. And are you proficient in short swords as a bard?
Yeah, yep, they're light weapons.
Kenny Jim has given me a confirmation in the chat. I don't know if I'm delayed or not. Perhaps I'm about to read off the rules of the two-handed weapon fighting for them, and they will just have to feel my confirmation in the future. Cool. You dream about that. If this was a video game, the dream sequence of tutorial fighting with two weapons is done in Valerie's sleep. We wake up the next day at the crack of dawn. The four of you rouse yourselves awake one way or another, and by one way or another, I mean Gareth wakes up at the crack of dawn and then wakes everyone else up, sometimes forcibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brookhild gets dragged out of bed by whoever the fuck manages to
Brookhild wakes up
not.
in the middle of the street on a nice morning, misty day, over the shoulder of Gareth Duran. Do you guys take your stuff with you, or do you leave it in the inn?
Gareth
plan to come
takes his
back.
stuff
Is the intention for you guys to leave like as soon as this is over?
as soon as we get paid.
Yeah, just to outie, ollie outie it.
Yep.
Makes sense to
Yep.
me.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I guess somebody brought Brookhild's stuff. Apparently, she's still asleep.
Roll Constitution saving throw to see if you're still asleep. You have to beat a 15.
Oh my god.
You're a dwarf. It's possible.
It's gonna get gradually more
Nope,
hard.
I'm still asleep.
You're still asleep. You wake up definitely at like it's like 5:10 in the morning, and you're just like opening up your eyes, and you just see stars, and you're outside, and you're like, what happened?
What?
Oh, thank goodness you're finally awake. And Gareth he doesn't drop you, but he does just like pick you up off of his shoulder and just plants you on the ground.
What?
I said dawn, and you weren't waking up.
So he picked you up.
That's horrible and rude. She places her cloak and her clothes back on, and she's just like,
It's also rude to miss our deadline.
"Look, I'm just a manager, okay? I could have stayed home."
Well, no.
You could have stayed home if you didn't declare yourself the manager, but since you declared yourself to be affiliated in a professional capacity,
She steps on his foot. She's like,
he doesn't feel like he's wearing his fucking boots.
"I know, but it's the emotion, you know. It's
I know.
You take 1 point of psychic damage.
Damn.
If you guys hurry, you'll get there on time still.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
go.
fine.
Go, go, go.
The
She
four of you.
slaps her cheeks and she massages her face back awake. She's
Sure.
like,
Brookhild, when you do that, you actually notice, like, you look at your hands and, like, makeup comes off on your hands, and it looks actually like Azarine did your makeup while you were asleep.
she tries to clean it up, just like
Uh,
she looks to Valerie. She's like, "Do I look okay? Is my makeup running?"
Valerie, do you tell her the
No.
truth, or do you lie to her?
Wait, what's the truth?
Oh, well, here, I'll text you.
Oh no.
There we go. I've told you the undiscernible truth.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Valerie shoots Brookhilde like a strange expression and then says, "It's fine."
All right, that means I look fucking horrendous. Thank you.
And
she,
the four of you continue down the streets.
she keeps swearing under her breath, and she's like, "First he ruins my life, and then he ruins my makeup." And she disguises herself her makeup back to its decent state.
Valerie is like, she has her hand over her mouth and she's like shaking to not start laughing.
The four of you get to the
Comprehend.
Opera House front gates. There's 2 guards already present, the same from before. At this point, they are old hats with you. The one is Tom, the other is Robert. And they are more than happy to just open the doors for you as you come careening through.
Morning, Rob.
Morning, Kalmu.
Dressing rooms, because I definitely did not put my outfit on first.
Oh, back room on the far right. Oh, they're already gone. Well,
Thank you.
oh, that's all right. I'll see Kalmu for coffee later.
Mm.
Mr. Intern. Now, as of course, as local manager, Brughild feels obligated to go inform Mercutio of the troops' arrival. So, I guess I know where that is, right?
Sure. You ascended the stairs one at a time. Back up to the top where you see Mercutio in his little area. He's like furiously writing the final. You see him actually just. He is collapsed. He is asleep, face down on his desk, hair a complete fucking mess.
Gareth just goes, oh wait, is Gareth with them or is Gareth
I don't know. I went to see Mercutio. If you followed me, that's
Gray?
You are free to do it as you please. Where do you want to be? There's no obligation one way or the other. Your job is done. Oh, your job is not done.
My
Okay.
job's not done.
You go to the back room where you find Lisa and Matilda who are
Oh, okay,
trying
so I'm not at Mercutio. Okay.
It's your choice. Unless you want to follow Brughild just for the sake of it, that's fine.
Yeah, I you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I'll just for and Gareth is kind of just like as he collapses, Gareth just kind of picks him up by the wrist. He's like, all right, let's just go find Lisa, I suppose.
Lisa.
That's the gnome's name, right?
No,
I'm
I
saying-
know, but Brughild doesn't know.
Oh,
She's not
sorry.
paying attention.
Right. Another one of the managers. It's
All right.
well, don't you?
Sure.
What do you even?
Look, I was busy.
Garrett just is just gonna take him because I don't know where I should take him. Actually, who I would know because I've been here for 3 days is Lisa or is the golem or the Goliath God golem Christ. Who is higher in position? Who's closer to Mercutio's like kind of
Oh, Matilda, the Goliath.
Goliath? Yep. Yeah, he's gonna
Well,
take.
It's probably not hard to find.
No, probably not. He just kind of like as he's just having like the elf's like arm around his like neck and shoulders. He's kind of just like leans out and just calls over Matilda. He's like, Matilda. He's fallen. He's passed out again.
He's passed out again. Deep within the confines of the Opera House, back behind the stage, is a few smaller rooms and a hallway where there is Matilda with standing behind Azarine and Valerie, who are looking into large mirrors with several candles lit around them. This room is filled with lamps to make up for the fact that electricity hasn't been invented yet. And Matilda is just going, "You look fine, darlings. The two of you look marvelous. You're gonna be great." I'm coming!
Oh.
I'll be right back. And Matilda steps up and goes...
Is
Goes-
she Emir's cousin?
maybe Emir's got some Goliath in her. She leaves the two of you to kind of powder your noses individually the way you see fit. She leaves the makeup kit behind as well, and Matilda... What? Oh my god, fool!
It happened again, Matilda. Also, good morning.
Good morning. I take this man for coffee. 1 second. Picks him up. There you go. You be good now.
All right, I'll go to Lisa, I suppose.
Ah, yes, she is in the parlor room. She is getting ready for the games.
Many thanks. And Gareth just leaves. Short, and to the point. Gareth and Matilda, let's go.
Fantastic. Ah, wait, you, dwarf woman.
Yes.
1 second. She puts Mercutio down on the table like a baby, just right out there. She goes over and with her 2 fingers, she like opens up the safe on the wall. She puts in little 3 digits and she opens it up and she takes out 2 small bags of gold, which are actually very large, substantial bags of gold, but in her hands they're just tiny little bags of rice. And she hands the 2 of them to you and goes, "These are for your performers."
Thank you very much, Matilda.
And she locks that. There's obviously more gold in there for all the workers and stuff like that, and she locks it up and goes back down. Brughild, where do you go?
I suppose it's time to mingle and be a noble.
All right, you descend down to the
Although it
stairs.
is
and-
morning, so I don't think there's much going on.
As people begin to trickle in, there's like the workers and stuff like that, and then there will be a few people who are
I'll
like
check in with Azarin and Valerie first, just to make sure everything's all right, and I don't need to, yell at anyone because something isn't ready or like.
Sure. In a creative way of cutting and editing that I'd love to use for a television show or a movie someday, Brookehild walks down and talks to Valerie and Azarin. You open up the doors and find them inside a dressing room. They seem to be complimenting each other.
Not that you didn't already look beautiful, just there's some little extra about the makeup. I mean, you're beautiful as you are.
She knocks on the wall, just like, just.
Yes.
Is everything okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we're fine.
Do you know how to pull a corseted back?
She heads in. She
Wait,
cracks her
I'm not wearing
knuckles.
a clothes.
Oh no.
With all of her dwarven strength.
I
Take a deep breath.
am.
Roll a strength check, Brookehild.
Oh no.
Roll a
Right.
constitution saving throw, Azarin.
Okay, 21.
You did it.
Tight.
There you go.
Okay.
Valerie backs up. I don't need those things.
Oh, you're the one who picked the dress.
Yeah.
I will wear it without the.
I have your money, by the way. Everything's safe, and she pats her pockets, her
Okay.
heavy, crinkling pockets.
Thank you. I don't have pockets myself, so I don't think I could.
I
Hold it.
figured. I'll give it back to you after the performance.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, suppose it's time to go mingle and play the part of the prissy noble that I am. And she goes and does that.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I seem quite prettied up for playing a guitar.
I mean, this is an opera house. We don't really get that kind of This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity.
I suppose.
I've never performed in quite a large space like this.
Me neither. I've only been in towns with people with so much disrespect you'd might vomit. But we'll do fine.
Yes. I have full confidence in our abilities.
Gareth,
Yes, boss.
you walk into the parlor area. It is adjacent to the ballroom where you find a Lisa with several other workers who are getting together pool tables and other some such games and card deck dealership. It's not a casino, but perhaps they are bending the rules a little bit on what games are allowed here. You approach the woman. She addresses
Good
you.
morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Kalabu. How you doing?
I'm awake, and I'm.
Haha, that's the spirit. Now, we have a few more tables to move and several large pots of stew that are going to be set up by the kitchen in just a few hours. You're going to be ready to do that. After that, you should be fine and done by 11. People are going to begin pouring in around noon.
Understood. I'll get. Do you want the tables or the stew out first?
Preferably the tables, so we can put the stew on top of it.
Oh, right.
Not a
Yeah,
problem.
just lived in Japan.
Gareth turns around and just goes right to the table. He just ends the conversation.
She
20
kind of
strength, 0 int, Garrett.
she shrugs. I'm tired too.
Ugh.
Coffee's in the back. And she goes back to
Gareth gets some
directing
coffee.
some of the servants. Several,
He could use it.
there's some hot
Look,
bean
maybe he's
juice.
just lived in Japan all of his childhood life. No tables.
Yeah.
Sit on the floor. All the
You you go to the back and you see Matilda is nursing coffee into Mercutio's mouth, like back by the.
God,
Gareth is surprised. He's seen this before.
this is usual.
that's the most pretentious sight.
He's like passed out. I warned him. I warned this man. He is a strong individual, but if he keeps this up, he will surely die.
So you're force feeding him coffee?
The only
Yeah.
way to keep him alive.
This man is
Force-feeding
now
him because
90%.
intravenous hasn't been invented yet.
Ugh.
It's the only way he'll be awake by 11 o'clock. The man has written over 350 invitations in 2 hours.
Mm.
That's legitimately impressive.
That's
This is not a lazy noble.
no. I feel I couldn't imagine what the cramping would feel like. Like you're just kind of just like, God, because like holding it like that, like oh fuck.
And it's ink and quill too, so it's not even like the pen.
That's extra fuck.
He has to dip it every like other invitation.
You also have to like pinch coils. Like coils are not ergonomic at all.
Ooh.
His hand is all calluses on his right hand. It's like crazy muscular compared to the other hand.
His hand is as strong as Gareth's, but like
It's only for this one skill. He could pinch your nipple into atoms, but other than that he can't do anything. Other than that he can't do anything.
You could fucking skadoosh you, bro.
Every now and then she kind of like tries to slap him awake, but it'll probably be another 30 minutes before he's finally cognizant. If you don't, I'm gonna simply follow Brookild because she's the next most.
Do you want me to roll athletics or something, or
no? There's no need for that. It's wooden tables that are slid across the table, across the flooring, and you just try not to scratch anything. That's really the hard part of the job. That's really why athletics check is just. It's not really like can you lift it. It's just a question of do you hurt anything along the way or ding the wall or something. And they'd have to dock that from your pay. So I was like, that was the only like, oh, crit fail on athletics. So they dock 2 gold or 5 gold from your pay.
Damn.
But you did fine.
Okay, cool.
And by the end of your little excursion around 11 o'clock, you're given your final payment by Lisa for doing your job. They give you the 20 gold remaining in your sum.
Many thanks.
And she shakes your hand. Pleasure working. Come back anytime.
Alright.
Brookild.
yes.
You are kind of just meandering about the opera house, and it's around noon when a young page boy comes through the front door. He's wearing a foppish hat and a little feather sticking out of the top. He's wearing shorts and he's wearing tights with shorts over them.
Great. I love this fashion.
And you can see that this is who the noble themselves will of course be fashionably late. They send the page ahead of time.
Of course, yes.
And so they approach and look around, and they do their best to look very prissy, but they're like a 14-year-old lad. You can tell if they're hiding like various acne with like powder. And they approach and pick up one of the brochures and kind of like acknowledge you. And why don't you roll a performance check with advantage? The idea of you're fulfilling your noble lineage and acting in the proper ways to make this joint seem fucking classy.
Wow. Okay.
No, it's a 10. You know, that's better than the average human would be in terms of class. That's not bad. They kind of look you up and down.
I guess the nobles aren't here yet, so she's not like.
And you're tired.
She's not immersed.
You're not immersed. Remember, you do have that point of inspiration. You can use at any time. I wouldn't recommend using it now.
Right now.
But just remember that you Gareth might actually have a point of inspiration still. I don't remember if he kept his from last time that he was doing something crazy. But that's between him and him. We'll come back to that another time. Over the next few hours, a few more pages and errand boys and girls and other various lads and lassies and thems come through the door to kind of like pick up brochures and kind of like mingle and say, yes, my lord will be here in but 4 strikes of the clock. And a few carriages eventually begin to pull up to the front, and large black carriages open up their doors.
Snoops around in the meantime to like get a lay of the place and be able to act like she owns it.
Sure, why don't you roll an investigation
just like
check
a cat
for
does,
me? Yeah, just like a cat getting to know your area.
Nope.
Well, I mean, a 5 is still pretty good. You can't critically fail a skill check in this game. There's no like I fumbled and I tripped and broke my nose because I'd made a bad skill check. With a 5, you look around. You know, like you go to the fire exit in the back behind the dressing room and look, and there's just like the alleyway that leads down towards the water and up towards the streets. And you're like, okay, well, no one's coming in here. And you go back to the front door. And you're in the opera house. This just seems like the 5 rooms for the most part. The opera, the parlor room, which is like the game room, and the ballroom adjacent. And then there's the kitchen and the foyer.
Oh, I know what's wrong. I haven't had enough wine to pretend to be a noble.
You know what? Reroll that performance and investigation now that you've had your breakfast wine. You immediately go to the kitchen and you immediately rectify that problem. While it's like cooking wine, like someone's like just not looking, you just like take a big, you pour out some in a little glass and just take it back with you to the foyer, both used as a prop and as to be a encouragement for the soul.
The prop is very important. That the wine it completes the picture, and so now she's a little bit better.
There we go. No, you're taking the advantage. It's a 19. The first nobleman comes in, a fellow, very very tall tiefling with pointed ears, pale white porcelain skin and long white hair. They look like Dracula, like from Castlevania. And they look at you and look you up and down. They look at your wine and they just look envious.
Brookild smiles and pretends to ignore that he's staring at her wine. She's just like, "Hello, sir. Are you looking for something?"
Why, yes, indeed. I'm here for the festivities. Am I the first to arrive?
Oh, well, besides myself, it appears so.
Oh, my goodness. This is quite the unfortunate event then. I was hoping to be quite fashionably late here. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Are you the owner of this establishment?
Oh no, I'm merely a manager for the performers tonight.
Oh,
But, glad to meet you. She holds out a hand and she says, fuck, what was the name I gave again? What's the name?
he did not introduce his name yet.
No, but what was the name I gave?
Good
It was-
You should
question.
remember that.
Keegan Hall. It was
Keegan Hall. I wrote it down. actually.
Keegan? Oh my fuck.
I'm a dwarf.
It fits for a dwarf.
What do you expect?
He
She
takes
was
your
like-
hand and kisses it.
Oh, nice.
And he,
This is my kind of place.
this is your kind of
Brooke
place.
was like, haha, yes, finally. She didn't even expect that. She's so used right now to like hanging out with
She's
with
been abused.
lords that like she's kind of pleasantly surprised. She's like, oh, I'm finally getting treated like someone of my stature should be.
He begins to look around the room as well, just kind of establish himself as like he does the same thing that you're doing, like kind of like looking around at everything, and like his errand boys come in and stuff like that. And just goes, gets some. So he's like, oh, fetch me some wine, like the lass over there has, please. Yes, indeed. Sir. And a few more people come pouring in eventually. A few people in the next couple of hours are like definitely military garb. Like a few people come up that are like very ornate, like several medals across their breast. Brookild is bearing witness to like a few people that come in. You don't see like Otto van Balthazar or anything like that, the big bad of this campaign so far, or anything like that. But you do you see a few people come in. You see one individual, big scruffy red beard and blazing red hair, like shot back like a star, has lots of medals across their chest, a few fiery blondes as well. And just like a handful of Inquisition officers for the most part, and Brookild maybe sweat bolts a little bit. But nobody seems to be like looking for you. I'm not going to make you roll stealth. Just from standing there for 20 minutes, you deduce that nobody seems to notice you. Nobody seems to pay attention to who you are. Everyone kind of takes your alias at face value and just mingles with the party. People begin to start kind of like having a little bit of an afternoon. You know, it's about 3 o'clock at this point, 3:30.
See, that is wine time.
Oh
It
yeah,
is wine
it's,
time for the French.
it's wine time now. Especially for the Imperials, of course.
Wine time every day, every hour,
Oh,
every minute.
it's always wine time. So. And you see that same white-haired individual, like, kind of wandering around, that Castlevania-looking motherfucker. And you see now in tow he actually has a long, black-haired individual who's a bit shorter and a bit younger looking and a bit more wide-eyed and peppy, who has their buttons undone down to, like, the chest on their uniform. Their outfit, not a uniform. I'm sorry, it's a traditional formal attire, but they do have a badge on their breast that kind of signifies that they did serve some kind of military at some point, or maybe still do.
Bit early for the unbuttoning, but yeah, you know, imperial fashion.
Where is everybody at this point? Ezrina and Valerie, when do you choose to make yourselves known to the public?
I guess right now.
Yeah, Mercutio kind of expects you to be self-determining in terms of like just entertain the public. Do what you need to do that. Mercutio at this
Okay.
point is awake and he is in the lobby, also like shaking hands with individuals, kind of inviting them to the opera.
All right.
They already
I guess-
stand out, so I guess just walk through people.
I mean, they have guards. Like, if you guys want to make yourselves known, like the door opens to the back rooms that out into the ballroom, and there's two guards in the red garb who like, yes, make way, please, entertainment. And they will part the seas for you. And of course, they're nobles. They abide by the manners. They step back and give you several bows, and one gives you a couple of winks, Azarine. My goodness.
She smiles and waves like a little like hi, as she cutely
It's
does.
actually Copperbell.
It's Covervell. Covervell launches out of the... No, Valerie,
Oh my god.
the individual that I described earlier to Brughild with the buttons undone a couple of the ways and the longer black hair, they kind of like... They look you up and down and they kind of like give you a wink.
All right.
That one's for Valerie.
Ooh.
Valerie, with still her stage fright, which she didn't even know she had, she like still like kind of wide-eyed panicking, like gives a thank you nod and stares at the ground.
Valerie, you need help. I try to find Valerie and help her.
Brughild, they're your people. It's
Aw.
difficult. It's not too difficult to find them. At this point, the party has begun. At this point, there are people who are talking and having a good time, mingling. There's a few individuals. You see this, you see this one individual that kind of opens up the doors themselves, and they don't seem to have a page with them, but there's just like this 3 in their party. There's, the one who's got this like dark black hair and swept back part lays, kind of well cropped, and these, nice white suit that he's wearing, and in tow he has an older man, maybe his father or maybe an uncle, like that kind of age, like later Middle Ages, and a younger guy, like a very fit looking, dark haired individual, very strong jaw, very strong brow, definitely looks like they're wearing like an outfit, like a formal attire thing, like a dress or tuxedo. But you imagine probably like a bodyguard, right? Like a lot of these people here are bringing people who look like they might be bodyguards, like in disguise almost.
Where's my bodyguard? Jeez.
Gareth, where are you?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, did they, after I got paid by Lisa, did she just expect me to leave, or?
Yep, get out of here.
No, you are you're free to stay if you wanted to continue to work. There's nothing stopping you from turning to Lisa and going, "Hey, I have the afternoon free." But also, you are +1 to Valerie or Azarine, so no matter what, you're invited.
I will. Fuck. I would know.
And I hate to say it, but in a medieval society like this, in this sort of sense of Renaissance, the idea of the traveling entertainers and their manager, yeah, maybe there would be and then the bodyguard who is supposed to be there to be like, hey, no touching. That's definitely understandable. So
okay, then yeah, no, he will kind of pseudo play that role. Like he will almost be like hovering, like kind of like in eye shot, like.
Yeah, you don't need to be weird about it. I just wanted to, I wanted to entreat you to, it would be weird if you hung out.
It's just gonna...
For a variety of reasons. We have more than, just cracking open a cold one. I respect that. Just snaps that cold one right open. Has a good drink. Yeah, no, Gareth he puts on...
He's sitting with Robert.
Nicer stuff. You're with Robert, the guard.
The guard, we just have beer.
He cracks open a cold one. That's fine. The uniformed officers are more than welcome to have some small drinks while they're here. This isn't like a police force. They're not allowed to... It's not... They're allowed to have drinks if they're on their break. That's fine. So you're sitting on a bench.
Sees him, she spends the time to tell him that he is not dressed for this occasion and she does not want to be seen in his presence.
Robert kind of rolls his eyes and is like... I mean, we have extra uniforms in the back if we really wanted to take care of this way, but I mean...
I don't care. I don't work for her.
Robert goes back to drinking his beer.
Yeah, as does Gareth.
I like Gareth's, his real quest is actually just to create these bromances with a lot of NPCs, across the lands. Donovan and Copper Bell.
That's actually his character arc. He doesn't care about anything else.
Why don't we skip to the part I think we've all been waiting for? Azarine and Valerie.
The performance.
Please roll performance.
14. All right.
Ooh.
Warming up. Warming up. Ooh.
Doing amazing out of sheer panic.
Valerie, operating on pure instinct and adrenaline.
Valerie's closing her eyes and pretending that no one even exists.
You successfully manage to shut out the world around you until you float simply in a black abyss of your own making. It is your home and it is warm to you, and you let your fingers do their work. You play a lovely sonata. This is a place for concertos rather than raucous bar songs, and you do what you can. Perhaps your repertoire is smaller for that particular song choice, but you do have some things that you can work with, as well as your abilities to improvise. And you do so, and it is quite enthralling. Several people are nodding and giving their compliments. This is not the place that does tips, unfortunately. It's just not that kind of dive. But you are...
Not like she brought her hat with her.
Yeah, you are acknowledged as a fine individual for the performance that you are giving. And Azarine, this is the 25, of course, blows everything out of the water in terms of everyone else who's performing here. But you are quite the sole dancer that I think that they've hired for this occasion, so you are performing a lot much more exotic retinue. You're using your chakrams for their original intention, which is actually part of their dance props, is what they're supposed to be.
Which is not blending goblins into fine paste.
Believe it or not, they were never designed for blending kobolds into fucking marinara sauce. But the more things change. So for once, they're actually performing in their natural habitat, which is as just to catch the light and to be this kind of interesting thing that you're balancing, and people kind of, oh my goodness, her fingers. Oh. And kind of like going back and forth, you toss them up in the air, you dance around, you make use of the wide space that the ballroom provides for yourself. It's at this point that why don't you guys just kind of roll a general perception check each, just for the sake of being here and kind of opening your ears and eyes while you're at this play.
17. Oh god.
Valerie is
Actually, you
very
know what?
focused.
No, that is a very canon thing because of what I just said.
Don't worry, I'll give your character the credit that they're due. Like Valerie is focused entirely on playing.
Gareth is like, I need to keep an eye.
Brookild and Gareth. Brookild, you're actually probably in this conversation. What do you want to roll another performance check for me for your acting under noblery?
Sure.
Because this is that's several hours later, and this is your
This is my job.
This is your job. Yeah, I feel almost like I should give you like perpetual advantage. It's like to blend in with nobles, but I don't think it's necessary in this case. 20 is lovely.
I think it's part of my background.
Oh
actually.
yes, I forgot it. The aristocrat's background has actually got some
assume
interesting.
You have the right to be wherever you are.
Well, that is more than beneficial. You've, I think, been chatting for a while with this white-haired individual who first showed up, and I think it's about like 2 hours in that they're finally like, "Oh, where are my manners, please? Nice to meet you. I am Shipmaster Doman."
Of course, it's very lovely to meet you. Apologies, sir. You know, we're all busy here. We're all distracted by all this wonderful art and this music.
I understand you're a fine woman of class. Please, let me introduce you to the rest of our individuals here. We're having a fine night, and I would be more than happy for you to continue to regale us with the stories of the individual parties and interesting things you've seen at your dwarven societies. You said you've met a Githyanki before. My goodness, that is quite outlandish, but I would be loathsome to tell myself not to hear more.
How close is Gareth?
Gareth, I mean, you're probably within 20 feet.
He's just I'll talk to you later, Robert. And he just kind of stands up and
Robert's now got 2 beers and he's just like, what? What's he? All right.
No, because you know the little coy laugh. That's just like I'm a noble woman. I belong here. You know.
Oh, and this is my apprentice. This is my first mate, Cole.
Lovely to meet you. She holds out a hand.
The black-haired individual with the buttons halfway down kisses your hand as well.
Well,
He's a frat boy.
Valerie just knows. She only got 6 perception, but she can sense it in the force. She's like,
She opens her eyes for a split second.
she has the mind link with Gareth, and he's like,
he did wink at her.
Valerie's third eye opens, and you can sense the frat boy.
Wait, Cole winked at Valerie.
Cole winked at Valerie. You know, put 2 and 2 together.
Oh god.
Hi, he doesn't know who you are. I don't think with the 6 you know who he is.
Well, I guess I follow Dolman. I don't I mean, it would be rude not to.
That's true. He that's up to you. You're free to do it as you please. It's up to you if you want to like mingle with Dolman more, or do you want to like break off like just in case. The risk versus reward. The same way that I tell Gareth, like if you want to take the risk, then by all means you might gain something from it, or you can pull out.
I'll tell him I'll go get a better wine from the kitchen.
He nods.
Because you know you need something good for that kind of occasion. So I guess I'll sneak off into the kitchen and like steal a bottle of wine or something. I mean, I guess I should. There's got to be some out there.
Oh, there's plenty. You go to the kitchen and you are recognized as one of the managers, and there's several chefs who just go, wine? What? Yes, sure. 1 sec, and they just hand you
the best one.
The Dolman. The guy covers his mouth. Oh my God. He he pulls up a trap door and goes down to the basement, and he's gone for like 3 minutes, and then he comes back and he hands you this like pure ancient wine bottle. I believe the year in this game is like 1573. This thing is labeled like I'm sorry, the year is 1458. This thing is labeled 1334.
Oh boy, okay. No, that is some strong shit. All right, she takes her bottles and she heads over to
but
find
you do return.
Dolman and Cole and
my goodness, you take the risk. I respect that.
Nobody's gonna murder me at an opera party.
You'd be surprised. Happened to Abraham Lincoln.
That's too soon.
That was exactly the joke. But okay, so yeah.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you, my goodness. And he holds out his glass and you refill it for them.
I made the cooks bring their best out for you, of course.
He examines the bottle. Oh, my goodness, indeed. Indeed. A fine vintage. He swirls it in his
She
cup.
does a
and
little
smells
curtsy.
it. Sips it. Ah, my goodness, quite fine. I did not expect the opera house of this fine establishment to be this well stocked. My goodness. I must thank Mercutio one more time before I leave.
He would much love it. He has been sweating over your arrival for the last week.
Oh, my good man. He gives us too much credit.
I do not believe so. You are, after all, a very well-known man.
Ah, you flatter me, young miss. But please, have I introduced you to my other? This is a fine commander of mine. This is Commander Forsyth. Pleasure to meet you, my dear mistress.
Hi, pleasure to meet you. She holds out her hand, as usual.
This big man, hairy man, large beard, and scraggly eyebrows that have just been barely contained with like wax over the past like 2 hours or so. Shakes your hand. He doesn't do the kiss.
Oh, okay.
And he is an inquisitor.
She makes sure she has a solid grip. That's a good handshake.
It's a good handshake. This is an officer's attire. This is a commander, and they are wearing the regalia thereof.
Nope, that's not the right Alexander Forsyth.
Nope.
That's not the right one.
Gareth, where are you?
Well,
I'm
Where were
hyperventilating
you
in the
when it
bathroom.
happened?
when the player's heart was shot. No, Gareth was just basically been kind of, keeping in crowds of people, usually with other kind of like other, the other performers that are here, like the other bodyguards, basically mingling with them, like keeping an eye out there. Like he saw Dolman, and he watched Kat walk away and kind of breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that she was.
Oh, and then she came back with the wine.
And she came back, and he's just like, and then
Hey, Gareth is finally living what he makes them live every single day.
Yep.
The boots on the other foot.
And then he sees
How the turntables.
Alexander Senior. He's like, okay, like in his mind, he's like, okay, this is good and this is bad.
Hey, I've got good news. Hey, I've got bad news.
Yeah.
It's the same news.
It's the same news.
Everything that's gone in
but-
circles.
Seeing that was the Alexander that was written down, he kind of is like, all right, now I see the stay as far as way, and he just kind of meanders away from that group.
Sure.
Arguably, Brughild is distracting them, so you should be thankful.
For just as as the DM should do, for the sake of the fact that this is a live stream, and perhaps many of us who don't know or don't remember, indeed, Gareth, you recognize this individual, this Alexander Forsyth, this commander, is the father of a old friend of yours from your Inquisition days, and your confusion arose when you tried to figure out whether or not your friend was here, Alexander Forsyth, on the boat, the Kaiser, back into port. You tried to deduce whether they were here, and perhaps if they could help you or some other situation. You noticed that there was a Forsyth on the list, but you were not able to tell whether or not it was the father.
Alexander Forsyth, because it's senior and junior.
They have the same name.
They have the same name, but his nickname was Ace.
So we have Alexander Forsyth and Ace Forsyth.
Yes.
And so far apparently
Ace
Alexander
Ace
Forsyth.
Prime.
Ace Prime is here. Ace Senior. And who is now mingling with Shipmaster Doman and Cole, who are the shipmaster leaders of the Kaiser.
And me.
And Brughild, who is
Brughild,
a fine operator.
That picture of like, oh, there's a ton of people in the world, and there's like, and me, and there's a little monkey. That's what she's like right now.
Just in case you were ever feeling too proud of yourself, every single person who's ever existed is available in this picture. Everyone who's ever existed, and me.
Yeah, basically.
The
entire Inquisition and me.
There she is. She's mingling with Dracula himself and Alexander Forsyth. Which is he's a big burly man, lots of facial hair. He seems he's aged. He's well seasoned. He's like a prime rib, really.
See, Ace Prime.
Let's see here. Azreen and Valerie. I think Azreen is unfortunately the only one privy to this because she's more cognizant of her surroundings, and part of her routine involves looking out and making sure she doesn't hurt anybody and doing her thing. Valerie, you're just kind of like focus. So for the sake of this, Azrin, you kind of overhear from the crowd. It's that same individual who was got the dark black hair swept back and the white suit that they're wearing, the white formal attire, who's flanked on both sides by this older, seasoned fellow and this younger, this other figure is like 6'9", 7'1", somewhere in between there. Like, they're very muscular, but it's very well hidden underneath their formal attire. And this figure has been watching you and Valerie for like probably the past hour or so. And at this point, the older individual kind of like taps them on the shoulder, and they whisper something, and the young man, with the dark hair, kind of waves him off. He goes, "No, it's not often that I get to see such a beautiful performance."
I guess I noticed that since I'm like hanging out with them.
Sure.
Gareth would also notice that because
Arranged marriage.
bodyguard.
Oh yeah, just to be clear, I don't know if it's been misunderstood. I just want to double check.
Yeah.
The older fellow that has come with this dark-haired man taps him on the shoulder and is whispering into his ear, and the other man waves that figure off. Nobody's touching Azrin or anything. But this figure is very like transfixed. He's kind of like watching the two of them. You can see him. He's kind of bobbing his head to the beat of the
That's
string.
why Gareth hasn't intervened. Like he's
No.
I'm saying
don't
like
worry, I got this.
He's watching from far, but he hasn't intervened yet. He's simply observing. But he just goes, no, I haven't seen anything like this in quite a long time. I want to be able to savor this beautiful
Not often
movement.
privy to more exotic types of art, are you?
You've broken off from your conversation with Shipmaster Doman and Alexander Forsyth to come over to this individual. Is that okay?
Oh, I thought he was Cole.
Oh
no, this was a completely different figure.
Oh my god, sorry, I'm
Other
just like
figure.
super.
So then Bruco's not there.
Everyone has long black hair.
Sorry. Cole has long black hair. This figure has shorter black hair, like cropped.
Okay,
It looks
never
much
mind.
more like businessy. But
Never
if you want to
mind,
be
the
here, then
figure
that's
was
fine.
way
You
too
would have
busy,
noticed.
like-
Oh, okay.
Trying to make everything go perfectly smoothly with.
I understand.
She's got like all of her concentration on like don't slip.
Don't fuck up. Okay, well, Azrin, you're kind of listening to this little conversation. I guess Gareth can be too, because he is trying to keep an eye on the musicians to make sure like nobody fuck with. And the guy's just like, no, allow me. This is a fine time that I would like to enjoy, and it's not often I get to find these sort of exotic dances as well. It's quite enthralling, wouldn't you say, my fellow? And the older man just goes, yes, I suppose it quite is, sir. I would hate to rob you of this fine evening of revelry before we have to get back to our work. Please do not let me keep. And the brawnier fellow, the young man who's very like large hair that's like kind of like barely being contained, and he's like crazy tall and really muscular. And I was like, she's just like scratching their chin, kind of like looking around at everything, and they like look around the room and they lock eyes with Gareth like once or twice, just because they seem to be kind of like looking at all the people in the uniforms, huh? They just kind of have this
Gareth's
blank
not in
look
the
on their
uniform.
face. Oh, well, okay. Then they lock eyes with everybody, so I mean, no matter what, you're
Okay.
you're getting these eyeballs.
All right, damn.
And yeah, this figure is just seemingly transfixed for a while, watching Azrin and Valerie dance. Eventually, the set comes to a close, which is after 2 hours, as we've set up before. And you guys are free to take a break for a moment, and that's when people kind of start to be like, "Oh, what a lovely performance!" And like a few young misses come over and kind of like give you a curtsy and give you a compliment. And a few other young men kind of like give like a lovely like bow or two to kind of like clap on for you, and people doff their gloves to brava.
Azreen smiles and she curtsies back and she does all the polite gestures and thanks everyone.
What was the performance on the Valerie?
25.
Okay. When the black subsides, when you stop seeing red and just abyss, and you kind of like, oh, we're stopping. You look down, and there's actually a page who is holding out a letter to you. This is it's like a 12-year-old boy.
What's this?
An invitation, sir. I mean, madam.
No worries. She just grabs the note and reads it.
You are cordially invited to the private whereabouts and parties this Friday evening at the house of Master Cole.
What is today?
Oh,
Monday.
I want to accept on Gareth's behalf because I could get him knowledge.
What?
Wow.
What a womanizer.
I mean, there's a party happening, and you were invited, Valerie.
Oh,
It seems
what
that your
day, though?
performance is
So you
good.
said Friday. What's today?
Monday.
Oh my
Oh
fucking
god.
God. Oh
How-
my god.
How far are we delaying this?
Damn, how long do we want to stay in Queen's Landing? There's so
We-
much lore here.
We live in Queen's Landing now. This is the game.
How long?
I should
Well,
have just made the whole campaign.
no one has smelled suspicious of us yet.
No, it's like this. I
Yeah,
don't
but
want to
we've got a-
explain anything, but it's sort of like
We've
you
got a
guys are
certain guy
hiding in plain
who's
sight.
like. We've got a certain man who has a tortoise. A tortoise.
We do have a certain frightening man that's waiting on us with a
I'm
tortoise.
sure we could convince him.
I'm not doing it again.
They bring him to the party.
So
He
you-
had to make
man-
a killing at bachelorette parties.
Madam, you don't have to. Brugil's gonna be like, listen, I need to show fucking Shipmaster Doman a goddamn gift Yankee, or else I am not gonna get that invitation. But you don't have to. You don't have to reply now. You can reply at your leisure.
Tell him I'll consider it.
Yes, ma'am. And this young boy returns back over to Brughild, and the rest of it. And Shipmaster Doman kind of like gives Cole a wily eye, and Cole's just like, "What? I like the music."
Why are you inviting fugitives? She's pretty.
She's pretty.
Christ almighty.
To be clear, I'm not looking for an invitation anywhere, okay? I'm not gonna bang Shipmaster Dolman.
He's fine. He's real
I know,
fine.
but
Ezreen over
He
to
might
Valerie.
be a bit old for you, actually. I don't know. I don't know about your tastes in.
Going.
Jeez.
Ezreen going over to
Oswald.
Valerie.
You're right. Well, you're right. Who am I to?
Like, great, I thought you'd do me better than
was
that.
that?
An invitation to a private party that seems to be from an Inquisition officer.
Ooh, that seems fancy.
I'm interested.
I mean, I
guess-
would be too.
I guess Brookhills like sees the page, like bring back the. Because it was Cole, right?
Yeah, that was Cole. Cole sent his errand boy to go
Yeah.
deliver that message. And Cole kind of like just looks like, what?
Is this the same guy that was like staring?
No, that's a different individual.
Oh,
Cole is long-haired, black. He looks like a party boy. He's got long hair that's kind of like a bit frizzy. He's a bard in theory. He's probably up all night playing. It looks like he barely even combed his hair this morning. Like he just kind of rolled out of bed probably. He's got half his buttons down. The other individual's
Valerie,
got
time.
black hair, pale skin, and they're wearing a white suit, and they look so much more like formal and put together, and also older. Like this individual probably looks like 30s.
damn.
That's the other one.
You
This,
just like you keep saying like older 30s. I'm like Brookhil was 31. Like
Yeah, Valerie's not that
Well-
much younger than 30.
older by comparison to Cole, who looks younger,
oh, okay.
and in comparison to the figure I was previously.
If Cole's older
Are
than
you-
Gareth, then Cole's 30 as well.
Are
Alright,
you
never
gonna
mind.
are you gonna go?
Like early 30s, but
I want to because it could give us information specifically to what closure Gareth is looking for.
Perhaps. But is it
Although
safe?
I don't know, but if he invited me, I don't know if it's a trap. We just have to find out, wouldn't we?
I suppose you're correct. I mean, I suppose there's no harm in delaying our departure. We'd have
Maybe we could invite Ray along.
Ezreen just gives Valerie the most like, ugh. I don't think that's a great idea.
I don't like it more than you do, but that turtle's not gonna wait all today. Or,
I
well,
mean, he
maybe...
can wait a few more days. I'll make him wait a few more days.
Let's just say if you can't convince him, we'll let his sorry ass leave Queen's Landing on his stupid tortoise, and then we'll find another way out.
I suppose you're right. I can always get it. I can always try and procure another
You'd just be
it.
down
Snowskin
the
off
down
my-
payment.
I'd just be down 50 gold in a jewel.
It'll be out of my pocket as well if we have to get him to stay any longer.
True. I guess, did he say that you had to answer by the end of the night?
Well, I have until before Friday, I suppose.
It has an address on it.
Oh, that gives us plenty of time then. Now if you'll excuse me, I am gonna go get some water.
I'll follow suit.
I'm gonna go to the nearest table to get juice,
Sure.
water,
You push past a
something.
few noble people and a few officers who are kind of like congratulating you. Like,
Excuse
oh,
me,
lovely.
excuse me. Thank you.
You pass by a few other, like, when you are off, other musicians come on. You're not the only people that were invited. There's a few people who are, like, playing violins, and there's a harpist here. There's a beautiful elven woman who is just playing the harp with masterful grace, who takes over for you, basically, as you finish for your little, like, I'm going to go grab a snack break. And you push past a few of them, and then you walk past Brookhill talking with Shipmaster Doman and Alexander Forsyth and Cole.
They're just having the time
Wave
of
to
their lives.
Brookhill.
They're the best of buds.
Just a small wave, like hi.
And then he burned off half his mustache. And
What a
Forsyth
story.
looks very sad.
Just to
Aw.
make sure that like Valerie doesn't really trust that a little 12-year-old boy got the message across properly. Valerie like returns a wink to Cole as she walks to the.
Cole raises his
Place the
glass like Great Gatsby and like gives you a wink back.
Brunhild kind of furrows her brow a little bit. She's okay, like all right.
Cole looks back at you, Brookhill, and shrugs and goes, "I like elves."
Don't we all?
And Doman
And she shrugs.
smacks him on the shoulder. You
if
walk
you
over
want to
the-
meet her, I suppose I could arrange something.
Cole raises an eyebrow at you.
I am the manager. These
Well,
the two performers, the dancer and the VM.
my goodness, you are quite well connected indeed, my young dwarven friend. I would be more than happy to have that happen.
I'll see what I can do. Give me a minute, and she's gonna run after them.
Okay.
Valerie's just like drinking water, and her brain is
Gareth,
static.
like when you guys went to the table, Gareth literally like handed you two like glasses of water.
He was
Like,
ready.
You
Thank
you
you.
did well, and he just like he's holding this like fucking
Thank you,
ale.
supportive soccer mom, Gareth.
Thank you.
He's ready. It's got ice.
Valerie blinks
No
like
one-
19 times in 3 seconds.
No one seems.
So she's like trying to register everything. Her entire body is static right now.
No one really saw past the performance, thankfully. So I don't believe we have anything to worry.
Brookill
I'm
hurries
not
after
worried.
her.
I just received certain information, and I am panicking. I've never
Mhm.
performed in front of nobles, and I think Cole is hitting on me.
Well, you're doing so well, Valerie.
What? Valerie,
Yeah, you know what?
I
Actually, that
have
makes
to talk
sense.
to you, and she grabs her by the arm.
that makes. Wait, what? Brookhill?
She grabs Valerie by the arm and just like drags her to like the woman bathroom, like whatever, just like.
You
That little
drag Valerie
cartoony
away.
thing where it's like
you
the
dragging
glass
Valerie
gets
away?
left behind,
No, I'm
and
dragging
Azreen
Valerie.
catches.
Oh my god, Azreen, you catch the glass that is dropped by Valerie as Valerie's pulled away from you guys towards Shipmaster Doman and Alexander Forsyth.
No, I'm taking her away.
You're taking her away?
Yeah,
To hide her?
I want to talk to her first.
Oh my goodness,
Well,
you are...
can't you talk to us?
Oh,
I don't want Garrett to know.
Oh, well, fair.
I already know it's Cole.
Right, but
I mean, like,
yeah.
Cole's hitting on me. He's like, "What?" And he's like, "No, actually, that actually makes complete sense."
Yeah, Gareth is not at all surprised.
Wait a minute, Cole's. Oh no, actually, you know what?
You know what? That makes sense.
No,
Brooke
that
makes a
makes
gesture
sense.
that's like, you know, the cutting the head, you know, just like he is did I say infatuated? I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm aware the paper is written quite flatteringly.
He really wants to see you. So if you could do us the great
The bastard
pleasure
would be
and-
infatuated with the scarecrow if it had long ears.
Ooh.
That's
He has
rude.
that much of a thing for elves, does he? I'm only half.
I'm not gonna tell him that.
He's not a racist, is he?
No,
I'm not
it's
gonna
more
touch
of
that
a.
So Brugil was like, if you would please do me the favor of visiting our table once you're done. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I didn't make a promise, but I sort of made a promise.
Why would you know what? I'm
I
not
have your
allowed to
money.
be
You
mad at
better
you
come
right
see
now.
me.
I have to perform.
After-
Just know I would be mad at you if I didn't have to perform for people.
All right, but you will come, yes?
Yes.
Fine. Our wine is ready.
Meanwhile, Valerie just in her own head right now, like, I wonder if my dark skin just makes people assume I'm a dark elf.
And she heads
be.
back to the table as if nothing happened, as if she was just in like complete panic mode of like.
Master of hiding your inner thoughts.
Is Valerie back with us?
Yeah.
Valerie,
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna ask you a favor for the next set.
Like, spins around and drinks her water, like, just trying to chill out. Yeah, what's up?
Well, if you could play in this key in particular, and she explains like the note.
Is it fast or slow?
It's slow.
What are you planning to
Gonna-
do, Azarine?
I'm gonna perform in a way that I haven't in a very long time.
Is
Are
it,
you going to do something not for children?
No!
You're not going to be using magic, though, correct? I
Not
would
in
advise
public. Why would I do that in public?
I
In front of Inquisition?
You'd be
I
more
was just
worried
saying,
about
last
me
time
doing
you-
that, considering I do it in
Usually when
secret.
you sing, it has an effect on people.
I think it's gonna be different this time. I have a feeling. And, well, I haven't felt right since I've stopped adding it in my performances, so I think it's time to incorporate it back, but slowly.
Well,
Slowly.
best of luck, but I will.
Well, good to know, because I can't turn mine off.
Best of luck, Zareen, but I will go start looking for possible exits in case it doesn't work out.
I appreciate it, thank you.
She pats
Gareth
Gareth.
is really just like
Thanks, big guy.
100% supportive mom mode right now.
And Garrett just leaves. He's like, he is looking for, like, you know,
A roll investigation. That's fine. I'm all about that, man.
Every exit.
That's pretty
located.
good. The parlor has an emergency exit. The kitchen has an emergency exit out into various like alleyways. Some more dank than others, and the back behind the stage also has 2 exits that lead out into the back alleyways that would immediately like just go disappearing down the aqueduct. Essentially, this is where people would I don't want to get gross, but there's no like sewage systems, there's no like plumbing, so like when people go to the bathroom in this fine noble establishment, there needs to be an aqueduct nearby to make certain deposits. After that is done, so that is what's down that way. Yeah, and you head back out, and there's a few people smoking out back, like having there's a couple of officers out back that are having a smoke. A couple of Inquisition officers.
Out which back? The back of the
kitchen.
The kitchen is where the gotcha.
Yeah,
I see.
Mm-hmm.
He starts to wander back and just just make sure, like, if he recognizes anyone else that he hasn't recognized before, just keep an eye out.
I understand. With a 19, you recognize the tobacco smoke. Very sweet. It was a very sweet combination of maple and jade.
It's Copperbell's personal brand.
He makes it and sells it, and it is a favorite of the Inquisition.
Garrett's eyes kind of narrow. He's like, wait a moment. And he's gonna like casually, but also like so he doesn't just walk face first, like to the smoker, gonna try to follow that trail.
Oh, it's just the people outside smoking. It's very
is
easy
that-
to identify.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said there was out. Like I thought you said, like I recognize a particular brand of tobacco that was
And you do.
someone.
But like the people are right there.
Huh?
The people smoking, they're like right there.
You've successfully located them. They are outside the kitchen in the alleyway having a smoke, and the smell smells familiar to you. That's all I have to tell you with a 19. If you were to follow your nose, it would just simply take you outside
Right.
into this
Well, then
alleyway.
can I see the people there?
Roll perception for me.
Fuck.
It's a bit dark. Sorry.
Mhm.
This brand, whatever this brand is, whatever this might kind of like, whatever thread this might lead to is too dark to notice right now. Perhaps you might want to
Well-
play it safe.
Gareth, instead of returning, keep an eye on the performers. He will stick around and just eavesdrop a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
This is a different action. I'm gonna have you roll another perception check. This is for your ears.
Right. And also if I recognize voices, if
Okay. That's pretty good. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Azarine.
Yep.
Yes.
I think you and Valerie are now left at the table to kind of like get your own snacks. There's some like little chicken. There's like some things to dine on. Oh, there's chocolate.
I am going to have a small piece of chocolate and bring one back for Valerie.
Okay. Valerie, are you
Bringing one for Gareth?
Garrett's
Bob is-
not
Oh.
here.
Sure, you take some chocolate and hand it off to Valerie.
Gareth, if there was chocolate on the table, he already grabbed one.
You're lucky that there's still chocolate left. But yeah, there's some chocolate bars. It's that rich, dark, cocoa-y chocolate similar from before. This is actually even better than the. I hate to say it, but that small shop down in Kirith had some good stuff. But this is like Shipmaster Domus here. Like no expense was spared.
The chocolate was more sentimental than good.
Yeah.
And then there's a tap on your shoulder.
I turn around.
It is that pale-faced, dark-haired individual in the white suit.
Oh boy.
Excuse
Hello.
me, miss. Hello. Sorry to interrupt your meeting with your friend here. I just wanted to congratulate the both of you on your fine performance. I have not had the experience of seeing such fine movements in a very long time, and I just wanted to give
Valerie chipmunks a freaking piece of chocolate in her mouth as he's talking.
Thank you very much. We've been practicing for a while now.
Wonderful. That is good to hear. I'm sorry. I hate to assume. But are you perchance a Seda?
Yes, that would be correct.
Oh my, it's been many, many moons since I've met someone of your kind. I could tell from your dance routine it must be something passed down from a long line of individuals, and I just wanted to ask a little bit about that while I had this opportunity. And you look behind him, and about 10 feet away with his arms crossed is the older fellow with the long gray. He looks kind of like a wizard. He has a long gray beard, and he's got some nice robes on, but it's formal attire wizard. And he's got his arms crossed. And he seems kind of frustrated, kind of
Valerie's little chipmunk eating her chocolate bar, glances up at him and looks back down.
This guy looks like he's got a white tuxedo. He's very pale, but he doesn't look sickly. But he's got chiseled jaw, very strong cheekbones. And he's immaculate. He's well shaven. He looks like a Prince Charming.
It's my type. Fuck.
Great,
Sure.
you're a terrible person and you will go to hell for this.
Yeah, I know.
I suppose I can answer what I can. There's really not much I can really explain, I guess. What kind of questions did you have?
Well, I just wanted to know where perhaps you have come from. It's been a long time since I've seen the cities that were once run by the Seda stand. I know that unfortunately much of their culture has been lost in some of the most recent wars. My condolences if perhaps your personal experiences are wrapped up in the horrifying experiences of the past generation's war and the war before that.
To be quite honest with you, I haven't really had much experience with the wars. I mean, I've heard about them, but I personally came from a small traveling troupe with my father, and a small group of us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so pleased to learn that the culture lives on. I had feared the worst, actually.
We're scattered about. I mean, we're not super. I guess Seda are very hard to come by, because the only ones that I've seen are the occasional, like, one or two along the coast, and then, of course, my dad, but I haven't seen him in quite some time.
Oh my, I hope it's nothing too dramatic.
Oh no, I figured it was time to kind of set off on my own and spread my talents around.
I understand. If you have something to share with the world, and it would be wrong of you to keep it to yourself. Some people
Exactly.
are born with a magnificent talent, and I'm fantastically impressed that you are using it for such great.
Thank you very much.
He smiles
I've
at you.
been. She smiles and she's got little pink cheeks. I have been traveling for, oh gosh, I can't remember. It's been quite some time, but I've traveled all around the coast.
Oh, fantastic. That's good to know. I hope that you have visited some places such as... have you been to Girasoli? It is a fine time to visit, especially in the wintertime with the frozen waters.
Have I?
That's your choice. It's on the north side of
What?
Windthrow. It's within reachable distance. It's the Venice of this world.
I'm gonna say yes. Yes, I have. It's quite a beautiful area.
Oh, fantastic. It's been a decade since I've seen the fantastic Francescos and the other art. I hope to see it again. I hope things haven't diminished since the war with the dwarves. I'm so sorry. I keep bringing up war. I don't really know what's on the mind lately. I'll try to be more fine and dandy in the time being. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss. You have done a fantastic job with that guitar. You are a master. No, please don't let me interrupt you and your chocolate eating. I understand.
Valerie just like closing her eyes, chewing as fast as possible, and swallows. Thank you.
She needs the energy.
The huge, like the big brawny young man who's like in the back and probably the bodyguard kind of like looks at Azreen with like kind of a vacant stare and kind of like cocks his head to the side, kind of like the way like a dog or like a puppy does, or like something new and different. And looks at Valerie and cocks their head to the other side, and they kind of just like, they don't shrug or anything. They don't seem to respond at all. They just kind of continue to like look off into space. They look kind of like they're bored, or like they're not really paying much attention. And the wizardly looking fellow kind of is just like kind of pats them on the shoulder and just goes like, "Oh, don't worry, it'll all be done at some point soon, and we can all go home." I kind of hear from the distance.
She's
Now-
never felt so
He
lost
makes
in
me
her
think
life
that
without her
that
hat.
guy, that like that guy is only there to flirt with other people, and the other two are just like.
They're just hanging out.
Why
Please
here?
don't find this to be too strange, but it's just I rarely get the opportunity. And he opens up his breast pocket like it was a coat, and he reaches into his pocket, and he pulls out 2 platinum pieces. And he gives one to Azreen, if
Well-
you'll accept it.
I kind of take it. Oh my, I don't know what to say. I mean, we're just.
Nothing more than a thank you and a promise that you will continue to spread your cultures and your arts across the world. It's very important in times like these to embrace the old histories of what we have and to share it.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you very much.
You, miss, as well, my fellow, Valerie, I believe your name was.
Yes.
You're on the docket. I have a brochure. And he opens up his other pocket and pulls out one of the booklets that are all red, and it's the Opera House brochure, and your names are on the front. Or on the front page,
they're
not the
real names?
cover.
Mentally hyperventilating.
Wait,
Takes the platinum piece and it's just.
time out.
What?
Their real names?
Whatever names you gave the Mercutio.
I give a different name. Don't worry.
Valerie
I
is
have-
constantly being mistaken by a folk hero, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
No, yeah. The choices are choices. Azreen, are you going to go by Sapphire or some other some fitting bluestone or something?
Yes, Sapphire.
All right, wonderful. It doesn't really matter to me. I am more than happy to assume that your characters are smart enough to give aliases when they feel like they should. And this is not the time that I'm here to screw you
Wow,
because
I
I
can't
accidentally
believe
said
like
my.
me and Gareth had to like me and Salty had to fucking like skedaddle and try to figure out a name on the spot, and you just let those two off. Like,
Well, I mean,
well, technically my name wasn't on the spot. I just forgot what it was.
listen. I had faith in you, Brewkill. I actually assumed that you'd say Brewkill. It didn't even occur to me that you'd give an alias until you're like Keegan, and I'm like, what? But yeah, he shows.
Valerie's mom was a huge fangirl of someone else named
Imagine-
Valerie. So
imagine
Yeah,
if I
Valerie's
just
actually pretty
showed up-
common.
Imagine if I just showed up to like fucking Shipmaster Dolman and was like, "Hi, my name is Brugil Leverwain." Like, I'm
There's-
not that stupid.
I'll be real with you, Chief. I would have him roll wisdom because I think that he's like level 12, 15, like he's beyond like searching for the fugitives. Like that's just so not his job. There's a
I know,
chance he'd
but
recognize
still.
it, but that's more Forsyth. Alexander Forsyth is more like
Who's
boots on the
also
ground.
here?
So he might actually be. I'd still make him roll because it's like
I mean,
who
yeah,
expects the fugitives
Forsyth
to
is-
be like right here? Like that would still be so outlandish that I feel like even Forsyth might
Alexander
be.
Senior is like close to Dolman's level, though. I think
He's up
Like,
there. Yeah, it's just
But
between the two of
anyway,
them. It's more likely that Forsyth would.
I would have said like Cole would have. I think.
But
out of the three.
anyway, he gives you
Yeah,
the
but I
platinum
feel
piece.
I feel like
Valerie.
Cole is a little like Ruiz in the sense that like there are ways to make him look away from something, and I have one called Valerie.
Make him look the wrong way as people slip out the back room. But yeah, he gives you two get one platinum piece each from this gentleman.
Jesus.
thank you.
Oh, nothing. It is my pleasure to support the arts whenever possible. I'm a huge fan, and I look forward to the rest of your performances tonight. In fact, I was even wondering if you'll be taking to the stage.
We will.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
fantastic. I haven't sat in an opera in quite some time. I can't wait to feel the seats here. Me and my fellows will be looking forward to it, and I'm sure the rest of you will have a wonderful night. Do be safe.
Yes, thank you. You as well.
And he leaves and rejoins with his two other fellows.
Azreen turns around and her cheeks are a bright purple. Oh boy.
Valerie smirks at him. Big guys are type.
Listen. It was very sweet.
On the other hand, Cole gave me yet another thing.
Hmm.
A brochure.
Brochure. Right.
If I
So I-
was anybody else, this would be kind of cool.
Yeah. I know.
Fortunately, I'm me. She's like walking over to the stage.
And
Gareth,
she follows close behind.
what's your passive
Oh my
perception?
goodness, fish.
My passive perception is a 12, but I also rolled a 15, which is when you're like, all right, cool, we'll come back to you later.
Excellent. Yeah, you kind of overhear some voices, kind of like hushed, quiet, like, this party, come on, we gotta be out doing things. We gotta be. How come Otto gets to stay home? Huh? Alex says.
Alex? Oh. No.
Takes a long drag. That motherfucker gets to hang out and do all the fun stuff while I'm stuck on a goddamn boat for about 4 months. And I'm crammed in an opera house. Yep, just my luck. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a night. It's cushy. Enjoy it. You should be lucky your father gets to bring you along to these sorts of things. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
That's your boy. That's your target.
What a fucking. Oh no.
And you turn around and shut the door and kind of and you
This
see
is like, yeah.
Gareth, you see the gentleman approach Robert, the uniformed guard from before, and he leans down and says something to Robert very quietly, and he shakes his hand, and with that same 15 perception, you notice he hands off like a couple of gold pieces to Robert. And Robert kind of nods and looks a bit quizzical, but shrugs and stands up and goes into the parlor room.
Huh. That's. And then the other man he walks out. He goes down this like the alley.
No. The gentleman being the figure who just talked to Azarine. The white-suited individual. These are two separate,
Okay.
unrelated events.
Oh. Okay, so I thought for some reason I thought Alex was talking to Robert.
Nope, don't worry about it. Two unrelated events that you've just witnessed.
He's like fuck this tooth. Okay. He's there. I'm gonna go see what's up. I need to not be here if he opens that door. Garrett just turns around, walks away. He walks towards he just walks towards Robert. And is Robert the one who's like going somewhere, or is it?
Yep,
the
Robert's
white
going
suit?
somewhere. The man in the suit is like just once again mingling, having a drink. having
Yeah,
some wine.
he's just gonna walk with Robert, like not with him, but like, because I mean, even if he goes backstage, Garrett's allowed backstage.
Sure. No, he just goes back to the parlor and goes into one of the back rooms, and you watch Robert. Well, I mean, are you real stealth, I guess?
Okay.
Failure won't end in you tripping over a cue ball or anything like that. I mean, you're not just exceptionally stealthy. You look like a servant or a helper who's just wandering around, and you're probably not very well hidden, and Robert probably knows you're there. But it doesn't stop him. He just goes to the back parlor and opens up the back door and kind of like looks left and looks right into the alley, and like there's a few people out there that look like they're like waiters and butlers. They're like pages as well, and they kind of like doff their hats and say hello to Robert. Robert kind of like gives them a hello, and they kind of like hold up some instruments. And Robert just goes, of course, and he kind of ushers them in. And a few of these people just kind of like enter into the parlor room and kind of start looking around, and a few of them kind of like start to like, they point over and go, is that Doman? And like a few of them kind of like make faces like, oh my god, wow. A few such that like that.
Okay.
Mercutio's kind of like, yes, hello everyone. We're going to be having a short performance by our individuals here. If you would like to just funnel into the Opera House proper, that would be quite lovely indeed. You are not forced to. If you'd like to mingle with the rest of the people, feel free to stay out in the lobby, but we'll be leaving the doors wide open for everyone to witness and listen if they are so inclined. So, without any further ado, please continue with your revelries. Haha.
And
Mercutio
is
says.
Robert continuing?
Robert goes back to what he's doing. He goes back and sits back down and picks up his beer and resumes drinking. He says hello to you. He's like, oh, hey.
Yeah. Hey. What was with that? What did that noble want with you? That was.
Oh, yes. A few of his pages got locked outside out back. He just wanted me to let him in. He tipped pretty good for it for some reason.
Oh no. I oh no. Oh no. All right, this is player Blaine versus Gareth Blaine. Would Gareth even? These are too many moving parts.
Azarine and Valerie, you return back to the stage, and at this point, you are given free reign upon the opera stage. What do you do?
I perform.
I look at Valerie, her
Doman,
cue, and she's gonna do the thing.
Doman, like what he's walking down, everyone's kind of getting into seats. Doman like sits like almost right up front in center row. Brookild, are you like you're mingling, right? Next to Doman
just-
is Brookild sitting in the chair, and on the opposite side is you know what? Cole's
I am
probably
a
a bit
pro
distracted.
today.
Let's see. Hold on, let me roll for Cole. No, you know what? Cole is actually somewhere else up the way. He's kind of like talking up with some of like the waiters and waitresses, and making some bedroom eyes and pretty eyes with some of the individuals who are on the wait staff. There's a young woman.
I said, Scarecrow.
Yeah, a young woman kind of curling her hair with her fingers, kind of like, ooh, Cole is talking to me. He's up there way in the back, so he's been separated. And in his place, seemingly, Brookild has subsumed the room. And on the opposite side is Alexander Forsyth.
That's so funny.
Does anyone else come up to Alexander or?
No, not right now. No, it's not. It's a boring opera play. Who else would come in here? I mean,
You're right. You're fucking right.
I think you understand.
I know.
Tall man?
Okay.
Did I catch his name?
Who?
I don't think I got his name.
Oh, the white suited guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. I don't think he asked. And I don't think he remembered to tell you.
Oh no.
You do see him in the crowd. He's about halfway up to the back. He's sitting with his retinue, his older man fellow, and then the younger guy who's like just ripped out of his mind.
Wait, was the one talking to Azarine the one in the white suit?
Yep, that's the white suited gentleman. I'm just going to refer to him as the white-suited gentleman from now on because that's easier than the black hair thing. And
Yeah,
also,
definitely.
Because there's like 7 people
yeah,
in this
so,
room
you know,
with black hair.
only so many hair colors. Yeah, the white-suited gentleman is the one who talked to Valerie, and Azarine gave them the 2 platinum pieces, and then also talked to Robert and was like, "Oh, can you please go let my pages in?"
Yeah.
And he's in the back, and he sits down. He looks he looks like excited. He's kind of like, "Oh, finally!" And he's like looking up at Azarine. He waves, and he kind of like relaxes in his chair.
She smiles. Oh boy.
Coconut, you have.
Wait, does Azarine have a thing for Cole or the big guy?
The big guy.
The
White-
gentleman.
The
Yep,
white-suited man.
White-suited man.
The white-suited man, the white-suited gentleman, has 2 people that he's with as like part of his party. One is an older wizardly fellow with like that longer beard, obviously still well kept, not like a 7-foot beard. And then on his left side is this really big and strong human guy, like big black bushy hair. I know everyone's got black hair. And he's the one that looks bored and is like really tall and really big. So the gentleman is of average height. He looks like he's probably 6'2". You know, he's Prince Charming. He's pretty good looking, but I just didn't want to conflate the 3 of these men. Does that answer your question, Valerie? I'm so excited. So I think we're at the point where we ask for the performance rolls.
Oh, I already
Yay.
rolled mine. I thought we were already doing it. I got
Well,
20.
that's all right. I respect the 20. That just tells me that
I'm
Valerie
going
begins.
to.
That's a perception.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
You're so nervous because the gentleman is watching.
25.
Gareth is following the pages. Okay. Gareth, the pages go towards the back of the room into the 2 of them go into the kitchen, 2 of them go into the parlor. 4 of them go into the opera room to kind of like just look around, and they start like serving drinks and stuff like that.
Serving drinks.
Not a dip below 20.
They pick up a few wine bottles out of the kitchen, and they distribute them amongst themselves, and they start distributing drinks.
To like so they're not acting like musicians.
They just set to work, being wait staff.
All right, that's about 10 different alarm bells going off.
Valerie begins with a little concerto, a little guitar strumming, and you do so for about a minute and a half of just like this soothing music, this concert, real music. You're in the center of the stage. You've been given permission to use it. Mercutio is in the
She's
back, kind of
almost
like biting his
exclusively
nails.
strumming right now because with the key that Azarine gave her, she took one look at it and she's like, how do you finger pick that slow?
How on earth? And after a minute or so, Azarine steps forward and with the 25. Whoa, so the rolls are reversed. Azarine sings.
She's got someone to impress.
A very deep, resonating voice that seems to occupy more than one harmony at the same time exhumes from her vocal cords, and she fills this opera house with soothing tones unlike that which has ever been heard by the 3 of you. It is not magical, but it is truly enchanting. Azarine, with your 14 perception in the back, you see the gentleman kind of lean back and close his eyes and nod, just kind of like, yes. That is what I want.
Yay.
All right, Gareth, where are you?
I'm keeping an eye out on all these. This is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, where are you, man? You got to pick a place. You can't be in all 4 locations at the same time. Azarine gives a 3-minute
I'm sorry, Gareth.
so.
I would help you, but I'm very busy
I
right now.
can't even get to you.
Oh, by the way, Brukil, before I forget, at this point you have mingled very well. Shipmaster Dolman has given you his address of his suite, of his apartment,
Wow,
his
okay.
mansion in Queen's Landing. He has given you ways to contact him via letter service and page service. He seems quite intrigued by you and your personable attitude, and he seems more than receptive to you in the future. Were you ever to need anything or want to set up another event such as like this? And Mercutio at this point has been like, oh, so much weight is off his shoulders. Matilda's in the back, kind of like just making sure everything's working.
Where is Matilda actually?
Oh, she's backstage. She's like making sure the curtains rise and fall. Remember, there's no motors or anything. It's just Matilda.
Oh no, wait, it's Lisa who would be in charge of wait staff.
Oh yes, you're definitely correct. Would you like to find her instead? She's
I would
probably
like to find her right now.
she is in the kitchen. You skid around the corner, and she is there. I want that
So-
souffle done 10 minutes ago. Oh, hello, Kelmo. How you doing?
Matilda, or not, Lisa, my apologies. I saw some, I don't know how to put it. I sometimes get to feelings, I suppose, but I don't recognize some of the people on the wait staff back there.
Kelmo, I'm sorry.
I just,
I hate to admit, I don't recognize a lot of them either. A lot of them have been pulled off out the streets for Mercutio to fill up the ranks. I can try to
So-
look over. We have the invitation list for the guests. I think we also have a roster for. She actually pulls out these 2 booklets. One is for the guests. One is and who was invited and who is arriving and who should be here. And then the other one is like the wait staff. And she's like, but it's like dozens upon dozens of people. Like she's like, I can start.
This isn't good. This isn't good. Who could I fucking cross-reference with? Because I can't just go up on my own. Oh no.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. I'll let you make a decision before we continue any further. I'll
I
freeze
know.
time for a second.
Freeze time as I fucking
Yeah.
think.
I'll
and I
pop over to
fucking-
Azreen for a short time. You can think for a second. Azreen, you sing a song from your childhood, a lullaby, as you say. Actually, in the back of the room, that the gentleman, the white-clad gentleman, his helper, his aide, his incredibly like super fit, very big aide, who's like kind of actually starts to like the eyes start to droop and like he almost falls asleep. Like maybe 2 or 3 times, and like the wizardly looking one kind of like taps him like occasionally, and like fixes his like. You see that the big guy, who is I don't want to describe him as like brutish. He looks like very young looking. He's got very like small nose, small eyes, very very like delicate for the most part. He's just very big, tall, and strong looking. He has like very intricate jewelry around his neck, and like the wizard kind of like taps it and fixes him, pokes him on the face, like don't fall asleep. Like no, this isn't the place for that. Like don't. But he almost falls asleep several times during the process of your singing.
Oh boy.
Gareth, what do you I don't know what your attempts here. She kind of like she holds out these. She's like, "This is the booklet for the guests, and this is the booklet for the people who are supposed to be working here. But it's going to take an hour to look through both of them."
It does. I think it's. So you wouldn't. Oh damn it! Oh, I'm fine. He just kind of. He heads out. He goes back and he's gonna try to relocate the wait staff.
At this point, they have just dispersed themselves amongst the wait staff. Like you see one of them that had come in, and you see another like here or there, but they are just going out. They're like moving meatloafs and setting tables.
And there seems to do.
A
Can I
few have
roll
gone.
insight to see if I or some perception or something? Because I'm super suspicious of this.
I'll let you roll perception to see if there's any extra clues. But I mean, you kind of. You know what Gareth knows, and if you're suspicious, I assume that Gareth is suspicious as well. You can roll a perception check.
Right. Okay, perception. Oh, this is too much.
There's a lot going on, man. Do you have a point of inspiration to possibly reroll that
I
with?
do not.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do for you then. It's you are free to make your own deductions as the player, and Gareth is free to use the full brain. But I think you and Gareth are pretty much perfect synced in terms of what you know and what he knows and what he thinks and what you think. I think you are
And we
embodying
don't
your
know.
character.
We can't do like what the fuck am I? Gareth is like, what the fuck can I even do?
I'll say, you know what, Gareth? I'll throw you a bone. I'll say that you're ready. Azreen.
Yes.
Brookehild is whispering, and Dolman is sitting next to it, and he's kind of nodding his head and kind of looking and like, wow, what a beautiful performance. Yeah, Gareth, you're ready. And now, Felix, please excuse me, players. Shh. Azreen, you are doing your play, you're doing the song, and you see in the back, the wizard kind of taps the big, strong man on the corner, and he kind of nods his head. And stands up out of his seat, and the gentleman kind of is leaning back and enjoying the show. He closes his eyes to kind of take in the beautiful music that he's hearing that you're giving. And the big, strong individual, the guy that's like just shredded out of his mind, walks down, descends down the stairs, down past one row after the other, and he takes off, like, he starts to kind of, like, take off his jacket, and underneath is just, like, this tight black shirt. It's like a sweater, essentially. And he walks down the front row. And he passes by Brughild, which is very rude.
What is
can
happening?
I reach to like give him a light kick, like in the legs?
Sure. I mean, you can roll a either acrobatics or
I mean,
athletic.
I'm not getting up. Just
Yeah,
like if I
you
can
know.
reach him, like
Sure.
when someone walks in front of you, like at the movies.
Okay, I won't let you. There's no roll required. Then you kind of like give him a firm like kick on the shins as he walks forward. And he kind of like looks down at you, kind of like confused, and pauses for a second, and just kind of like stares at you. And he doesn't look angry or annoyed or anything like that. He just kind of seems like
he's just heading to the stage.
no. He turned in left and starts walking down your
Okay.
row, like down your aisle. Like he's gonna go get it. He's like he's gonna go get a seat on the end, that sort of thing.
Okay.
He took off his jacket and he actually just left it in the aisle. He just dropped it on the ground.
I'm so nervous.
And you kicked him on the shin, and then he just like turns and looks at you, and he's just kind of like
Have I
waiting.
Please. Have I seen this behavior before?
Have you roll history?
Considering 20.
This does all seem really familiar to you.
Uh-oh.
Brughild, do you do anything else? You just kind of kick this thing. You had this figure's attention. It's a young man. It looks maybe like 28, 29.
She points at this. I suppose there's probably like free seats nearby. She's like, sit down.
And he raises up his hand and kind of like he just says like really quietly like, no.
Mm. Oh,
Brooke
no.
kind of makes a face at Dolman, I guess, like just like, what's up with this dude?
And Doman kind of like looks over, and it's one kind of like has been like pulled away from the music that he's listening to, and kind of looks up and looks a bit quizzically at the young man. Just goes, "Young man, please take a seat. You're disturbing the performance." And the guy kind of like looks a little confused and kind of like looks down and just goes, "Excuse me," he says to Brughild. And he steps in. He takes like another like step to kind of like squeeze by. He's really huge. In fact, Brughild and Azrine, he looks bigger now than he did like a few minutes ago in the foyer.
I don't like this.
That doesn't make any sense.
He reaches out a hand to Doman, and Doman kind of like looks at it and kind of like, "What do you?" And it like reaches up to like shake it, and then a blue laser beam shoots out from his palm and straight through Doman's chest.
What?
And Doman, blood spills out from his mouth and down his chin, down through his beard. He looks down, and there's just this perfect little centimeter-wide hole in the dead center of his sternum. And he looks down on it and grips at it. And this figure, this big, huge, brawny individual is just like just looking down at him, just kind of looking at him. And Doman,
Why was there an assassination?
Doman just goes. And then at this point, Ace like stands up. I'm sorry, not Ace. Alexander Forsyth stands up, always ready for this sort of thing. And he just like unsheathes his. Well, he gets halfway. Half his sword is pulled out. The other figure catches his wrist and stops the sword from being unsheathed. This very incredibly muscular man. And you see his fingers like tighten, and you just hear. And Alexander Forsyth just goes, "Ugh!" And Alexander Forsyth is lifted up off his feet and just thrown in like a perfect jujitsu throw over the figure of his head and is smashed down in front of Brughild.
There's bad guys here.
And Doman kind of like reaches over a hand and just like slaps it down on Brughild's like chest and kind of like looks at her, and he's in death throes.
I don't know what to do.
Am I able to go? Am I able to help?
He just reaches up off his like necklace and he reaches up around his necklace, he rips that necklace off and just like throws it at
far away?
Brughild. This is like in
How
front
far
of you.
away is Dolan?
This is about 15 feet from Azrine and
I'm
Valor.
right next to
You know
him.
what?
I
I can cast without making a motion and healing word.
What happens next is people in the back row start to scream.
I want to heal Doman with healing word just so he doesn't die.
If you want to try that, you can.
I guess Brooke just
my
like,
saying
I-
can also be a catalyst for healing, so I'm also gonna do the same thing.
So I can get Doman up with healing word and Azrine can finish him.
Gareth, you just watch this person get bodied. You just watch as Alexander Forsyth gets just smashed into the ground onto the floor, and he's just rolling in pain.
So he's got 14.
Doman
Where am I?
You
Where's
are
the
at the
tiny
back of
boyfriend?
the opera. You're in the there's like there's a corner in the lobby that perfectly straddles the entrance to the opera room, the lobby, and the kitchen, because those rooms are all like perpendicular to each other, and you're there. You see this happen. People scream. People scream. Women just like, oh my god, like just terrifying screams. Someone stands up in the back. You see Azreen and Valerie kind of like stop their performance and just like look down at Doman and just like point their hands at it, and just two green like lights just shine down, and just Doman's like a hole closes for a second, and he is still horribly hurt. Like, you guys don't know how much damage he just took, but he went from full health to I am dying. And now you've given him 14 hit points. And as the rules of D&D state, he is now back up in terms of fighting potential pretty much to 100% in theory. Right? Like that's how it's like the hole is closed. He grips his chest and he kind of is terrified for a moment. He looks up at you and he acknowledges that you two are spellcasters.
I think he can.
At this point, Valerie just like points behind him anywhere, as in like a motion to just like run away from this guy.
Damn. I can't.
Bruhil, like, I guess like she has a necklace now, and she's just like holding the hand that like he tried to grab around with, and
He turns to you and just goes, "Run!"
Fine.
And then the other the other muscular figure just turns around and sees that Doman is seemingly okay all of a sudden. And he with a speed that is similar to that of lightning, he just punches. He just swings his fist around, and there's this horrible cracking sound, and Doman is flown back into the seat behind him, and the chair is just broken underneath Doman's own seat.
I don't think me and Azreen have our weapons on us, do we?
I know. You can cast
I
magic.
do.
Like, I have.
I do.
Oh well, yeah, Azreen does.
And
I do.
probably I'd have my dagger, but that's it. That's all I could hide.
Your stuff is in your room.
I'm throwing it.
Well, no, we took our stuff out from the inn.
Yeah, you got it with you.
Wait,
It's in this building somewhere, just not on you.
Yeah, except.
Well, my
Is it the guy
shotguns
you
are
had a-
always on me.
Is it the guy you had a crush on that attacked him?
Well, a servant of his.
This is his servant.
His bodyguard.
That attacked him?
Yeah.
Yes.
That killed him until you healed him back from life.
And they killed him again.
He's not dead yet. Doman, for just like the story's sake, Doman like wipes his lips and then raises his hand and snaps his fingers, and then there's an explosion of fucking fire right in this goddamn motherfucker's face, and this person just raises up their hands, and you see that they're just engulfed in flames, and Doman smirks. And then the fireball subsides.
Dissonant Whispers is still very hidden, so I'm gonna try to Dissonant Whispers his attacker.
Okay, the attacker. This person is like all their clothes are incinerated except for like their pants. Essentially, it's just this person's just 8-pack. They're swole out of their goddamn mind, and now they look like they're 9 feet tall.
I don't like this.
Azreen, why don't you?
And this is
what was your history check? 20?
20.
What'd you think was going on, and why'd you roll the history? Because it does seem familiar. This all does seem very familiar to you.
I thought it was the same instance as in my past when I first used my voice and didn't realize it had.
Oh, you were wondering if this person was suggested or compelled. Someone was being mind controlled here. No, that doesn't seem the case, but all this does seem very familiar to you regardless. Dissonant Whispers, okay. What is that? A wisdom saving throw?
14.
Okay. On the attacker.
Yep.
They automatically succeed.
What?
And they turn around and look at you, and they kind of like just narrow their eyes. Not like in any, once again, no ire, no anger, no annoyance. They just look at you. They just kind of acknowledge that your existence is there before they chamber up into an ox stance, and they throw their fist forward. They're just covered in burns, essentially, and scald marks, but they're nothing that like actually looks beyond superficial. Beyond their clothes are just in tatters, and people are screaming and just kind of like trying to get over. A few things, because there's people have like drawn their swords, and one steps out into the foray down the road. And there are people kind of like charging towards this individual. This figure, Doman looks immediately like, well, you're not dead. Very surprised. Like, that fireball should have killed you instantly. And the attacker reaches out and grabs them around their neck and just choke slams them over their head and back throws them onto the stage. Their back, you hear a snapping sound as they hit the corner of the wood. Brewkilled, where are you?
I don't know. I want to help Dolman.
Yeah, Doman is like right underneath Azreen now.
Dolman is 12 levels higher than you.
And your point?
I can still keep him alive.
Yeah. I
He's
can.
not gonna want to kill me if I'm trying to save his life.
Azreen, everyone can see people are running back and forth. The chaos is unimaginable, and yet
Do I see the man in white?
he is standing up and walking slowly down the way up towards the stage.
I don't like this. All right, I'm gonna invigoration again at 2nd level again.
You know what? You know what? Fuck this
8,
guy.
9, 10. 11.
I'm gonna do something really
For
mean to
Dolman.
this attacker.
Okay. At this point, this figure is about 9 feet tall.
Oh no! It's Cloud of Daggers time.
Cloud of daggers.
Valerie-
He lunges
Valerie,
forward,
like, glares at this guy,
and
just...
the air bursts into blades. And they take damage. They run into it. They're surprised by it. They are not ready for it. It is not a save. It's just they enter it and they take damage. So yeah, they bolt forward and you basically just intercept them. They take 16 points of damage. They raise up their hands to kind of like block the last second, and they just take this whole bunch of slashing damage. It does not seem like it stops them, but they are stopped for a second. And Dolman just kind of like turns around and snaps his fingers again, and this time a lightning bolt shoots across the room. And this figure dodges to the left, and the lightning bolt just traces up the chairs, up the wall, up the ceiling, and wood begins to fall. The chandelier explodes and begins to crash down. And the gentleman kind of like gets hit with a splinter like on the side, and kind of like, fuck, ow, and continues to walk down towards the stage. Gareth, are you here? Where are you, Gareth? What happened?
Well, I was going. I was trying to message you before.
Yeah. I read your message, and then this happened literally within a second. You had that thought, and then this happened. It's up to you. If you still want to do that, that's your prerogative.
I'm gonna look behind me after all the screaming happening. What are those wait staff doing now?
They're standing. Very calm, very collected, as people are chaotic all around them. One looks at you and notices you, because you are also not running.
And what does he do?
Nothing. He doesn't seem like, he doesn't seem weird. He just seems like, he looks, he has the same kind of countenance as like a fighter, like a soldier, someone who's here to do a job and is not
Is
gonna be
Dolman
scared
still
by the chaos.
coherent right now?
Barely.
Yeah.
He fired a lightning
Yes.
bolt. He's casting spells. You guys kept him alive. He's alive.
Yeah,
but-
I'm keeping him alive.
Is-
I've got healing.
Is Senior alive?
Barely. Gareth, you see him. He is alive, and it seems that after the attacker, the swole out of his mind person, just like body slammed him and broke his wrist. He threw him into the ground. He did not continue the attack. He completely is ignoring Alexander Forsyth. Alexander Forsyth is rolling back onto his feet and trying to get his sword out. His hand is like bloody. Like it looks. I won't get into details, but like his hand was crushed so hard that it caused damage
Dolman's the
beyond.
target.
Dolman, I know
Valerie,
Dolman's the target.
Valerie
And you see the
crouches
gentleman
beside-
slowly walking down the stairs as well to the front stage. He'll be there in a
Valerie
turn.
crouches beside Dolman.
Okay.
You want to tell me who the hell this thing is?
I have no idea, young woman. Run for your lives. This is for me to consider. I am here
I've
to
been trying
defend,
to protect you.
and I greatly appreciate it. You'll be given an honorable award if this were to
I
continue.
don't care about the reward.
Brughild
I'm
yells at
just
him to
asking
shut
where
up
you're
and
going.
I cast Toll the Dead.
He doffs. Oh shit! Yeah, you
on
okay?
the-
Do it. He doffs his cloak. Dolman doffs his cloak and readies another blast of some kind of high level magic. This guy Dolman is like a 15th level wizard.
Oh
Uh,
Jesus!
Yeah. Gray, why
Yes,
are you
sir.
doing that? I just want to say that Gareth has been like wearing like underneath like the fucking cloaks that he's been wearing like to work each day. He has had the armor.
Understandable.
But he needs to find his sword. Would I know where they keep the weapons?
Absolutely.
I'm going there right now.
You go into the foyer where there is in fact just a countertop, and it's like a coat. It's like a coat keep thing. I don't know what the official term is, but you know what I'm talking about, hopefully.
This is not gonna help
He
at all.
sprints and kind of just almost like tries to like clear the fucking.
You
like,
slide over
counter.
the counter.
He slides over the counter, and I'm just looking. I want my weapon and anything else that might help.
Roll investigation. Roll investigation as you steal some high-level Inquisitor's fuck, dude. There's a plus
Oh
one
my
magic sword
god,
there.
I'm separated from my weapons.
There's a plus one magic longsword on the rack. It is very obviously someone's some officer's personal weapon.
I am.
Take it.
Yeah, no, I'm taking that and my weapon. Is my weapon there?
Yeah, your weapon is here as well. It's kept in a separate bin because it's a worker's tool, but yeah, it's there. So you lift the sword.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my
You have
God.
And
add a plus
secure it
one
on my waist,
longsword.
and I just hold the fucking greatsword, and I am running back in. I
Okay.
gotta.
Do you want to? You're trying to. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to save Alexander Forsyth, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's getting up and he unsheathes his sword and he tries to throw a sword swing at the attacker. And that attacker's also going to get hit by Toll the Dead, I suppose. So what does Toll the Dead do? Can you roll that for me? Is that a saving throw or is it an attack action?
No, it's a DC 13 wisdom save.
Wisdom save? He automatically
No.
succeeds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
I'm really sorry. He
I
has a
rolled shit damage
legendary
anyway.
he has a legendary reaction and he burns his second one and he acknowledges that you just tried to cast something on him. He looks at you and he just seems kind of like not confused or bewildered or even once again not annoyed. Just kind of acknowledges like, oh, you tried to cast something on me. And then he sees Alexander Forsyth trying to attack him, and he lifts up a hand to intercept the blow, and he parries it. Alexander Forsyth doesn't even get the attack on. I'll roll for him, but it's not gonna. It doesn't matter. The parry in comes, and then he just throws a fist forward right into Alexander's sternum, and there's just this loud crunching sound as more ribs are shattered, and he flies back about 10 feet. And then
Into me, or
yeah, I think he probably does. You charge down. You probably ran past the gentleman, but the gentleman is just sauntering down the stage. He sees you go by, and he does nothing to stop you. And you do not. Do you do anything to the gentleman on the way by?
no, I am in 100% rescue mode right
Okay,
now.
you rescue Alexander Forsyth. He slams into you, and you catch him, and he is very clearly horribly wounded. Also, you want to know something, Gareth?
Yeah.
You feel there's an empty scabbard on his back, presumably for a longsword.
You know what? It's fine.
he would be okay with that. He
but
would
he-
be okay with you using his
he's-
sword for good.
I need to roll something. Roll stealth, Gareth,
Mm.
because he knows you. Beat a 13. Come on, man, beat a
Please.
13.
Yes!
Okay, yeah, you're right behind him, and you catch him, and you're behind him, and he can't really see you, so he's not like looking up, but he just feels like you like slam into him, and he kind of like looks around, he just sees like the armor, and he's like, "Good work, soldier! Kill that man! We had to save the ship. Where is my son?"
Can I cast this? I have no idea if this is gonna connect. I want to cast this thing.
Dip.
Yeah.
Cole's
He must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration.
one. Okay. He turns around and whatever kind of power, like whatever kind of thing that is making it so that he just automatically succeeds these wisdom saving throws seemingly has run out for the time being. After a third, please make a wisdom saving throw. Yes, he finally is going to make a wisdom saving throw.
God damn it. Wow.
Fuck?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
This guy was sent to kill a 15th level wizard.
Oh
I
my god.
I don't know what level you guys think he is. He succeed. He winces.
I have a
He's-
last ditch effort if we plan to get out of here.
At this point, two
Yes,
golden
of course.
rings begin to descend from the sky as Azarine opens up her her full magical prowess and begin to start binding this individual, and they start to get kind of compressed a little bit, and you can see like their muscles like begin to flex harder and harder until they just boom break, and these golden rings shatter into 1,000 pieces. Cole comes leaping up from behind and buries a scimitar in the back of this figure. And
That was supposed to hit.
Cole is he just is swinging off this guy is like 10 feet tall and he's huge, and Cole is just swinging off the back. He's got a scimitar
9 feet
buried
tall
into the
a few
back of
rounds
this.
ago.
He's reaching behind him, trying to reach behind to kind of like pull Cole off.
Mm,
I mean, obviously we should.
we can't fight this thing.
We can't
have
fight it,
help.
but we can't just leave these important characters
We
behind
have
either.
help.
Well, it looks
We
like
have
right.
a 15th level wizard.
It seems like there's 3 individuals here that are like on possibly death's line, and that is Alexander Forsyth, Dolman, and Cole.
Oh,
I don't know why I'm fighting for them, but my brain is telling me to fight for them.
I know.
At this point, the gentleman is about right here. You see him taking a few steps, and he just kind of walks past Gareth, kind of wrestling this old hurt man, trying to like keep him from falling down. And outside, you begin to hear humming sounds, and you see glowing blue lights. Gareth, you look back, and you see now that the waiters and servers have clapped their hands together, and magical orbs are within their grasps.
Okay, we need to leave.
And the gentleman kind of ascends the staircase and goes, Mrs., please, you should probably leave at this point. It's getting a bit crazy in here.
Are you doing this?
Of course
Gareth-
he's doing this. Shoot him.
Gareth picks up Senior.
You pick him up and begin to just, pull him, where are you going?
Out.
Out. You know that the fastest way out of here is behind the stage.
Yep.
Okay, Gareth, you start dragging Alexander Sr. up. Do you say anything to the rest of your individuals? There's still people in here, but there's still like 100 nobles in this room trying to scramble out. And now you're beginning to notice something. You actually look behind and here, people are like banging at the doors. Everyone seems to be locked in this building.
Yep.
And the gentleman kind of approaches and just goes, I'm so sorry for this. I was hoping it'd be a much cleaner thing to have happen. If you 3 or 4 of you could simply just depart, we could make this all a much easier process.
Why?
I would like to cast Witch Bolt on the dude, not the big dude,
Who
but
is this? He's so
the guy
scary.
who was flirting with Azri.
Do
He's
it.
so scary.
Gareth is running past him, carrying Alexander Senior.
Okay. You drag it. He's fighting you, but he's not in a condition to truly fight back. That what happens is you throw Witch Bolt, you step forward and shoot like Palpatine lightning out of your hands.
Yes.
And this figure just kind of raises up their hand and it just arcs off of it up into the ceiling. And you saw like when this happened, this counter attack, this counter spell, quote unquote, their eyes kind of like clouded over. And now it's fading again, and they approach and just goes, please, the 3 of you can leave now. I'm afraid Dolman has had
We have to
the
leave.
end of his time. And Dolman
Why?
fires off a fireball at this gentleman who raises the other hand, and it explodes on his palm. And you guys all have 1 action each, and Gareth is using his to take Alexander.
Can
Forsyth
I
out of here.
run and like just grab Cole by the hand and take him with me?
Yeah, you can. I'm gonna have you roll an acrobatics check because he's currently he's wrestling the huge fighter, the guy who's just fucking swole out of his mind, trying to stab him, but he's hanging on, and you have this feeling that if the big guy actually grabs hold of Cole, he's just gonna slam him into the fucking ground. Maybe
Well, I
repeatedly.
succeeded, probably.
Yeah, you
20, 30.
succeed. You dive through the air and you snipe Cole off, and Cole is like fighting you, and he seems confused. I had him.
You had nothing. We are out of here.
And the figure kind of like stops like raging for a second and kind of like reaches up behind and finally digs the scimitar out of their back. And Dolman just goes, do what he says. Get out of here. Go, you 4.
She just starts to back up and she's like, why?
I have a message to convey to the world. And then the
She
roof
just-
explodes.
Oh God!
It explodes. There is a ripple of air. All of you are kind of knocked prone. Well, I mean, I'd normally let you roll saves, but it won't matter too much because you immediately get back up. The roof explodes, begins to lift up through the air via some kind of levitation until it floats through and begins to spin. It begins to rotate until it is vertical in the air, and that is where this big projection of blue light begins to sound off, and it begins to show like various images of war and chaos and flags and sigils, and you see even further across the city on the clouds, this cloudy night, the clouds themselves are serving as a screen for some kind of projector show.
I'm out. I'm gone. I'm
Gareth
leaving. I run.
literally like basically forcing Alexander Forsyth to like basically on top of his shoulders, kind of
Pulling him out.
yeah, like he is barreling through.
Azarine, Dolman raises up a shield of pure light and begins to just kind of it separates you from the gentleman and the huge fit guy, and with a history. Remember that history of 20 where this all feels familiar to you?
Yeah?
That's fine. Dolman turns and looks at you and just goes, "Go."
I nod and I'm gone.
Sure. You look over your shoulder. The four of you are privy to this in your own different ways. As the figure kind of frees themselves with that scimitar on their back, they turn around and now they're like, their eyes are like almost white with just like rage. And they bend down and chamber up their hands. And they take their left hand and wrap it around their right forearm, like they're trying to keep their forearm and their right hand under control. And a small blue light begins to form in it. And then they aim it forward. And this arc of pure energy begins to emit from their hand and splashes up against the shield that Dolman has created. Fills the room with a blinding blue light. And that's when Azrain remembers and recognizes this individual as the Emerald Knight.
Yep.
Fuck!
Damn.
The shield begins to crack and splinter until it explodes, shatters, and Dolman disappears in this light.
We saved 2 of them.
Okay, I'm leaving.
The gentleman just sighs. He looks wistfully off at Azrain as she kind of like disappears. He shakes his head. And he turns around and looks at all the scared and terrified nobles, and he begins to float in the air as the huge individual, the Emerald Knight, you now recognize just without their regalia, is just breathing heavily, just and they just trying to calm themselves down, but it's so difficult. And they begin to float up high until they are in the blue light, and they are visible on every single spotlight in the city, except now they look a bit different. Their face is still pale, and their hair is still black, and their suit is still white, but now his eyes are just pure black. Good evening, world of the Queen's Landing and Withrow. I have important news to share with all of you. I would like to announce the exit from retirement for yours truly, the Dark-Eyed Prince.
What? So the guy that was hitting on me.
That's literally what I typed to fucking Cat.
No.
And
how
like
did you know?
like before anything went down, when I was just freaking out, and you're like, "Why are you freaking out?" Like I typed to Cat. That is. I'm telling you, that's the Dark-Eyed Prince.
Fear not, citizens of this realm. I have come to give good tidings. Long have you chafed under the oppression of bodies outside of your control. Long have you been lied to by the rulers of your worlds, but no more. I am here to free you from this abysmal life of slavery and servitude. Even now, you can be rest assured that the leader of this great admiralty, Dolman, lies dead at my feet. And he raises up his hand, and a burned and decrepit body of Shipmaster Dolman rises until it
My
is floating
boyfriend.
alongside the Dark-Eyed Prince. Witness him now, the defender of your realm, crushed beneath the feet of none other than my soldiers, my proud warriors, my humans, true to the blood that beats through their hearts and veins, not the deities or the blind faith of your shackled inquisitors, no, but this the work of men. Witness it, and know that it is the beginning, not of the end, but of the beginning. The war that was fought against me was none other than slander and lies. The people of your world were not ready for the truth that I have brought them, but you will learn and you will rejoice. The culture that you have long since lost will be given back to you. The arts that have been deprived will be returned to you. I will give you the gifts that you deserve, and yet your masters have deprived you of. First, I will begin with Shipmaster. Tomorrow will be the day of kings and emperors. All ye peasants and people of the low-born folk, those whose blood that beats through your hearts and veins is considered that of cattle and other debased creatures, You are welcomed into my arms. I welcome you into my armies to live as craftsmen, as masters, as the leaders of the destinies that you have been so wrongfully stolen of. Come to me. Bask in the sigils of any of my lights, and I will answer. I fight for you as you fight for me. The world was cast into darkness many decades ago, not by me. No, not by me, but by your own leaders. And in the future, I will bring you all a dawn. And you are all, wherever you are, you're all looking up in the sky, you see this figure's face, and the sigils, the two dark eyes looking down at you from the clouds above, all across the city, all across the skies around Queen's Landing. You who may be out in the alleyways dragging a decrepit commander. You who may be running through the back room collecting your things as you try to avoid the death stare in your eyes, your mind's eye, just showing you again and again the death of Shipmaster Dolman at the hands of some otherworldly combatant. And you who is dragging a crying, kicking, and screaming first mate who demands that they go and defend their father figure. You see these eyes. Those terrible, dark eyes.
Okay, when can I start crying out loud? It's getting hard to.
Now it's good.
Oh God.
I'm just kidding. Oh,
as
God.
soon as I am in some quiet place, some like, I am going to put down Alexander Forsyth, and I'm going to check his wounds.
He is unconscious at this point. Please roll a medicine check. He is not stable.
He's not stable, huh? No, fuck my medicine check.
I
I take out a fucking healing potion.
Okay.
And I put it to his lips.
Sure. You force him to drink this healing potion, and it slowly begins to make its way through his veins and begins to slowly close the wounds, and he begins to breathe again, and you can see his hand is near twisted around, and other horrifying things that I will not go into detail.
While like the wounds and shit is closing, he's gonna try to set the hand.
Okay. That is gonna be a medicine check. There's no healing potion in this entire world that can help that hand, but maybe you can. Roll a medicine check. You hear yelling in the streets of inquisitors and people. Far away, Gareth, with his beautiful, insightful mind, perhaps realizes now that the banging that he's hearing is none other than Ace banging against a door trying to be let inside. But he was out for a smoke.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate.
With a 13, this hand is done.
Can I just make it so it's not gnarly?
You can
Chop it off.
you take like his belt off or your belt off or something and tourniquet his forearm.
Yeah.
He's gonna lose his hand.
Yes.
And there's nothing that you can do about it, unfortunately. Not with a 13. Maybe if you crit succeeded, don't feel too bad about it. It's not your fault. He passes. Forsyth. He opens his eyes. He's barely conscious. If you run now, he might not even know that you were ever here.
No.
Okay. He opens his eyes and looks you up and down. He seems delirious almost in his pain and in his effort to... Captain. Long time.
Please do not strain yourself, Commander.
Did everyone get out? Is that beast dead? What of the shipmaster?
All I can say is that I secured yours and Ace's safety. Dolman, not so much.
He's slowly trying to remember as best as he can. He's delirious. I'm going to make him roll a wisdom saving throw.
What? My son? What? Who?
No, it's Gareth. That's the wisdom
I don't have
saving
a son.
throw. 19.
Wait, you traitor! What have you done? What is... You who are wanted for... You were part of this. You laid the groundwork for that thing. I would cut you down with you stand where I have this, my sword. My sword. It looks at you.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it.
With a
Fuck
19?
you.
Oh, absolutely
Fuck
he
you.
does.
It's a magic sword. He sniffs it out. He knows it's his. He knows it's his. It's like your drink at a party. You know it's yours.
It's a long sword. You can't hide it.
It's on my back.
He sees the pommel. He knows.
We aren't responsible for anything,
Yeah.
and even if we were, which we aren't, nobody has control over that dark-eyed prince.
Valerie, I do love you, but have you guys reconvened at this point?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, they all
But
went
no,
outside,
Gareth's
I think.
like.
Okay, this is like,
he's
say,
trying-
4 minutes
trying
later.
To well his emotions, right? Because he needs to. I know that is what it seems, Commander. But if I am truly on the side of that beast, why would I have saved you? Why would I have saved Ace?
I did everything that I could.
You, singer. Tell me, does Dolman yet live? Does this man lie?
She shakes her head no. I
We
did what
tried
I
everything
could.
we could to
Oh.
save
I
him.
wasn't strong enough.
Brugil is just like holding the necklace he threw at her. She's just like staring at it. And
By
she
the-
has tears streaming down her face.
By the mother.
Like,
He died honorably defending the rest of us.
He did.
He did.
He's gonna roll wisdom saving throw to see if he can remain conscious. I'm playing a bit of Calvin Ball with the rules of D&D because this man has received more damage than this man should be dead.
Let me.
I
I'm
gave him a
gonna.
whole ass healing potion.
I know. But
I'm also gonna cast.
What is a-
Invert-
okay, you cast Invigorate. That will help. What is
Yeah.
a low level basic healing potion to a level 13 fighter?
Fair enough.
That's like 1% of your HP, right?
I can only do 6.
11.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, you're continuing to nurse his wounds, and at the same time, this feeling of like they are giving me first aid seems to kind of like abide his.
We need to get everybody out of the building. We need to save the innocents. Where is my son? My damnable boy.
I believe we're the only ones who were able to make.
No, I know he's out. Would I?
Where would he be?
Gareth, you look up in the sky, and you at this point you see flashes of light, and you hear shouts of inquisitors from very far away, nowhere nearby, nowhere in danger of seeing you guys yet. Though maybe you want to be seen and found, but unfortunately, if that's the case, still no one is within time to see or hear you or find you yet. But you see that some orange lights lighting up the sky, coming from the harbor, arcing this way like shooting stars.
Towards our hidey hole, our little corner.
Roll an insight check, or wait, find out. Your choice.
Fuck me. No insight. Fuck.
It's gonna go over you.
Oh, okay.
Is there any way
Another
I can try and find him? Where was his last known location?
Could I? Fuck. Because I feel like I could because Ace didn't want to be there, but then he ran back, so he should probably still be by the fucking. He would be near the opera.
Do you want me to go? I can grab him while you're.
I.
You guys are out
three
back, right?
people are outside
What?
right now.
We are in the back.
Okay. Yeah, you're just
That's
out.
Ace's dad,
I will-
Cole, and then his son, right?
One more thing, actually. Cole's with you, guy. He's hurt very badly.
Wait,
he's
he is?
been-
I thought he didn't take any damage. I thought I just tore him off his the Dark-Eyed Prince's back.
While he was trying to remain grappled to that brute, that Emerald Knight, he was taking damage,
Alright.
swinging around like a
I-
madman.
You two need to make sure that they don't. Their situation doesn't get worse.
Alright, I'm gonna. Is.
One more point of thing before we get any further. You guys look about 15 feet behind you, down the alleyway further, just to if you were to try and leave, there's a shimmering blue effect.
I don't think we can.
Casted Healing Word on Cole.
Okay, Valerie, I will give you this question. I will let you know ahead of time. If this man had any more strength, he's probably going to use it to try and break your hold on him and run back in. Do you still possibly heal him?
Actually, I'm gonna wreck on that.
Okay. I just want to be upfront with you.
Well, Ace,
I'm gonna do another one on this man,
Alexander.
Alexander Senior.
Sure, as
Alexander.
you use the magic upon
Gareth,
him.
Gareth stands up and I have to find him. I won't get into any unnecessary fights, but I need to find him.
Go.
I'll help.
Bolts.
I'll help. I want to help.
He runs. If Brugel runs after, sure,
Yeah.
but he is full ass sprinting.
Meet
I
us
don't
at the
think we
docks
can
with
make
the tortoise.
Can we? Wait, isn't the fucking barrier there?
Can we get there?
Well, there's you guys are making some very important comments and questions. And I feel like it's important that I forward the narrative now for the sake of
Yep.
Mhm.
those arcs that are falling down through the sky, these shooting stars, the sky becomes exceedingly bright as they almost fall on top of you. They smash into the top of the opera house, and there is a loud banging sound, and all of you hit the deck, and your ears start to ring, and your eyes start to hurt from this flash, as some kind of magical missile. Beyond that, which, magic missile, this is like from the Kaiser. It collides with its bear, and it shakes, and it statics. It goes like snow for a second, just as it gets hit by this magical energy, and explodes, and there's this blue, like, mushroom cloud above your heads, but the barrier still holds, but it does look like it broke. There's cracks in the ceiling. Similar to how when Doman raised that shield, it started to crack underneath the force of the Kamehameha, the key blast from the Emerald Knight. This barrier is starting to break under the force of, why beat around the bush? The Kaiser's bombardment.
Right.
So it might break soon. It might even break faster if you guys somehow manage to up the speed. But up in the sky, you actually see a white-clad figure who is floating.
Mm-hmm. I don't care about these fucking gods or shit. Gareth's trying to find his friend.
Okay. The question is, do all four of you fall after Gareth?
I'm guessing.
I told specifically the two of them to make sure that their situation doesn't get worse. The two wounded.
Yeah,
We
I'm
need
trying
to
to get-
take.
I think
we should split up and take
Yeah.
the two wounded boys with us and go somewhere else.
Well, I don't know where
Yeah.
you can go with this barrier up.
Well,
Just
not for
keep
long.
yourself
Damn
hidden.
it. Well, I don't know if a barrier can do a wisdom saving throw.
Just keep yourself hidden. You'll be fine.
You know what? At this point, I'm gonna have you roll a persuasion check on Forsyth, Commander Forsyth. You've kind of started to win him over by just like virtue of you've been very consistently healing him and stuff like that. By the way, when you've healed him, you notice that like the healing magic goes down his arm most of the ways, but almost like the magic itself has like just given up on the hand. It is starting to look like every time you heal him, his hand is looking more and more like gray and.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I
like
did apply a
necrotic and stuff.
tourniquet, so
Yeah, so it's like it's just like the rest of him looks pretty good, but it's like the magic it stops like where the magic cuts its losses. If that makes
Yeah.
any sense. But you've
I just
want to
get him stable enough where he can like get up and like.
He could probably get up and run. He probably can't fight. He might try to, but he probably
Yeah.
can't. But you've done all you can for him. You can't do
Yeah.
anymore.
I'm gonna try and break the barrier now.
Okay, you turn your attention upon the barrier and you raise up your hands and arms and open up your mouth and try to unleash this burst of magic and psychic energy.
Fuck, I guess I
and
should be helping Azarine.
It does begin
Yeah,
to
I'll-
shake and quiver in that one section. You cannot bring down the whole barrier, but maybe a piece.
Right. I want to at least get enough of a gap where we can escape through.
Okay. Roll a How badly do you want out?
Very badly.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
I shoot it with my crossbow.
21?
When Valerie does that, the crossbow bolt just bounces off. Anything
21?
non-magic does nothing to it. With the 21, your rune starts to glow on your neck.
Oh boy.
And you feel this kind of like this invigoration, this burst of sudden, like, power. Maybe it's from the air. It feels like the air within this barrier is just saturated with ether. And you smell it and breathe it out, and your breath is glowing like a violet. Gareth runs over. Baruchel follows after.
I thought Brugel said that she was
Yeah,
helping
but
with the...
I'll go.
Oh.
I think Azarine.
I'll
has
help
this.
Azarine out and cast a cloud of daggers on the edge of the barrier.
on the edge of the barrier. Fuck you, barrier. Eat 9.
What kind of damage does that do?
Slashing.
Slashing.
Okay, I'm afraid it does not affect the barrier, Valerie. You're
Even
doing
if
your
it's not
can.
magic.
It's got to be magical damage. Something that's like psychic or fire or
Um,
cold or
with
force
this-
or magic.
With this ability,
I'll let you take
or
the
with this
spell slot
feeling.
back.
Um,
What about this
I
feeling?
literally all of my other spells are like I'm hurting your feelings.
I'm sorry, Azumi.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
sorry,
go,
Valerie.
go help Gareth. I'll help Azurine with the.
Brukild, how do you
magic.
assist?
Man, fuck my spell slots. I guess I could. Well, I'll Eldritch Blast the barrier.
I have no mechanical way to represent this, but if you wanted to quote unquote burn your spell slots just to try and like interfere with this barrier, I'll let you like do that. I'll let you roll Arcana and try to just like use your raw spell slots, because I know as a warlock your spells list is rather limited alongside the spell lots, but I don't want that
Yeah,
to
but
resist.
they all do it's all like, boom, eat damage, ho.
Boom,
like,
eat damage. I mean, if any of it's like fire damage or something.
I
like
mean, I
magical.
have force damage and fire
Ooh,
damage,
okay.
and I have.
Well, Eldritch Blast is force damage.
Is
right?
it?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll the damage for Eldritch Blast then. Okay.
I
Ooh.
have thunder damage.
Yeah, I have lightning.
That stuff would work. That stuff is pulled from the Aether, and that it seems to be working because Azarine hit it with psychic damage, and that doesn't. You wouldn't. That worked. It seems to work. So you start blasting into it with as much magic as you can, and it starts in that one section where the alleyway it starts to crack and bend and start to warble. And both of you start your emblems start to glow. Your runes.
I mean, I can't see it, but
Gareth, oh god, what would Cole do? Valerie, you can't break the barrier and restrain Cole. You gotta pick one. I think he's gonna go.
I'm gonna keep my knee on Cole's back.
Okay, you keep him. I'm gonna ask you to roll an athletics check at this point. He's a high level NPC and he's not necessarily gonna be able to be contained, but it's possible. We'll see.
yeah, he doesn't want to
I'll let
hurt
this
her.
boy die.
This is a young,
Oh,
hot-blooded
You know
youth.
what?
Unfortunately, he is proficient in athletics.
Oh no.
He
I-
is a soldier by trade. He is a warrior by heart.
Ooh.
He breaks you.
Would I be able to like reverse his movements with acrobatics or something?
The only thing that we really could do is just a grapple check, and that's athletics versus his athletics, and that's the best that we can do. I'm afraid. He's like a level 10 like bard. Like I don't think that you if you all three dogpiled him, I'm sure you could keep him contained.
Or like
and and you've kept him contained this far, and getting him even out of Valerie. You maybe have saved this man's life. And he seems to have calmed down to a second. He doesn't look like he's gonna run back in. He actually runs after Gareth. He starts to go. He just. I mean, he has his voice. He talks to you. Cole says, we have soldiers outside. I'm gonna go see what I can grab. If you can break this barrier, then fantastic. I'll be back with the other one in a second.
Don't get yourself killed. I'm not gonna save you twice.
Another one. All right.
And the commander is kind of like, trying to get up, but he can't. He can't move.
Try not to move.
Gareth, you run down the way, and this alley connects. It takes a right angle, and then it connects to the other alley that you saw the three other Inquisitors in having a smoke break. And guess what? They're there. And they're trying to kick the door down. And on the other side, you see one of them has a magical crystal ball, and they're just blasting this lightning bolt directly into the door, and the door is melting. And you see Ace is got it's he has like a rod in his hands, and you can see it's like a spear, but it's like a collapsible spear. So it's like it's a 5-foot spear essentially. And he is just like trying to thrust the spear through, and every now and then it's augmented by some kind of magical blast at the same time. Maybe he has something kind of like smite, maybe like it's some kind of augment. And on the other side is like several people who look like waitstaff, but they're clearly not waitstaff. And the one is like sweating and shaking, and he's like avoiding spear thrusts that's coming in through Ace. And it looks like they're trying to break down the door and get inside, and they don't see it coming. What do you do?
So this is magic. So I would have to destroy it with magic, right?
The barrier seems to only respond to magic. It doesn't let anything physical through, like people.
You
So you
have a
can
magic
deduce-
sword on you.
Wow. Hmm.
Well, it's not yours, but
Yeah. Fuck. Do we?
Yeah, you have a long sword, and on the base of it is a charm that hangs off the bottom. That is a cross. It's a blue cross, and it makes the sword magical.
That's right. And it's. Do I?
It's one of those Magitech charms.
This is a lost cause.
On the other side, you see nobles trying to like get out. Like there's people trapped inside still.
Fuck.
Yeah, like
Fuck.
you know
if
there's
I didn't
people
see
inside.
the nobles, I would have been like, no, fuck it. Damn it.
I mean, just saying. I mean, you know that they're already in there.
I knew they were already in there, but maybe if I could have been like,
I mean, they don't see you. It looks like Ace is winning.
Ace is winning. All right then. Yeah.
Within the next like minute, it looks like this section of barrier is going to go down, and he's going to get inside, and then probably bad things are going to happen to the people on the other side, depending on what level they are. Those casters on the inside, or at the very least, it's going to be a way for people to get out.
Yes. All right. Gareth is unsheathing the longsword.
Okay. And I'm going to say your moment of hesitation, Cole has caught up to you.
Damn it. Well, and I don't care.
He just
Gareth
ran past you, though.
Yells and swings at the barrier as well.
Roll an attack action against the barrier.
Fuck me.
That's not great.
I hate my life.
Brookild, Azreen, and Valerie. The three of you, with your combined powers, launch one final burst of your respective energies into the bear, and it shatters in front of you into 1,000 small shards that just quickly fade out of existence. A small section of barrier is broken away.
I'm gonna grab Alexander.
I'll help.
You heft this big man to his feet, and drag him out.
Get him out.
Okay, you get him out, and he is down the line. He turns around and goes, Wait, there's so many more. We need to save them too.
We'll go.
We'll go. You stay here.
It out.
You set him down like along the gutter, and he kind of like just looks at the three of you. He looks like furious, like I can't believe my life is in the hands of these three. Do you follow with this promise? Do you go back in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we got it now.
The three of you run back down inside. You guys follow the route that Gareth took. Gareth, what happens is Ace is thrusting the spear through the thing the best it possibly can, but it's like there's some kind of magnetic force that like, keeps it at bay, and the other Inquisitor is just like a rogue. He just has 2 daggers, and he's like, well, I'm fucked. I can't do anything. But the other guy has a crystal ball and is firing a crystal.
Is there any weapon in this room that I could take advantage of? I have a dagger.
Azreen, canonically, I made this happen. She went back to the dressing room and picked up your bags. You are fully equipped. You are fully re-equipped.
I would like to ask the the people who are at the barrier trying to break it with like normal things to move away, because I'm going to witch bolt the barrier.
Oh, okay. And then Ace turns to the right and just sees Brookill after she says that, and now notices the sword and just goes, finally, Pops. Nice to see you show up. And he turns and sees Gareth. And Gareth's going to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I knew it.
Is he gonna punch you?
Ace, listen, no. Just...
The spear is pulled back and swung at head height with incredible speed and power directly to the right. And like Gareth might have been decapitated.
Trying to fucking kill you.
And Gareth just ducks down underneath it as the spear goes right overhead and smashes into the wall behind and chunks out some of the stonework.
Listen to me. Your father is fine.
Roll persuasion. Roll the best persuasion check you've ever made in your entire fucking life.
I don't
Use your inspiration if this fails.
I don't have inspiration.
No, but you do have your friends, and they can assist you.
No, I'm fine. Fuck you.
He's fine.
He swings up his spear again, and he looks like he's about to drive it down on you, and he hesitates, and he goes, "If we'll talk." And he goes back to thrusting his spear through the wall, and a burst of energy runs down his hands and through the shaft and into the cracking barrier. Do you go back to attacking the barriers? All of you?
Goes back to his, yep.
Okay, everyone roll spell or cantrip or what have you.
Bitch.
Aftershock.
We're out here.
Boom.
Just roll damage on Witch Bolt. It doesn't matter whether you hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Plus
What? Okay, wait. Just the 12. Just the 12. It's because it's rolling the crit for
I
the 25.
got my 10, baby.
Okay, with the 10, that's you all just thrust your sword or burst your damage. But, hey, Valerie, where are you in this?
Valerie's with the other rogue, just like, hey, is that nice?
You can just play fucking.
Oh, Valerie can't do magic damage, can she?
Yeah, so you're just with, I guess, with a senior, I guess. Make sure no one else comes along.
Valerie, can I interest you in buying a lighter to fuel your fire magic in the future? Is that how that works? Okay, we'll talk. But yeah, that's enough. You all just burst through with your magic, and the bear explodes inwards, and the people on the other side like recoil, like they've just been physically hit. And then the rogue inquisitor, who has just been standing here with a ready to action the entire time, just descends upon that guy with his 2 daggers and just starts carving him up. And the issue is, what is the goal? Do you think? Is it to get the people out, or is it to get in?
The goal.
Get people out.
Get what nobles you can. Do not get too close to the center of the theater.
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion, but with advantage, because you have already proven that you are on their side, but you are not their commander. Ace looks to the rest of them and just goes, "What he said." And the guy just he finishes carving up this guy, and then throws the body to the side and just yells to the people, the nobles inside, just, "Everybody get out!" And you see Mercutio just go, "Oh my god!" and just runs as fast as he possibly can. You see in the background, you see a huge figure launched through the doorway, smashing into the ceiling and hits the ground, but they start to get back up again. They're a tough motherfucker, this Goliath. They pick up a table, and Matilda throws the table across the room. It explodes off the fist of the Emerald Knight.
Well then.
If Matilda dies, I'm going to kill myself in real life.
Are you going to let Matilda die?
Gareth sheaves his, not his, but the long
magic sword.
The magic sword, and then brings out Old Faithful.
You take out Old Faithful. Okay, nobles are pouring out from this room. You can get in, but once you're in, the nobles are taking, like, it's a tiny little space that you guys have just created that a lot of nobles are trying to get out through. So it's like this fight of people in a mob is what's happening here.
I want to try and like break off more of the wall.
Okay, roll another attack action with some kind of magic. And the magic, each 5-foot gap of each 5x5 section of barrier has HP.
Okay, 3.
Up above, you see more explosions as more weapons from the Kaiser are being fired at this barrier. But there's still like this speech going on and like flags being waved up above. It's not as robust and as interesting this time around, but it's just like the Dark-Eyed Prince is up there, and he raises up a hand and he fires this burst of blue energy across the sky at something. You don't know what. There's this greater battle going on above. And yeah, that's some good damage. Another section breaks off. Garrett could probably get in without having to make an athletics or an acrobatics check. Valerie, do you also want to dive in? Or are you going to try and assist? Matilda's probably going to die unless someone intervenes and saves her.
Gareth is going to intervene.
I'm going to intervene, I guess.
Okay.
I don't want her to die.
Now, okay, so Gareth goes in to try and save Matilda because she's probably going to die fighting the Emerald. Okay, so Gareth's probably going to die fighting the Emerald Knight. Who's going to go in and save Gareth?
God, I'm just okay. You know what? Whatever. Valerie's just like fucking bullshit, and she like sprints towards the Emerald Knight with both of her short.
Matilda.
She looks up and looks at you. Whoa.
We can get out now. Hurry.
She sees it. Okay. She pushes herself up and tries to run. The Emerald Knight is seemingly. You see that bearded man, the bearded wizardly-looking man that was the third in the retinue, and he has his hands tucked into each of his sleeves. And he just looks at the two of you and just goes, "Boy, break that man's legs." And the Emerald Knight looks down at Gareth.
I got a 19 and an 18 on my attacks for my short sword.
And then Valerie spins like a Beyblade out of nowhere and slices into the side of... This guy's not wearing his armor, so his armor class is lower, so you are able to hit with some surprising accuracy.
Sorry, the wizard or the Emerald Knight?
Good question. Valerie, who are you attacking? The wizard or the Emerald Knight? He's not in his emerald armor, but... He does have an emerald choker on, actually, though. I don't know if I described it earlier. He had a jewelry on.
No, you didn't, but let's just call him that.
The Emerald Knight, because I want to distract them from hitting Gareth.
Okay, he does.
He's going to murder you.
He uses his...
like an empty bag of chips.
I have ways to get out of it, hopefully.
You do slice into him, and it does do damage, but he does use his reaction to parry the blow, which is a special ability of his. He halves the damage, so he takes 6 piercing damage. He is like 10 feet tall, and he just takes these slices right across the chest, and he groans like, ah! and he seems a bit confused. He was given the order to break Gareth's legs, and now you are attacking him, and that
And I
he seems
still have
confused.
my action.
And you do have your
Valerie
action.
just lands in front of Gareth and like crouches down with her short swords. Not the best idea I've ever had defending you.
This gives me enough time. And like he kind of reaches behind him and pulls out his last two fucking fucking shepherd fucking alcohol casks.
Make it so.
Yep. And he just yells, Ace! And he just chucks both of them at the Emerald Knight.
Ace looks. He swings his spear up above his head. He holds it, one might a javelin, and he swings it forward. The same way you see like Ornstein like throws a lightning bolt, a burst of fire spits off the spear as he doesn't throw his spear. The spear never leaves his hand, but this arc of fire does. Straight on through. Why don't you roll an athletics check for me, Gareth, with advantage for throwing? 14. These two casks land right in front of the Emerald Knight's like face. They're like right there, and he's just really confused. He's like, where's my attention go? And the wizard is he's in the middle of saying something, and then there's this explosion of fire and wood splinters, and it's not like a bomb, but it just coats the Emerald Knight in flames and fire, and the ground around begins to start burning as well as this strong alcohol starts to burn. I'd say that's a good distraction.
We move now.
Matilda runs.
Go.
Good idea, big guy. Valerie just passes him on
Breaking
back.
another thing
You
off the wall.
okay? Roll another
Yeah.
attack action.
Damn it.
2 is not enough.
Azarine and Brookild are just
Just shooting
Going
one
at it.
after the other. Just go.
That'll do it. Another section breaks. 15 feet are free. At this point, you're funneling out a lot of people quite effectively. And at this point, a few people probably have found that you guys left behind the stage, and have gone out that way as well. But yeah, people are running out, and the Emerald Knight is not hurt, but he is wildly distracted. He's trying to like just sweep this burning alcohol off his hands, like so the way you get out of the shower and just sweep off some of the wetness. He's like doing that right now, and the wizard is like, "My boy, you focus. We need to get these people under control." Yes, sir. He replies, and he's just trying to get the fire off his face for the most part. Gareth, you run past Ace, and Ace looks like he's running past you towards the Emerald Knight. What do you do?
I am grabbing him by the fucking collar of his armor.
You close line. Ace, I won't make you roll for that. He's not expecting it. You just kind of grab him by the back, and he just goes, "We can take him!"
We cannot. I am facing off against him to protect you too.
Your father couldn't take him. Do you think you can?
He bites his lip and kind of turns away.
and he did like one shot Dolman.
Well, the father's the more important thing to him.
Yeah, no, but,
People
like-
dive out the back rooms, and you kind of drag Ace until he reluctantly agrees and begins running as well. Everybody roll athletics check. Azarine and Brookild, you are exempt. Azarine and Brookild, you're exempt.
Okay,
You guys are
okay.
outside. Okay. Gareth, roll another athletics check for Ace.
Fuck me. I'm the best.
The boys. All right, Valerie, you got pretty low.
How come everyone got to save their boyfriends except me?
Sorry, your boyfriend was the target.
Your boyfriend was.
My boyfriend was evil.
It turns out the other one's boyfriend
Hey,
was
but
evil.
he's
So I
alive.
mean,
Mine
Valerie,
was
roll a
literally-
dexterity saving throw.
Who?
Mine is literally the dark-eyed prince.
Lo and behold,
Hey, there are
Wow.
perks.
that's pretty good. What happens is the Emerald Knight kind of like their hair is a mess at this point, big fucking mess, and they rip the final remaining burning alcohol away from their face enough so that they can barely see, and they point their hand out, and a thin beam of laser of pure blue light shoots out, and Valerie, you get clipped in the shoulder by it. It goes straight through your shoulder blade and out the other side, and you're gonna take some damage.
How much though?
That's a very good
Oh,
question.
Jesus.
We're about to find out together.
Oh no.
I'm at max, mind you. If this does all of it, I'm gonna laugh.
I don't
no.
like that.
That's a lot of dice.
It was all pretty low rolls.
Uh-huh.
Those are pretty little rolls. You take 36
wanna-
damage.
You take 46 damage.
I'm dead.
No, not 46. 4d6s.
Oh.
Which
Oh.
is
32 points of damage.
oh
I have 1 health.
my god.
Really?
Gareth, I'm never defending you again.
Oh my god. Yeah, Valerie, you're launched forward, and for a second you're like, I think I'm gonna die. Like, I think I
I'm
bit
gonna
off more than I can
imagine
chew.
like she gets knocked on her back and she like uses that momentum to like put herself back on that feet and she's like instantly running away.
Yeah, you just roll. You get carried by the laser beam for a second. The laser beam continues, but it's an upward angle. It hits the barrier and it breaks that section of barrier. It bounces back and hits the ground, and there's an explosion of blue light. And you are all running. You're all running. This blinding blue light behind you. It seems like the Emerald Knight actually just like they raise up their hands actually to kind of like cover their own light. They blind themselves. And you are all running as fast as you possibly can. Nobles disperse through the streets, and you see more shells or some kind of magical flares falling down from the sky from the Kaiser, but it doesn't seem like it's enough to break the barrier from above, where the Dark-Eyed Prince is. And this is where you all are. Where do you go? You are
Docks,
You're going
docks,
to
docks.
Alexander Senior.
You go back towards Alexander Senior to find him kind of like shooing like, go, move. He's like more nobles are running past him, and several people are kind of like screaming. Mercutio's back there like, wait, I can't leave Matilda. Oh my goodness. Matilda picks up, we go, little man.
I'm gonna help Alexander to his feet, and I'm gonna try and get him to the docks.
I am.
Help.
Yeah, no.
I'll help with.
Help.
I assume Ace is gonna help with.
Ace
this
and
stat.
Cole
I
help
don't help
Alexander.
anyone anymore. I helped fucking Ace and Matilda live, and I'm done.
You're done.
Hey, I mean,
Oh my
I
God.
still had a free action, so that was kind of. Thank you.
Gareth, do you return to the
Yes.
sword?
What's all the? Let's have things settle down right now.
Yeah,
We're not.
okay.
We are running.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. You guys are all running. You're hobbling as this crew of a few dozen nobles is running up in the sky. You see the Dark-Eyed Prince just radiating energy, and all across the sky are several runes being echoed up into the ceiling, into the sky. And they look kind of familiar. None of them look like your runes, but it sure as hell is the same alphabet.
I don't have time to unpack that.
That's
Nope,
fine.
We are going.
You are running down to the docks. Well, not down to the docks. You're kind of running down to further in towards the Umbridge Run. At this point, you see people like gathered on
Towards
balconies.
Umbridge Run and not towards. I thought we were going towards.
Upper House is in Umbridge Run. And if you want to go to the Spire, you're gonna have to go back through Umbridge Run, up the bridge, and then down the Spire.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I'm,
not
I'm
the spot,
cool
no,
with that.
we were like okay. So I thought.
Or you'd have to just start swimming.
No.
Are you gonna
I
swim
thought the
something?
offer was in. I thought the offer was in Queen's Landing itself.
No.
No, it's in Umbridge
No.
Run.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
The dwarf here, Brookhilda, visited it during your first
My
encounter.
bad.
It's across the way. Don't worry. It's for all intents and purposes, it's counted as part of Queen's Landing, and most people don't have to flee from a magical warlord and his super monk. And then the distinction might become fuzzier and much more distinct, and much more like suddenly that distinction is so much more important. But
Well, we're all running towards the bridge.
yeah, I think everybody. You see people gathered out on courtyards and like people looking up at the sky at all the runes, and several people are kind of like, no, get back inside. Like inquisitors, like who are kind of like looking around, trying to be like, citizens, please, like get back together. You see the Kaiser is out on the water officially, and it is firing cannons up into the sky towards the Dark-Eyed Prince, but none of them are finding purchase. In fact, a few buildings are struck instead on the side, to collateral. Sorry, sorry, people. And the Dark-Eyed Prince is firing these large beams back as well, but neither are really seeming to hurt each other, and so it's this kind of this weird standoff. You see behind you up in the sky, you see a burst of explosion of dust and stone and more of the magical barrier as the Emerald Knight leaps up to one of the buildings, and you can tell is scanning the horizon for you.
Gareth is getting a bad sense of deja vu.
I know. But
Oh
this
God,
time,
the bridge. No.
oh bridge, oh god.
That's why Gareth is getting a sense of deja vu. 'Cause we're running on the bridge.
This is a way bigger
Running
bridge. You run through
on-
Umbridge
Oh,
Run,
it's a much bigger bridge.
and you are running down the bridge as well, doing the best as you can. But no, the Emerald Knight does not seem to pursue you. you guys are actually left to your own devices for the time being. Beyond these ruins in the sky, now that you are outside the opera house, things actually seem relatively peaceful. It's almost like fireworks going off in the distance. People are gawking. Oh, the beautiful benefits of the citizenry.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gareth is still running. I'm assuming we're running towards the Inquisition office. That's what I'm assuming.
Where are you guys going? That's up to you.
Where's Ace, Cole, and
they're with you
Senior
guys.
going?
They're with. Well, I mean, there's going to come a point where they're going to go towards the ship, towards the Kaiser. They're going to go towards the nearest dock in Umbridge Run, and they're going to requisition, quote unquote, a boat to take them towards the Kaiser and get on the Kaiser. That's their goal. So there's gonna come a moment where you guys are splitting, and I think we're at it. I think one part of this party starts to go towards the right, down to the docks that are off Umbridge Run, and you guys start to go towards the bridge, which would take you down to the spire where you're awaiting Githyanki is. And this is where there's a split that happens. Yeah. And everyone kind of looks at each other. And you see several Inquisition officers kind of be like, "Commander, you're hurt!" And they kind of start to approach, and, these are local office guys. I'm going to roll something. Oh, God. They look at the four of you and just go, they're wanted fugitives!
We're the reason they're alive.
Does Ace or Cole or Senior say anything?
Yeah, Cole reaches out his arm and stops the officer from taking another step and just goes, "Wait!" And looks at the four of you guys. This is, I don't know what there is to say, but there's this pregnant pause of about like 2 seconds. And it's
Gareth,
we need to go.
Wow, you had this air of like, I know what to do. We're doing this. Now in this brief lull, he just stares at Ace with like he's like,
Ace just stares at you, and his mouth is just kind of agape. He looks both confused and angry, but he's not acting on any of these emotions that are hidden behind his eyes. And I think it's in that moment that the decision is made. I think Azarine starts to pull at the other people.
Yeah.
Does
Be safe.
Senior say anything?
I'm sorry, what?
Does Senior say anything as I'm getting pulled?
No, I think everyone here is starting to, the adrenaline, the heart is starting to stop beating, and I think that but there's this kind of moment of shock of like, wait a minute, like this sort of realization of like what the real situation is at hand, as like the officer kind of is like, they're fugitives, we have to resist them, and Cole kind of like makes this pause happen for a second. Cole's kind of like talking to the officer. Cole seems to be quickly assuming control of the situation. He seems to be stepping up very quickly, and he immediately turns to the officer and just goes, "There are more important things to deal with right now, officer. You're going to get your people, and you're going to make sure that everyone on this side of the river is kept inside their homes during this war." Yes, sir.
I'm pulling Gareth and whoever's resisting coming. And she just like looks at the others and she's like, "Just be safe." And we're gonna take off.
Does Ace say anything first, or is it going to have to be Gareth who's going to have to break the silence briefly?
I don't know if anybody breaks the silence. Cole says, "You too." To the response of, "Do be safe." Ace says nothing. Ace is...
Brooke is just so sorry. It's like she was chilling with these people and they were all buds, and now like everybody died. It's just like
Alexander Forsyth, the senior, is kind of like he looks like he's looking around, and like it looks like he's about to say something or do something, but he can't seem to figure out what to do next. He seems kind of shaken. His left hand has kind of been mangled, and Ace is like he keeps gritting his teeth, like he keeps alternating between like about to cry and like say something and also about to be like open his maw, and ferocious wolf teeth are going to be there, and he's just going to like dive on Gareth and try to rip him apart. It's this mixture of, and Gareth, I don't know if you want to stick around I don't know if you want to stick around long enough to find out.
I'm pulling Gareth like, we gotta go.
See you around, Ace. Like he just doesn't know what to say. Like he's just like, and he just turns and like goes.
You turn and just go, and after about 15 seconds of running down the way, down the roads, down the terraces of the Umbridge Run, as this half battle is taking place off in the distance, and these sigils explode in the sky. You kind of just hear off in the distance very quietly, "We're not done, Duran! We're not done!"
No, that's all right. He's okay. All right, let's go.
Githyanki, where is he?
It's a roll perception check.
Perception.
Around the city, you
11.
actually see strange, lines off in the distance over the water and around the meadows on the outskirts of the city. And these blue lines start to widen and start to reveal themselves as strange, stretched out characters. And now you're starting to realize actually that they're actually flat runes, flat along the horizontal plane, starting to tilt up towards you, towards the city. And they're huge, monolithic things, gigantic runes that are floating in the sky. They're gold. And they're not ancient runic things. In fact, someone can roll real quick for a... does anybody
I'm
know
gonna do
Elvish? Or Arcana in
I
general?
do.
I
You
do
have an elf.
not.
You have an
I
elf.
thought I did.
but it's a
I know
half-elf.
Imperial.
I don't know.
Primordial.
Okay, well, whoever knows Elvish would recognize these as wording sigils. They're not really words or letters so much as they are just ideas. And this one is steel, and the next one is wind, and the next one is fire, and they're wards, is what they are. And if anybody remembers gently, these are the queen's
Those are word
wards.
sigils.
Yep.
And they are starting to tilt forwards towards the city. And down below, you just see all the pirates and the criminals that are kind of trying to undo their boats. I gotta get out of here. With an 11 perception, you kind of see out on the water this red hair, this shock of red hair. You see you see Ray looking up in the sky, and you can kind of tell the general idea that he has in his head is just, huh.
I flag him down.
He kind of looks over at he kind of waves you off like crazy. Wait a minute, wait! And he turns to look at you, and the thing that he's sitting on, the rock he's sitting on out in the water, starts to float towards you, and he steps out onto the docks and just goes, What the hell are you doing here? I thought you weren't going to be here till tomorrow.
Go.
There is
Well,
no
you can-
tomorrow.
You could very much see that there is something going on, and we decided to leave a little bit early.
He looks up at the sky and just goes, Fair.
Is this
All
not
aboard.
surprising
Getting on.
to you?
Getting on. I'm on.
A
I'm on.
large turtle, half fin, half foot, plants itself on the dock, and there's actually small wooden planks latched to it, like stairs.
Oh,
Yeah.
On.
And you climb up a bit until you're on top of the shell. and-
I push and or pull Gareth if necessary.
Okay. You
You
see,
give him a push, but he's kind of stumbles forward and
you,
gets
s-
on the
you stumble up
turtle
on top
thing.
of the turtle thing, and you see now there's
Inside the
actually
guy.
there's a wooden door built into the side of the shell,
What?
Inside, big guy.
and you pull it open and shove Gareth in.
Yep. And I'm going in with him.
You guys are inside of a very shallow, small hobbit-like room.
That's
With it-
strange.
So
and
comfortable.
with a hearth,
Comfortable brutal size.
comfortable but guild size, yeah. And there's a few windows that have been carved out of the shell. And this is definitely not like a
Oh.
normal turtle. Is what you do.
Closing curtains.
You guys look on the outside the window and you see the bare feet of Fire Spray Ray as he kind of jumps onto the top of the turtle, and you see him pick up some reins and he just goes,
Oh, well, hard ye be the rides of the Githyanki. Batter yourselves down, tie your feet to the floor, buckle up for a ride of your lives.
Just go.
there is a sensation of you guys just falling back. Everyone make a strength saving throw.
I'm
Okay.
not good at this.
My dude, I have 1
Nope.
HP.
What's good?
Valerie, roll that bad
Gary-
boy. Valerie,
Gary-
Valerie, your head thumps back and you take 1 bludgeoning damage and you are out. Valerie falls back in her chair and thuds out. She's unconscious.
I'm going. I'm over. Oh wait, I can't.
Azrin, you are knocked prone and you also lose 1 HP.
That's fucking-
I could inspiration that.
Oh, it's
I
up to you.
don't-
You're stable. You're just unconscious.
It is kind of funny.
The turtle begins
Wait,
to lurch
question,
through the
question.
waters. Yeah.
Could I do a dex check and see if I can catch Valerie before she falls back?
You can make a raw dex check. No proficiency bonus, just the raw dex. And it's gonna have to be
Okay.
good. It's gonna have to be good to just beat the rules
Please.
like that.
Wow.
You catch her. You throw your palm, your big meaty palm behind her head, and it's like a pillow. Ah.
I assume that now we're even.
Valerie's eyes narrow, and she just slowly glances over to Gareth. No, you owe me. big time.
Fair enough.
The turtle continues to lurch forward until you see now that it's not like diving under the water or anything. It's just going straight towards the shore, towards like the markets that you guys originally came in on by the riverboat core. And it just steps one big foot up on over to the shore, crunches down, the dust kind of explodes out, and continues to start walking down the street. And there's just general chaos happening, and you just hear horrible, horrible laughing from above.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, ye of little faith, look at the finest ride there is upon the astral sea, or any other seas. Move, you peasants! Ah, be crushed beneath my feet! Ah! He's spraying fire out of his mouth. As the turtle starts to
Shut up.
stomp across the wall, across the markets, and just like barreling basically across the Umbridge Run, heading north. Diving quickly for, I mean, it's a turtle, but its leg span is like 20 feet away from the city. You see the wards slowly begin to head up, and we're all together gonna learn something. Who wants to roll the athletics check for the turtle? Just roll a raw d20, and then I will add the turtle's athletics.
I'll do it.
Who wants to take
I'll
the
do it.
responsibility?
Or no, wait. Coconut, do you want to do it, or should I do it?
I'm bad.
All right.
Well, I'm not gonna add your modifiers.
All right.
It's just a d20.
I was worse. Don't worry.
That's not bad. That's not. Listen. You run as fast as you can until you kind of hit the outskirts of the town. But the Inquisition are trying to like, you can't do that just because there's a battle going on. Especially because there's a battle going on. A few people kind of like lash there. You see like a harpoon kind of like into the side of the right below the window, like a sharp kind of implement with like a rope attached to the back of it is thrown from horseback, and you see an Inquisition. And it's just right into the shell's hide right there.
Can
I
I?
just like take it out and drop it out the window and keep going.
You can roll strength to try and do that. Athletics check or strength check. Raw strength check probably be better, but I'll let you do athletics if you're proficient in it. Azreen, were you saying something that you wanted to try?
I wanted to give a Dancer's Harmony / Bardic Inspiration.
To the turtle?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do it.
All right.
Love you, turtle.
To Bessie
So
the
you
turtle.
get a d6. So roll 1d6. Not great.
Well, it's better than 6. Well, with that, it's actually. Was that athletics again?
The roll was 6
That's
plus
8,
2
and then
plus the
it-
monitor
Plus its athletics.
modifier.
That's not as low as perhaps it might immediately appear. The turtle picks up speed. Valerie, a 13 is not strong enough. You reach around, you're like, ha, and you grab it and kind of like, oh, fucking.
Can I? Is it attached by a rope?
It's
tired.
it is well, it's a sharp harpoon that's been thrown and it's embedded
no.
into the shell like a harpoon into a whale.
Is there a rope attached to it?
Yes, there's a rope attached to this harpoon.
Just cut it.
Damn it.
Ding! You slice into the rope with damage. That's enough.
3. Okay.
You cut through the rope.
Didn't I just do that?
As you're quick thinking.
Yeah.
The turtle continues forward and it runs into the forest as fast as it possibly can. It dives into the woods and several trees are kind of like knocked down. The smaller apple and maple trees. You're definitely uprooting like farmers' land and stuff like that as you're running forward. Behind you, you see like more explosions until after maybe 30 seconds or so, there's a flash of white light. And when the white light subsides, all of Queen's Landing, every inch of it, every square foot of it, from the bridge all the way to the Riverboat Corps' office, all the way to the fortress of the Inquisitors, is still there and is perfectly fine.
Yeah, because of the sigil.
But you no longer see the glowing, emblematic, dark-eyed eyeballs in the sky. And the sigils are cracked and stuck half perpendicular. Neither perfectly parallel activated, neither completely flat deactivated.
They're in this in-between state. Oh god.
It's our fault. We're the protagonists. This shit follows us. We should just kill ourselves, and then we win instantly.
And then I make you
What do you
guys
think
roll new
Eric's trying to
characters, and
do?
guess what? They're branded too.
Damn it.
I don't think if we kill ourselves, the Dark-Eyed Prince is gonna be like, "Oh no, my fish girlfriend killed herself. I can't do this anymore."
Absolutely,
if
he
you
will.
guys
You don't
die,
know
he
him.
wins. How that works?
You know, I think he wins anyway.
He wins no matter what.
Asbury sits on the floor and just buries her, like, hugs her knees and just buries her face in her knees.
The door opens. Well, that was pretty Oh.
Get the fuck out.
Wait, listen. All right, wait, hold on. Seriously, though, what happened?
Valerie like looks over at Ray and just looks down. Like I don't even know how to explain this.
Right, she does have a hold going like through her entire body.
Ray looks for once like kind of like a little off put, a little dejected, a little bit like, oh, like I might have bit off more than I can chew. He kind of his face, he kind of like scratches at his facial hair, like his little chin like curl, his little Jafar thing. And he's kind of like,
Well, I'm sure you're all safe now, and there's food in the chest.
the door shuts.
Valerie like it just dawns on her just what hit her shoulder, and she immediately just like grits her teeth and like drops her head down.
Oh, that moment when you look at your wound and you realize how bad it is, and you're just like, ugh.
She wasn't paying attention to it. She felt like a large sharp burn, and she just booked it, and then she actually like moved her cloak to the side, and she's like horrified.
Your skin, actually, the wound is glowing with blue singe marks, like the flesh is cooked.
I kind of want to keep that on her character.
There's nothing I can do about that.
I'm gonna get up. I'm going to try and nurse, like, try and at least, like, patch it up a little bit.
Okay. Either
just wrap it in,
roll
like,
medicine
gauze
check
in it.
or okay. Yeah, that's a medicine check from me, I think.
16.
Okay. You do what you can. You just kind of like pull down her jacket as much as you can, which is gonna need to get patched up. But I think like the skin is like, you're not like weeping or bleeding in like the usual sense, but it is like cooked flesh, and you have to like slowly just bandage it up as best as you can. It's like it is cauterized in theory, but it's like you it feels like it's like your bone was hit. Like you might have had like a shattered shoulder blade or something like that underneath there. It's pretty bad. So you are wounded.
She probably broke her fucking clavicle. That's the worst thing to break.
There's Valerie. There's this is not going to go away over a long rest.
Valerie is like, she has very like the look in her eyes is very like sad but also calculated, and she's like just realizing like this isn't good. This is something really bad just happened to like my left arm.
Would this be helped by a healing potion?
Couldn't hurt.
Would it be out of character?
Out of character, there's no way you can know.
Gareth kind of looks at the wound and like, and he kind of just reaches around his pack and just kind of tosses the small bottle towards Valerie. Here, it's my last one, but as it seems you need it more than I do.
Possibly.
Looking at like that smaller wound on Valerie just brings back images to Brookhilde of like Shipmaster Dolman exploding sitting next to her. She's just like she sits down and her eyes
She got
space out.
She got not even a needle's strength of what Dolman was hit by, and it looks horrible.
Valerie,
like,
if it was like 2 inches to the right, you'd be dead. Your heart would be destroyed.
She realizes that she actually has like a ton of blood on her face. And she's just like,
yeah.
oh god.
Actually, I think it's at this point that Brookhilde, I hope you don't mind me running your character for you for a second. Your forearm and your hand that has just been held out in front of you in a tightly balled fist is finally starting to hurt, and you finally force your fingers to uncurl, revealing the bloodied necklace of Shipmaster Dolman.
She starts crying. Like she doesn't like, you know, that silent cry, the really horrible one.
Yes.
Wait a second. That necklace.
She's not paying attention to anything. She's just like staring off.
Valerie, roll for that potion,
Blank
please.
stare.
2d4 plus 2.
What's the potion roll again? I keep forgetting.
2d4 plus 2. Don't worry, we got you, bro. Yeah, Azrain's just like patching up the best that you can.
Yeah!
That's
Power
not
of
bad.
friendship. Hey,
that
that was double crit.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that was some tasty potion. That healed it up right nice. All
the
right.
power of friendship. Actually, you know what? Maybe that wound won't be as terrible going forward as it could have been.
Did it heal my clavicles?
Tell you what, your clavicle's fine, but the rest of you probably is gonna.
Well,
What potion do I roll to get a therapist?
That's a good potion of forgetfulness.
You look better already, I suppose.
I don't think I'll be using my left arm anytime soon, though.
We have a few days of travel. It'll heal.
Do you want a refund on the second sword?
No, I'll just, sometimes you lose a weapon. She's like trying to crack a joke, but like her left side of her arm is just fucking glowing and it hurts really bad.
This is as much,
Wait,
I can do. I don't really have any pain.
Garrett's eyes just go extremely wide and terrified, and he just goes through his hip and pulls out the longsword and just stares at it.
Blondie, I need you to be honest with me. Did you forget it? Did you really forget about it? Or is this all a creative ruse to steal a magic +1 longsword?
I just stole Senior's blade. Oh. Like, he looks pale. Garrett actually looks pale.
You don't look very red anymore.
What is that?
It's Senior's sword.
It's too late to give that back.
Pride and joy, as he called it many times.
It's fine. He's missing a hand. He's not gonna need it.
That's a little harsh.
Brookehild says and then goes back to crying.
That was out of character. She's just like huddled in a corner.
I think on these notes is where we leave our heroes.
Oh boy.
I am going to die.
Just for the chatters out there, Alexander Sr. was in fact left-handed.
So
Yeah, he went to draw his sword, and the Emerald Knight grabbed the sword arm.
Yikes.
He's gonna have to do a lot of training to get
And
back
so-
to
It's
So
gone.
we leave our heroes mid-transit with none other than Fire Spray Ray and his beautiful
It's just
ride,
Ray.
Bessie. Listen,
It's just Ray.
we look behind at a city not destroyed, but certainly shaken. And we will certainly read about in the papers the return of the Dark-Eyed Prince. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Everybody say bye.